Hello.
Hey,
Hello,
Keisha.
Keisha.
I don't know why my picture, oh, here it comes. I guess. My picture. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Arlington ISD Board of Trustees on September the 3rd, 2020 at 5:06 p.m. Due to health and safety concerns related to the COVID-19 coronavirus, this meeting will be conducted by video conference or telephone call. At least a quorum of the board will be participating by video conference or telephone in accordance with the provisions of sections 551.125 or 551.127 of the Texas Government Code that have been suspended by order of the governor. Members of the public may access this meeting via AISD website at www.aisd.net. The Board of Trustees on September the 3rd, 2020, beginning at 5:07 p.m., will convene in closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act for the topics set forth on our agenda. We will reconvene in open meeting at approximately 6:15 p.m. Thank you. We will start our meeting with the opening ceremony. Please join Ms. Polly Walton in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walton. If everyone can please make sure that you are muted during this meeting unless you're going to speak, just to make sure that we have no distractions. And now, if you would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. So welcome everybody out there in virtual world to our meeting this evening. The first item on our agenda is a program which will be our Student of the Month. Yes, school has started for September of 2020 of Arlington High School. Her name is Lauren Brett. I would like for the principal of Arlington High School, Dr. Shavir Dalla, to please start your presentation.
President Mays, Dr. Gvassos, members of the board, it is an honor to be here tonight and present to you Lauren Brett as Arlington ISD's Student of the Month. I'm thankful for a board that, despite current hardships, still makes it a priority to honor the efforts of our students. Lauren epitomizes what it means to be part of the Colts family. Her commitment, ownership, loyalty, toughness, and selflessness are unmatched. Lauren is a member of the National Honor Society, Student Council, the Varsity Golf Team, Key Club, and FFA. She is currently serving as secretary for the senior class. Lauren not only represents her school in these organizations, but she also represents her peers by serving as a student representative for our campus's site-based decision-making committee, a role that she has had since she was a freshman at AHS. It's been a privilege and an honor to watch Lauren grow under the watchful eye of some of the best educators around. She is well deserving of the accolade of Arlington ISD Student of the Month. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalla. Lauren, congratulations to you. We're going to give you a few minutes and you can say what you'd like and shout out to whomever you wish.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dalla. Dr. Gvassos, members of the board, I cannot thank you enough for this honor. This goes beyond an award for me. It is an opportunity to convey the immense amount of support my family, teachers, and the Arlington I staff have provided for me. I would not be the person I am today without their consistent guidance and motivation to be the very best version of myself. From Hill Elementary to Bailey Junior High and eventually Arlington High School, I've been able to grow and learn from my incomparable, outstanding teachers. Thank you all for everything you've done for me and everything you continue to do. Kick 'em Colts.
Well articulated, Lauren. Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations for being our first Student of the Month for this school year. Thank you very much, Dr. Dalla, as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks. So next on our agenda, we will consider administrative appointments. Dr. Gvassos.
Thank you, President Mason. At this time, I'd like to recommend that the board ratify the appointment of the individuals discussed in closed session for assistant principal for Lamar High School and assistant principal for Anderson Elementary.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to approve the ratification of the administrative appointments as discussed in executive session?
Move to approve.
I will second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion made by Dr. Reich, a second by Ms. Walton. Since this meeting is being conducted virtually, our vote will be a roll call vote. Please state your name and your vote, either yes if you are in favor of this motion and no if you are not in favor of the motion. And this is the way that we will vote for the remainder of the evening. Once again, we are voting on consideration of the administrative appointments. Mr. Hogg?
Boobie Hogg, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich?
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton?
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler?
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. All vote in the affirmative for the administrative appointments. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Mays. And tonight we introduced Terry Williams as the assistant principal for Lamar. Terry attended the University of Texas at Austin for Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, UT Arlington for Master of Education in Curriculum and Instruction, and Dallas Baptist University for Master of Ed in Ed Leadership. Most recently, Terry was an assistant principal in Cedar Hill, has also been a testing coordinator, has taught ELA and reading and social studies, and has been an instructional coach and a reading teacher in DeSoto as well, and in Dallas, an English language arts teacher. Congratulations to Terry Williams. Next, the assistant principal for Anderson Elementary, Myra Molina. Myra attended the University of Texas at Arlington for Bachelor of Arts for Criminal Justice, UT Arlington for Master of Education in Ed Leadership, Policy Studies. Most recently, Myra was a campus instructional coach at Anderson Elementary and a support interventionist, a third grade teacher, has also taught third, fourth, and second grade in her career. So congratulations to these individuals for their appointments.
Well, welcome. Congratulations. Very good. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Before we go to the next thing on our agenda, we would like to just take a few minutes out to just say some well wishes to someone who has been very important, instrumental to this district for over 27 years. And she has now made the decision to actually go and enjoy the rest of her life with all the joy that we're sending her with over her 27 years of here in the district, serving as our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Cindy Powell. Mrs. Powell, if you don't mind, we would like to just each say a few words to you, and I will start with Mr. Hogg.
Yeah, thank you, President Mays. And Ms. Powell, be careful. Dr. Cavazos is really good at convincing people to come back after retirement and help out. I'm just warning you, we've seen his gift over there. Ms. Powell, let me just say, as a few of us that have worked with you for so many years, and even before in my 13th year and before I was on this board, getting to interact with you as the chair of what used to be the Citizens Budget Review or one of the, I can't remember what the name was. It was so long ago when I served that. You are the consummate example of a professional. I can't thank you enough. When I tell people about our district, and I've served on the TASB board around the state, and you hear some of these stories. We always have to be diligent as a board, and we were always diligent. But Ms. Powell, your security, your safety, your financial stability is something that can't be overlooked in this district. This district has been one of the most financially stable districts in your tenure. When you were working under Mr. Brown, you're working through, and all the work you've done, it's just the stability and professionalism that you've brought can't be surpassed. And I think the best way to explain, the humility you had and the times when we would keep you in front of that podium for hours upon hours, asking every question. And what a great way of saying, we're going to have the answer. And usually y'all get us the answer before the night's even over when we're asking those questions. And I think to sum it up, my mom would always lecture me, a long person in the district. She goes, you can do anything in this district, but if you get rid of that Cindy Powell, I will never vote for you again. So if Sue Hogg can come back and she sees what a CFO of the district and the stability and how amazing you served this district. And sometimes our central office doesn't get credit for serving the students. You served the students. You provided the financial stability that we have to run. That's the critical factor for this district. And I, for one, am sad to see you go. I'm glad. I appreciate the time we've had. I appreciate this, and I hope you truly enjoy retirement. And I just can't thank you enough for all your service. And you'll be forever in my heart and thankful for the ISD. Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Who would like to speak next? Yes, Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. Well, Cindy, there just aren't words to express how much we all appreciate you and all that you've done for our kids and our teachers and our district. You are just a stellar person. I've learned so much from you. Always dress professionally and look the part and do your homework. If you're a board member, especially, know your audience when you're going to address them. My favorite is how to keep a poker face in front of an audience, and wear comfortable shoes when it's going to be a long board meeting. If you're the CFO, it's important. And just basically have your ducks in a row. You are the poster child for always being prepared, always being professional. You're unflappable, unsinkable, and undoubtedly you retire as the best CFO anywhere. It has been such a blessing to work with you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Dr. Reich?
Thank you, President Mays. Yeah, that's a tough one, Ms. Powell. You have been, as Bowie said, the consummate professional. You really are. You are one of the key people that has always set the tenor and tone of the district from the admin level and portrayed what true professionalism is. A little tongue in cheek with Ms. Walton, you could say poker face as well. How you always presented with that professional tone, no matter how the question was presented to you, no matter what the intent of the question was, you just took it, rode right through, did not change that face, and that's amazing. It really is. I mean, I've never seen you break stride. Just never. It's quite phenomenal. With that said, what you've done with this district financially, providing the stability it's absolutely second to none. Your level of work and preparation, it's always been astounding to each of us. I've been here in 12 years, and I learned to not send you an email at any hour of the night that I might have free, because I found that you'd be replying back, and I just didn't think that was right at 1 a.m. And then you're meeting with different staff or committees of the public literally at 7 and 8 a.m. I mean, you just keep going and going. Thank you for that dedication. I don't understand with Ms. May's comment about enjoying the rest of your life, how it could get any better than this. But hey, to each his own. Go, what do you think is enjoyment? Go for it. But this really is the high point, I have to tell you. Seriously, you have earned it. The CFO is your official title. You have done so much more than that. You have been remarkable as a CFO. You have also been our government relations professional in the district, and that can't be understated and unnoticed. That is an interest and a passion for you, but to be able to essentially do that during a legislative session, pretty much full time, in combination with keeping the district's finances stable and under control, it's incredible. I'm going to miss that, absolutely. I have to just ask you to do one more thing for us, before I release my chair here. Well, anyway, during consent agendas, there's always something that you say regarding bids. I would like to hear that from you one last time.
You've caught me here. I've said it forever. No, we present for your consideration this evening X number of bids, and in all cases, the administration recommends the lowest bids and the bids that represent the best value to the district.
Woo-hoo, that's what I wanted to hear. I missed that. I had to hear that. Maybe we'll get you a T-shirt or something. You can wear that every.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. You are going to be missed. I wish we could do this in a non-pandemic situation and be there and give you hugs and go through and celebrate with cake and punch and all that kind of thing. Look forward to seeing you out in the community though. So, and I will have to say, I've never seen you smile quite so much. So maybe this is.
Feels good.
Thank you. Gonna miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Ms. Fowler.
Thank you, President Mays. Cindy Powell, I've said this to you many times, and I've said it to so many people out in the community. You are the smartest person I think I have ever met. You just have surprised me, and it's been so nice knowing that you have the knowledge and we can trust you. And I always felt so good when you were in there and helping us make decisions. And I want to thank you for your kindness, for always being there to answer my questions and kind of guide me. And as a new board member, there were so many things that I didn't understand, and I never felt like you were talking down to me. You would just say it in a way that you knew that I was going to understand, and I will be always so appreciative of that. And please know that you're going to be missed, that we appreciate all the long hours you have put in to make this district as good as it can be. And please know that you're appreciated and you will be missed, and enjoy that retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Mr. Wilbanks.
Sorry about that. Took a minute to unmute my mic. Wow, Ms. Powell, it's been a long time, and I've constantly been amazed by your professionalism. And I think the best story I have about you that sums up who you are was when I was a new trustee in one of the first trainings I ever went on. It was with a bunch of national education leaders who are our trainers. And one of those distinguished gentlemen was the great Mike Moses. And he was former commissioner of Texas, and before that DISD superintendent, for you guys trying to keep along at home. But when I was first introduced to Mike at that event, he noticed I was from AISD, and he said, "Boy, you guys are lucky down in Arlington. One of my first big hires as superintendent in Lubbock was to hire Cindy Powell. And I can't say enough great things about her. And I've always hated that you guys stole her away from me. She's the real deal." But you know what? I didn't need Mike Moses to tell me that. Just how blessed that we've had to have you with us for all these years. Way before that, back in 2011, for someone, I don't know why, but someone put me on the Financial Futures Committee, and I was on that committee for over 8 years. And you had to put up with me for a long 8 years. In fact, I think it's quite surprising that you didn't want to retire sooner for having to put up with me. But here we are. But in all seriousness, the probity of your character, the veracity of your communications, your overall professionalism, and most of all, I think your preternatural ability to always bring the actual numbers in way under budget is unmatched as CFO in the state. You know, Mike Moses was right. You are the real deal. And we've been extremely blessed to have you here in this district, and you will be greatly missed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. And Ms. Powell, I can just say thank you. I could rehash a lot of what my colleagues have said, and every bit of it's true. And, you know, if I can just speak about, you know, how I got to know you and the impact you've had on me as a trustee. Like Mr. Wilbanks, it started way back on the 2011 FFC when, for whatever reason, somebody on the AISD decided that to accept the application from a a young 27-year-old upstart who wanted to learn about school policy, and had a lot of questions, and sometimes still do have a lot of questions. And for the last 9 years, every time I've asked you a question, you've always responded, with so knowledgeably, so patiently, especially early on when I'm sure I had a lot of assumptions coming into how the world worked that were just not true. And I was not the only one. And I saw every year that I was on FFC and on CBOC, eventually, that every year there are people who sign up for those committees who are going to come in and they want to show us how to do school finance, and they want to show us how to manage our budget, because they're absolutely convinced that it's full of fat and we're just wasting money left and right. And over the course of the first 2 or 3 meetings, you patiently walk citizens through the budget process. And in every one of those cases, we would come out the other side, skeptics at the beginning, coming out the other side, big believers in what we're doing here in the district. And the accolades you and your department have won over the years, at the highest levels of your industry in your field, speak for itself. And as a trustee, the last 3 years, I've been privileged to watch your work from the inside, and you're the same out front as you are back giving us advice and in closed session sometimes. And I can't say enough good things about the work you do. The long hours that have been mentioned extend not only to your finance work and the legislative work that has been mentioned, and I had the privilege to work with you on legislative relations last year, but also community engagement. We've talked about FFC and CBOC, and for those who don't know, those are our citizen advisory committees, and they meet at least once a quarter. They used to meet in a different way and take a different approach. And even during those times, after a long day of work, you would come and patiently explain things to citizen novices on how the district works. And many of those meetings would go late into the night. So you've more than earned your retirement. You've more than earned all of the well wishes that have been mentioned tonight. And I'd wish you the best of luck in the future. And it was a real privilege working with you, Ms. Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapa. And Ms. Powell, I just want to say what an asset you have been to this district. 27 years, I think, says a lot. You're leaving with a lot of institutional knowledge. There are things that you have done for this district with the title of CFO, but not necessarily something that you had to do, but because you could and it helped the district, you did. I appreciate all the work that you did with helping us legislatively, going to Austin, sitting in the meetings that Mr. Chapa was talking about, having your staff that you oversee, and still maintaining credit A rating for the district, still winning awards where we're not just the ones saying what an awesome job you do, but it's recognized throughout the state of what an awesome job you and your team have done. So what an amazing leader you have been in your capacity. And I do want to agree with what I've heard my colleagues say about your patience. And I remember my mom growing up thinking, do mothers ever sleep? I never saw my mom sleep. She was always doing something. Well, that's exactly what I used to feel about you. I'm like, okay, well, didn't we have an early morning call? Now she's in the meeting. And I've never heard you complain. I mean, there have been times where I'm like, she can at least just say, I'm tired. It'd be okay, because we'd understand, but you don't. And you have been very professional, very graceful. And I just appreciate everything that you have done for this district. I appreciate working with you as a trustee. I appreciate working with you as a community member or serving on our committees for the community. And I have appreciated working with you as president of the Board of Trustees. Your demeanor, the way that you answer my questions haven't changed from any of those 3 positions. And I think that's something to make note of. So once again, congratulations to you on your retirement. We truly do hope that you really enjoy yourself. And you are welcome to any legislative trip we take back to Austin. Feel free to come back. But thank you very much for your service to this district, Mrs. Powell.
Thank you very much. And I guess maybe if I could take just a moment myself, several of you all touched on this. I've worked with a number of you long before you ever got on the board. And, I know your hearts. I know how passionate you are about kids and about this city. I've been here 27 years now, and the district has changed dramatically in that amount of time. We've grown, demographics have changed. And we're an older community now, lots of challenges. But we've done as an entire community and as a board and administration, we've done a lot of good things and seen a lot of good work happen over the last 27 years. And man, I'm just really humbled and thankful that I got to spend my career pretty much here entirely with people who genuinely care about kids and public education and making our world a better place. There's lots of challenges out there, and we can't fix the whole world, but we can sure fix our part of the world. And I commend you all for positions you've taken on all sorts of issues. This is certainly an odd circumstance right now with our closure. And, I commend Dr. Cavazos and the entire team for the work that everyone has done to be very responsible, very careful, very thoughtful in how we go back to school and re-engage kids. And we've got lots of work ahead of us, lots of hard work. And I know that this is the team that can get it done, the senior administrative team to a person. Their hearts are here. They're passionate about what they do, and they come to work every day just to do the very, very best that we can do for kids. And so I'm very honored to have worked with them. And Marcelo, goodness, how many years now? 20, over 20, I guess, 24?
Yep.
Yeah. And so wonderful friend and a true visionary. And this city is fortunate to have you here. And so it's been my honor. And so thank you all very much.
Thank you once again, Ms. Powell. Thank you.
President Mays, earlier during the week, we had a called senior staff meeting, and we told Cindy there was a called senior staff meeting.
And I believed it.
And she believed it. And we had a lot of people on Zoom, staff, principals, directors, finance division. She was the last one to be let in to the Zoom call. She, this called senior staff meeting, and here comes Cindy with, okay, well, I'll do one more, I guess, And then there's all these people who each one to a person took some time to validate her work. And she's an exceptional person. Cindy, you're great. You've done outstanding work, and we have worked together. We've seen a lot of things together. You will be missed. And in that Zoom, every one of them, she had to sit there patiently, listening to everyone say nice things, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do it because she wouldn't let us.
Right.
And so we recorded that to hand to Cindy and make sure that she has a memory of the team. And so you've helped students across this district for many years, Cindy, and you should be very proud. Take some joy in the work that you've done and enjoy your retirement. And as Mr. Hogg said, you never know, right?
You never know.
You never know. We may cross paths again. But anyway, Cindy, congratulations. Thank you, President Mays, for that time.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you.
Now, Cindy, don't think that just because we did this in the beginning of the meeting means you can go. You're going to stay for the rest of the meeting. We know. Thank you. Okay, now we will continue with our agenda. Next on the agenda is our open forum for agenda items. As stated on the posted agenda, members of the public who desire to address the board regarding an item on this agenda are required to register by sending an email to the Superintendent of School Secretary, Lisa Benjamin, at aisd.net no later than 3 p.m. the day of the board meeting. Mrs. Benjamin, do we have any requesters registered to address the board regarding agenda items?
Yes, President Mays. The first 3 registered requesters are Miss Sandra Hayden, Miss Laura Howard, and Dr. Albert Para.
Okay, I will just read this section before our speakers start. This is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for open forum. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Mrs. Benjamin will notify you when your time is up. And at that time, please end your presentation. So we will now start with Ms. Hayden. Welcome.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Cavazos. My name is Sandra Hayden, and I'm speaking today not only as a parent, but as a teacher. I have 19 years experience, and this is my 4th year at AISD. I'm proud to be a part of our team and proud of what we have accomplished, but I have concerns for our future and the future of our children. I have only one request to make here tonight. Please open our schools. Give us a choice, not just parents, but also our teachers. We teachers are the frontline workers, the ones who will be with our children, the ones who will make sure all of our students are safe and learning. The last 3 weeks have been unworkable for parents, students, and for teachers. I know not all situations are the same, but from what I have experienced, parents and students are struggling. We're all struggling. Our own students tell me things that make me concerned. Some have said, I feel like I'm not learning anything. I want to go to people school. Zooming is boring. And my most painful one, Mommy, I miss school. From a teacher's point of view, I feel like AISD has supported us in this opening. I have to thank the technology department. They have been phenomenal in getting us set up with technology, Seesaw. But what good is all this technology when we're Zoom fatigued? Your teachers need a choice. We implore you. Many have health issues that make it difficult to go back. Please listen to them. They love their job and would never want to be put in a situation that would make them leave. They're irreplaceable. Ask us how we feel about doing online and in person at the same time. I can tell you that most of us feel worried about this. If it is anything like teaching my own children and online teaching at the same time, it will prove to be difficult. Whatever decision is made this evening, I ask that you give the teachers that adequate information, time needed to pivot and get ready for next phase. If the decision is to do a hybrid or in person beginning September 14th, what do we do for the next 6 days? How do teachers look? What's the preparation, the planning, and the adjusting for the next phase? Now for my parent point of view. If I didn't say this was ugly, I wouldn't be Sandra. I feel like I'm failing my 2 boys. I have to do Seesaw, Canvas, and teach 22 students. I love my job. I give 100% every day. But my own children are suffering. They get the tired me. They get the I'm done with the day me. I know I'm not the only one in this situation. And my fellow teachers are having a difficult time with teaching and helping their own children. We need to do better. We need to take care of our teachers and know that they are struggling too.
Ms. Hayden, your time is expended.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hayden, and thank you for your service to our students. Okay, our next speaker is Laura. And okay, I see you coming on.
Okay.
Ms. Howard, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, your time starts now.
All right, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Laura Howard, and I've lived in Arlington my entire life, and I'm also a small business owner. I have 2 children, one in 8th and 2nd grade. What I'm here to talk about is in-person learning. I chose that when the survey was originally sent out, and I would choose it again today. I have tried every avenue to express my concerns, but I feel like they're falling on deaf ears. Even worse, I've had my motives questioned and have been accused of just wanting to get my kids out of the house. I know hundreds of other parents feel the same as I do. We are frustrated and just want to be heard. I've been so disappointed in the education my children are receiving from AISD's virtual learning that I have looked at private to meet their educational needs. Due to the various technical issues and unreliable nature of the internet communication, virtual learning can be extremely difficult. My normally cheerful second loves school breaks down in tears at least once a day over the challenges she faces, what normally would be simple tasks. Last year, she was supposed to be tested for dyslexia, and it was not addressed in a timely manner. And here we are 7 months later, and my child is suffering due to the failures and inactions by the people who entrusted to educate her. I love and value the time I've had at home with my children. However, I am not a professional educator. And with me and my husband working full time, there's only so much we can do to bridge the gap. I and many other working parents like me are well aware of the risks, and we believe our children are suffering more from not being in the classroom than that from any potential sickness. Except for the 7 weeks I was shut down, I have continued to go to my job and work every day. I work in close contact with the public, seeing 50 to 60 different clients a week, and I have yet to get sick. Texas continues to move forward, getting back to business of living our lives and doing our jobs while children are getting left behind. In closing, I urge you all to put fear and politics aside and allow in-person learning for those who choose it. Let us make the decision that is best for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Next, we had Dr. Albert.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Welcome, Dr. Albert. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos and distinguished board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Alberto Parra. I'm a hematology oncology physician. My wife, Catherine Parra, is a specialty pharmacist. We have twin girls in 4th grade and a son in kindergarten at Butler Elementary. I'm not here to discuss the horrors of COVID-19 I've witnessed firsthand or the stories about how it's affected my patients' lives. Here to hopefully add some reasonable perspective on the current data and to advocate for giving families options. I would first like to discuss the option for virtual learning. We know that people have no comorbidities, and we know that people with no comorbidities and those under the age of 50 have a high chance of surviving COVID-19. However, recent data released by the CDC also shows that 94% of deaths attributed to COVID-19 were associated with advanced age and or pre-existing risk factors. Our family, like many other families within ISD, rely on our parents who are over the age of 60 and have comorbidities. We rely on them to help care for and now teach our children. And in doing so, my wife and I can continue to consistently and safely serve our patients. Furthermore, national employment statistics show that only 1 in 5 Black Americans and 1 in 6 Latino Americans can work from home. We also know that within these communities, there are often multi-generational households and older family members who help care for the children. This drives the need to allow widespread access to technology and the continued option for distance learning. Families should not have to choose between sending their children to school, maintaining employment, and protecting their family members. This helps segue into the need for a safe way to introduce in-person learning, whether that is through a total in-person approach or with the hybrid model. Let me preface this with the understanding that the American Academy of Pediatrics has advocated that when safe, in-school learning is always preferred. However, 2 important risk factors need to be constantly addressed: the monitoring of community spread and the implementation of appropriate preventative measures. According to studies and reports out of South Korea, it appears that children aged 10 to 18 spread the virus at the same rate as adults. We also know that the CDC's current best estimate is that 40% of infections are asymptomatic. We are all aware of the recent surge in cases and deaths that ravaged Texas this summer. We have since been able to bring down the 7-day positivity trend in large part to the mask mandate. It is essential to not only have a face mask policy when we return to school, but to ensure all faculty and staff are continuously enforcing it. Following all safety recommendations and allowing science and data to drive our decision-making process will be vital to properly safeguarding our schools. Finally, this discussion will be for naught if we, as a society, do not understand our role in sending our children back to school safely. When discussing risk, it is not an all or nothing approach. We as a society must make a mindful and calculated risk in our daily activities. This allows us to not only open schools, but keep them open. I say this to drive home the point that I understand that each family has a unique dynamic to consider and that multiple options are required to meet the needs of the community. In conclusion, let us embrace the uncertainty of COVID-19 and not be afraid to confront this issue together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parra.
President Mays, our next 3 speakers are Ian Pierce, Don Early, and Kim Martinez.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. So our first speaker will be Ian Pierce. There you are. Your time starts now, Mr. Pierce.
Good evening, board members, President Mays, Dr. Cavazos. It's nice to see you here tonight. My concern tonight and what I'd like to speak about is when we do go back to in-person learning, the sanitation process that will occur. Whether you know it or not, we are providing teachers with a product called SaniQ Squared. It is a perfectly safe cleaner when used correctly. My concern is, will it be used correctly? The first issue that I have is that according to the EPA label, it is a level 1 corrosive. It carries the signal word danger. This is opposed to something like a level 3 disinfectant like Lysol, which carries the signal word irritant. According to the label, it has to be mixed in very specific quantities for it to be effective, 450 parts per million, which works out to 0.6 ounces of concentrate for every gallon of water. So I have to wonder, are teachers, faculty, and staff going to be trained and given the proper equipment to measure this product correctly? Because too little and it's not effective, too much and you run the risk of exposure. And in regards to that exposure, the other concern I have is really who's going to be applying it, whether it's teachers or staff. According to the EPA label by law, whoever's applying this has to have gloves, chemical resistant gloves, goggles, face shield, or safety glasses, a mask, and protective clothing to apply it. It then has to sit on that surface wet for at least 10 minutes to be effective. On top of that, this product is listed as a food contact post-rinse required, which means if you're going to eat on it, say have a student eat at their desk, once it has been used, it must be rinsed afterwards to remove any residue. So, I look at all of these things and I don't know why we're using this product other than the fact that it's used in the electrostatic misting systems that the district owns. Why not use something that's maybe a little safer and has a little more leeway for our staff and students? Because my concern is that we come back, we start applying this stuff, and it's going to get teachers sick. It's going to get kids sick. This is the kind of stuff that if you breathe it in, it will burn your lungs. It has a high degree of risk associated with throat and eyes, as well as nose, and then extended exposure in contact with your skin. So I am all for reopening if it can be done safely. And I would like the board to look into this and see if there is not another sanitizer available other than SaniQ Squared, because I really don't think it's the best product for our staff, our teachers, and our students. I think it just carries too much risk for what it's worth for any kind of cost saving measure. And on top of that, if anyone gets sick from this, the school district will be liable for it. That's straight from the EPA. This is a federal regulation. I've seen what happens when people are exposed and burned by chemicals.
Mr. Pierce, your time is expended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You all have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Okay, our next speaker, Donald Early. There you are. Mr. Early, your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I appreciate the wisdom and examples set by a Board of Trustees meeting remotely to vote for resuming in-person school. This shows me that the board not only understands that the risks are real, but that they're savvy enough to work around them. This is reassuring because according to recent news stories, some in education still believe this virus to be a hoax. Arlington ISD is the 13th largest district in Texas, responsible for 60,000 students. Arlington ISD also lays smack dab in the middle of Dallas and Tarrant counties, two of the three counties with the most cases in the state. Indeed, Texas reported 4,000 new cases yesterday. This is an unfortunate place we find ourselves. Having to choose the right path is never easy, and this choice has been so poisoned by today's politics, we can't even make it without acknowledging them. Let me be clear, this virus is not the flu. It is a novel airborne virus moving so silently through us that a good portion of the population is unsure it even exists. Those infected shed the virus for days before symptoms manifest, making person-to-person transmission exponentially effective. It affects not only the respiratory system, but the heart, kidneys, and nervous system as well. Many patients who have recovered report suffering from symptoms persisting long after, and tens of thousands of people, including children, have died already, and there is nothing known about the long-term effects of this disease for those that survive it. This board is about to vote on a measure that, if passed, flies in the face of a joint control order of the local health authorities for Tarrant County and the city of Arlington to keep schools closed for face-to-face instruction until September 28th. I'm not alone in my concerns for this vote. We have watched the abdication of governance of public health and education fall away from the chambers of the governor to the TEA to the school districts themselves. This creates a situation where policy is not led by the science, but by the politics, not by doctors and epidemiologists, but by frustrated parents. I am concerned about this politicization of public health. We repeat things like children can't get it, or children spread it less than adults, without actually referencing the science. These are just talking points distributed by politicians seeking re-election. The science does show that children under 10 may spread it less, but reliable data is still being collected and reviewed. And there's ample evidence that children over 10 spread the virus just as much as adults. In closing, I would like to point out the trappings of hypocrisy surrounding this decision. The belief that our science teachers should teach quality, responsible science while at the same time ignoring the clear and abundant evidence surrounding COVID-19 strikes me as disingenuous, and I fear the erosion of trust placed in us. School openings before the virus is contained effectively enough for testing and contact tracing to keep up with new cases are already failing all over the country and forcing schools to reclose. We are expected to act as role models for the population we serve. You are tasked with the duty to act as a fiduciary for the community you serve. Time will tell how well you perform your duties. I do have questions.
Mr. Early, your time has expended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Our next speaker, Ms. Martinez. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can. Your time is ready.
Excellent. Good evening, President Mays, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos. Tonight I come before you to enter into the public record the fears and dissent of the educators everywhere. We do understand that that Governor Abbott, as well as the TEA, have pushed school districts into a corner. They've taken away our option for safer options, all in the name of politics. But we want the world to see that every public school employee is a human being with a life. With that in mind, several of us have written our obituaries. So I'll start with my own. Webb Elementary lost one of their veteran early childhood educators to COVID. She started her career at Webb 16 years ago. Although she earned an alternative certification, she immediately took to teaching and became a very dedicated and passionate teacher who has advocated for her students and fellow educators through her political activism. Her students and their families were quick to show their appreciation to her in many ways, large and small. Just days before her passing, a family she taught 2 years ago stopped by to bring a meal of homemade enchiladas and rice because they knew she had been struggling with the anxiety of returning to the classroom amid a pandemic. Mrs. Martinez is survived by her husband, her 2 sons, 20 and 15, her 2 sisters, 2 nephews, a niece, and her mother. She will be sorely missed at Webb Elementary. Poppy Moore, a 22-year AISD veteran educator for the past 18 years at Sam Houston High School, passed away from COVID complications. She touched numerous lives of students in the AP and IB program programs that she was in charge of. She was required to go back in person to teach while the school board members met behind virtual screens from the safety of their homes. She is survived by her mother, husband, and daughter. Ms. J has been in the district for the past 16 years and loved working with children, teaching them lifelong skills. She was in charge of many extracurricular activities such as the STEP team, robotics club, AVID committee, and CTAC. She always wanted to leave a great impact on her students by being approachable and reciprocal. Students and staff looked up to her and felt a sense of commitment from her, which allowed them to feel safe and comfortable, which helped them to express their independence through the task of creativity. She leaves to mourn her only child, a host of relatives, friends, and coworkers. Ms. A. Ms. A lost her life to COVID today. She was a dedicated bilingual teacher in Arlington ISD for 16 years. She was widely loved and respected for her sense of humor and inclusive classroom. She leaves behind her 23-year-old son and her 21-year-old daughter, her parents, 5 brothers and sisters.
Ms. Martinez, your time is expended.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Thank you for your service to our students.
The next three speakers are Mr. Brandon Lopez, Miss Cindy Kalakua, and Brianna Bianco.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your time has started.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this public forum today, not only to be heard, but to have the contents of my message genuinely considered. I am deeply concerned as an educator and a professional scientist at the potential of opening school buildings as it pertains to the acquisition and spread of COVID-19 in our schools and community. COVID-19 is something unlike anything we've ever seen. We truly live in unprecedented times. This is a virus that can spread without the host knowing or exhibiting symptoms. It is insidious and lethal. Unfortunately, in today's news stories and political climate, we have somehow confused matters of scientific fact with matters of politics and opinion. And unfortunately for our situation, the science is clear on one thing. COVID can kill us or leave lasting damage. We face not an existential threat from afar, but a real one that has already ravaged the lives of many in our community. We surely have pressure to return to normal. We all want to return to normal, but this virus, this threat stands in the way, bringing its own rules and timelines to the table. We are at an important crossroads, making decisions that will affect not just the schedules and logistics of our community, but our own lives. It is a fact that the decisions here today are life and death. The reopening of school buildings for in-person learning before we can ensure safety and survival of our students, teachers, and staff when there are other options available is dangerous and morally wrong. Do not misunderstand me. Our reopening is eventual, it is inevitable, and we all want things to go back to normal. As a Board of Trustees, however, you cannot yield to the pressures of politics that come from every avenue. Scientists around the world are working together like never before to figure this one out, but we're just not there yet. Being a doctor of pharmacy, Dr. Reich, you understand the medical complexities of this disease and the seriousness with which we must act. To Mr. Hogg, you ran on this seat with only two things, safety and collaboration. Today you are called to discuss and decide these exact issues, the safety of our students and the staff you serve, and how well you have listened to the collaboration of scientists and epidemiologists worldwide. Mr. Wilbanks, my hope is that you can make not a business decision today, but a human decision, a decision that puts the safety of all of us at the forefront and extends our school year transition to keep us safer for longer. Mrs. Fowler, Mr. Chapa, and Ms. Walton, as teachers, you understand the devastating impact this virus has had and will have on our students. Ms. Mays, I hope today that you can fulfill part of your Dreamweavers Foundation mission to inspire teens to be leaders. Today, we should lead by example by putting the lives of our community first and act with an abundance of caution to show that the children we serve, that we are role models deserving of their respect and admiration. Today, AISD can continue to be a leader in our Metroplex by listening to medical science, or we can be another statistic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Okay, our next speaker. Yes, can you hear me, Ms. Kalaluka? Very good. Your time has started.
Thank you. President Mays, Dr. Cavazos, and members of the board, I'm here solely to say thank you because you are in a situation that I could not possibly handle. On a daily basis before COVID, you have a much bigger job than I can possibly even imagine. All the tiny bolts and nuts that hold this district together, I could not do it. We are all wanting to be back to the pre-COVID state, and that is just not going to happen right now. And you are in the unenviable role of having to come up with a plan where there is no good plan. I want to let you know that I appreciate all the thought and effort that goes into this. And I know that you have looked through as much data and you're doing the very best that you can with the information that you have currently. I know in my own personal life, there are many things that I would change if I could go back to, but at the time, with the information I had, that was the best I could do. Thank you. Thank you. I know that we are all stretched further than we ever thought we could. Parents, as a 30-year teacher, talking to my parents and my families of first graders, trying to juggle jobs and children and technology, it breaks my heart. Having teachers having to care for all their students and their own personal children, it's not a situation that is good in any way. And I thank all of you on the board, the staff, the families, the teachers. And I know there are so many that I am forgetting. Please understand that I'm speaking to every one of you. Thank you for putting 150% towards dealing with the situation.
Thank you, Ms. Kalaluka. Okay, our next speaker, Brianna Bianca. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Bianca, your time has started now.
Good evening. Thank you for continuing to keep the safety of students and staff at the forefront of your decisions. I'm urging you to consider asking TEA for a waiver to extend our virtual-only learning for another few weeks. As an instructional coach, I've already seen teachers and students do amazing things through virtual learning, especially at McNutt. Teachers and students are using innovation, ingenuity, and creativity to make products and solve problems in new ways. Learning and growing is happening. I know teachers and parents are tired. I know we are all experiencing tech issues, and I know we all want things to just go back to normal. However, no matter how hard we wish for something, that will not make it true. It is still not safe or feasible to bring hundreds or thousands of students back into a school building altogether. Fortunately, the number of cases of COVID-19 have been decreasing here in Tarrant County recently. However, we need to learn from our past mistakes. At the end of the spring, Governor Abbott hastily reopened bars and restaurants just when our numbers had seemed to decrease slightly. After that, we had the worst rise in cases yet, especially in July. We have worked hard to flatten the curve, but my greatest fear is that we will too quickly open schools and undo the progress we have made. Our numbers continue to decrease because school buildings are not open. Data and science are our greatest tools in this fight. Unfortunately, the science isn't available yet to tell us the role of children in spreading this virus. However, we can learn from other schools who have attempted to open in the past several months. In schools across the country that are reopening, they have been forced to close again or send home hundreds of students at a time. Two quick examples. Alpine School District in Utah has 67 cases that have spread through 91 schools and 6 district offices. Of those, 41 were students. This week in Keller ISD, 145 in-person 5th grade students and staff members have moved to online-only classes for 2 weeks and will have to remain in self-quarantine. What we do know is this: masks work to not only reduce spread of the disease, but also the severity of disease. If you decide to send some of our students back to school now, masks need to be required for all students, including the youngest of our students. COVID-19 is aerosolized. Face shields alone will not work. To protect all children and staff members, masks must be worn by everyone in the building, not just those who are 10 and older. Transmission among children is not zero. School staff needs more time to develop and practice procedures for social distancing when we do welcome students back. The sheer logistics of trying to figure out how to do arrival, breakfast, transitions, lunch, hand washing, bathroom breaks, specials classes, cleaning, buses, recess, water access, clinic visits, and dismissal is difficult in normal circumstances. And now we are being asked to figure that all out while also asking children to avoid touching each other or being near others who are in another class. I know many parents are asking you to let their children return to campus or asking you to provide options, but we need more time. Time to let the numbers continue to decline, time to see how the numbers react after the Labor Day weekend, time to get procedures in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bianco. Ms. Benjamin?
Oh, our next 3 speakers are Scott Ludwig, Wendell Belfield, and John Wheeler.
Okay. Mr. Ludwig, I see you connecting. Are you going to do audio?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, your time has begun.
Hi, I'm Scott Ludwig. My wife and I have 4 kids in Arlington schools from 7th down to 2nd grade. My comments regard the waiver to extend the transition beyond the 4-week limit. Here's my bottom line up front. No, 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 no. No extensions. Get our kids back into real in-person classrooms now. Online learning is unsustainable for parents who need to work, and it's no substitute for in-person learning, and everybody knows it. In the past 3 weeks, several teachers have secretly admitted to me that online learning is a joke, and they're dying to get back to real classrooms. They're not afraid of COVID-19. They're afraid of catching hell from the teachers union and administrators for not playing along with the online learning con job. Just yesterday, one teacher begged me to speak at today's school board meeting because if she spoke up, she'd lose her job. You school board members can hide behind infection rates and health authorities and pretend that online learning is going great, but you must be clueless about what the parents and kids are really going through. We parents can't get anything done because we have to monitor our kids at home all day, every day to make sure they do their schoolwork and don't miss their Zoom meetings. We help them with technical issues and how to make the wonky web apps work. On top of that, a lot of us have babies, toddlers, or elderly parents who also need our attention. We need to get to work and run errands. We aren't getting paid to be teachers, tutors, and IT support. That's what our taxes are paying teachers and staff to do. Is the school board going to start paying us a teacher's aide salary? Because that's our job now with this online garbage. And don't tell us you need more time. Frisco, Collin County, and Carroll ISD open in-person school today. Dallas County is opening their school sports programs. If they can do it, so can Arlington. Stop making excuses. If you announced today that schools were opening next Monday, I know the teachers and schools could and would make it happen. So make it work. Here's what my kids are saying. Dad, I'm not going to learn anything online this year. When can we go back to real school? I can't do my assignments because Seesaw isn't working. I can't figure out what the teacher wants me to do, and I can't ask her about it. I hate online learning. Why are we doing this? Why can't we just go to school? It's disgusting that I have to hear things like that. If y'all don't start in-person school now, then we need to recall every one of you and replace you with people who will. We should petition the governor to reject your extension request and defund all the teachers and administrators who'd rather play school at home in their pajamas instead of get up and go to school and actually educate our kids. Now, I know not every teacher is on board with the online only thing, but the impression we have of you professional educators is that you're crippling our kids academically. Other schools are already open. Any more talk of extension makes you look at best lazy and incompetent, and at worst uncaring and sinister. In conclusion, no extensions. This has gone far enough. Get in gear and start in-person school now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. Our next speaker. Can you hear me?
Is this Wendell Bielefeld?
Yes, I can hear you, Wendell. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, your time has begun.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. First, I want to provide an update on the metrics. So on Tuesday this week, I was able to meet with Mr. Vinny Taneja, the Director of Tarrant County Public Health. He was extremely gracious and spent 15 to 20 minutes with me in a good and engaging conversation on the metrics. One of the things I brought up was a question about Arlington ISD looking for 4 weeks of stabilization on all the metrics. Mr. Taneja said that was not the intent and it's not necessary. Each of the metrics has its own built-in stabilization factors, and it's not necessary to add another one on top of that. So quickly, here are the 6 metrics our local health experts have defined as needing to be reached before reopening the schools. Have the ISDs presented the plans for reopening? Yes, we have. Are the rate of cases per week less than 2,000? Yes, they are. Do we have 4 weeks of data showing stable or declining case counts? Yes, we do. Has the 7-day moving average for COVID-like illness percent been trending lower for at least the last 2 weeks? Yes, it has. Are the percent of hospital beds occupied in Tarrant County by COVID cases at or below 10%? Yes, they are. Is the 7-day positivity rate 10% or less, ideally less than 5%? Yes, it is 10% or less. The moving average is 9% and has been 9 or 10% for 3.5 weeks now. So now right now you're going, wait a minute, what was that last metric with the 2 thresholds? Mr. Taneja and I talked at length about why that metric had 2 numbers in it, 10% and 5%. He said there was a lot of back and forth and discussion in the health department about which number would be the proper threshold. Their eventual compromise was to state the metric exactly like they did, quote, 10% or less, ideally less than 5%. From a statutory perspective, the 10% is a threshold, but Mr. Taneja personally would like to see the 5% positivity rate. The positivity rate metric is meant to indicate if your testing is casting a wide enough net to capture the desired percentage of actual cases in the community. Positivity rate is calculated as the number of positive tests divided by the number of total tests. Recently, it's been conflated with defining community spread, but it is not meant to do that. To illustrate what positivity rate measures, imagine a wonderful and cheap test that every student in Tarrant County could take every day, spitting in a cup in the morning to test. So every day you have 200,000 tests being performed. Now imagine that captures a crazy number of positive cases, say 1,000 or even 2,000 students being tested positive every day. That positivity rate is still 1%. So even though you're in a big outbreak situation with thousands of cases a day and blowing out your cases per week metric, your positivity rate will still be terrific because you're casting a wide net and are running at 1%. I took a lot of time to say all this just so you'd have some more background in the coming days in case you hear the positivity rate misapplied to represent community spread. I encouraged my daughter to sign up and speak, but she was a little too nervous. I did tell her, though, I'd throw in a short piece of what she wrote, and she said, students going back to school would not only benefit in their education, but they would benefit in their mental health, and it would give them the social communication they so desperately need. Finally, I want to address everyone in Arlington, but especially all the parents and students who want in-person schooling to start back as soon as possible. This holiday weekend, let's not mess this up. Let's stay smart and keep the numbers trending down. Socially distance, wear your mask when you should, and keep up the hand washing and hygiene. It is working, and we need it to keep working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beneful. Okay, our next speaker, Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your time has begun.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John Wheeler. My wife and I, we have 3 kids, 2 of whom are, one's in kindergarten, one's in 3rd grade. So we've heard a common thread of we're all in this together, but the unfortunate reality is we're not in all this. We're not in this as equally as others. So besides the obvious health risks, we have to balance the mental health risks, especially those already at risk of depression and suffer from job loss, and also children suffering from neglect, abuse, or they're in homes not conducive to remote learning. According to American Association Pediatrics study that was released 2 days ago, and I also want to make a note that this was conducted back in June of 2020, before the school year restarted. They did a study with parents, and 1 in 4 parents reported worsening mental health for themselves. 1 in 7 parents reported worsening behavioral health for their children, and 24% of parents reported loss of regular childcare. The pandemic has had a substantial tandem impact on parents and children in the United States. As policymakers consider additional measures to mitigate the health and economic effects of the pandemic, they should also consider the unique needs of families with children. So there's been growing frustration with parents with juggling work, school lessons, and home life. We also allow those most at risk, we should allow those most at risk to continue remote learning. However, as the board considers allowing parents that, the board should consider allowing parents the option to attend in-person class. With the upcoming voucher tax, we'd like to also see additional data regarding teacher turnover and impact on compensation on recruiting and retention. Specifically, how does Arlington ISD compare to other districts? And if the higher turnover is confined to certain positions and or schools, which could indicate whether they're seeking better opportunities elsewhere, or it could be a leadership challenge. Having this information will build a stronger case for better teacher and staff compensation. I appreciate your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
President Mays, our last 3 speakers are Marisol Fritz, James Ellis, and Joel Smith.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you. Your time has
Hi.
begun.
I don't really want my
How are
camera
you?
on. I don't know how to disable that.
Okay. Well, we can't see your face, but we can hear you.
Okay. All right. You ready for me to go?
Yes, your time has started now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the board. I just want to start with a virtual learning environment is not effective for our son who has an IEP for a learning disability. I feel it's important to understand a little bit of where we're coming from in this matter. The elementary school for 3 years that our son attended did not help our son via child find. According to federal law, child find is part of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It's a legal requirement for the school district to find all children that may have a disability and refer those children for special education assessment. We met with the staff multiple times about our concerns, and were finally not referred, but it was finally suggested after 3 years that he get an assessment. At the beginning of sixth grade, the timeline, I guess, started, and they missed several times, the deadlines, the legal deadlines. During those 3 years, our son was also bullied extensively. We had countless meetings with the staff about this as well. We had meetings with 3 separate area superintendents. We had a meeting on the phone with the assistant superintendent, multiple emails to the superintendent who never replied. And graciously, a school board member who was in constant communication with us, we really appreciated that. It was found that the staff at the elementary school did not know anything about David's Law, and they did not understand AISD's progressive disciplinary policy. We finally put 2 and 2 together and realized that our son was not provided a safe learning environment, and he was not given a free, appropriate public education, which we feel has led to this learning disability. When he finally, we had ARD meetings that were never completed, and then we had COVID. So this led us to this virtual setting today, which is he's never had an IEP on campus, and his first IEP experience is through this virtual learning, which is of zero value. One assignment takes us 2 hours to complete. My husband and I are educated people. We've gone to college. We understand how some of this stuff works, but we can't remember. It takes 2 hours to help a child with a learning disability, and there's some things that we, have to try to figure out ourselves because we are not teachers. How did AISD pick and choose which special education students deserve to be on campus? This leads us also to ask, why is one health authority, her word, treated as gospel? Has anyone verified her research? The city's website still has her as the medical director for Grand Prairie and also as a physician at Medical Center of Arlington, which are both false. Grand Prairie has had a new medical director for several years now. Has anyone spoken with any local children's hospitals regarding the stats of COVID transmission rates from children to adults, death rates with children, as your health authority is an adult ER physician? This also brings me to, as far as the mask that y'all have for your dress code now. I would like to know where the science is, the peer-reviewed science that y'all are going by, showing that these cloth masks are effective.
Ms. Fritz, your time is expended.
It's over? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Marisol, for your comments.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Mr. Ellis.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Your time has begun.
We stopped smallpox by identifying, isolating, and vaccinating until the disease was completely eradicated. We forget that it took decades. The infected were easy to spot. World superpowers were working together. And in the 20th century alone, smallpox killed over 300 million people. We don't have a vaccine. We're not working with the world or the WHO. This is life and death. The US has more cases and more deaths than any other country in the world. Across the country, schools are opening only to close again due to outbreaks. And Texas is currently behind only Ohio and Florida in the total number of school-related COVID cases. We've got to remember that COVID is not a cause of death. It just helps other pre-existing conditions kill you, because AISD has thousands of students and teachers with pre-existing health factors that put them at risk. And this disease isn't either you're dead or 100% fine. There's overwhelming evidence that it will cause permanent heart, lung, and neurological damage for millions that become infected. Sanitizing classrooms is only part of it. Are the chemicals we're using in schools approved by the CDC and EPA? How will they affect people with asthma or other chronic conditions? Or will they even cause even more problems? Everyone wants the easy 10-word answer with an all or nothing solution. That's why we're extremely grateful to Dr. Cavazos and the AISD board for putting safety first, with plans to return to school in smaller, staggered groups so everyone has time to adjust. Because even if AISD does everything perfectly, all it takes is one outbreak in the area and resources become overwhelmed. It's not safe yet, which is why today we're meeting virtually. This week, the WHO stated, and I quote, "We want to see children returning to school and people returning to the workplace, but we want to see it done safely. No country can pretend the pandemic is over. The reality is this virus spreads easily. Opening up without control is a recipe for disaster." We must utilize the TEA's extension waiver to secure another 4 weeks of off-campus learning so the board can thoroughly develop and put in writing your classroom transition roadmap. You have to. Families are having to go far above and beyond anything that's ever been asked of us before. Students must keep themselves and their clothes extra clean. Masks have to be sterilized and rotated. Students need extra school supplies on hand because you can't share. That's a lot of extra expense when funds are low. And when my student gets home, how am I supposed to sanitize backpacks and shoes and coats and books when I haven't seen a single can of Lysol for sale in over 6 months? We need a full and comprehensive plan on all this, and then we need time to get it prepared. I just want to make sure we do this right, we do it safely, and we only have to do it once.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker. Joel Smith, there you go, you're unmuted. Mr. Smith, I see you. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, your time started now.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Okay. Well, I do not envy any of you and the decisions you have to make. So good luck on everything. I hope you've heard some great cases tonight. Arlington ISD has done some wonderful things so far. Distributing supplies has been great. And there are many you should be, the Arlington ISD and the board and our administrators should be praised. Our teachers certainly need a lot of praise for the hard work they've done. I do have some reservations about opening, and I understand the case against that. Those who are vulnerable need to be protected, and keeping our faculty and our staff safe from this pandemic is vital. However, I also understand the case against the case for opening, and I know a lot of our children are really struggling, and many of our parents are struggling to keep them on task. If you have 2 parents working at home or more, and you have children who need to be monitored and guided through the learning process, you just can't do it. I'm one of those types of parents, and I have one of those types of families, and we can't get through the material correctly. My children are falling behind in school, and it's at a point where it's really stressed us out. To some degree, I've just decided that, and I've communicated with the teachers and my kids' classes and the elementary classes, that I can no longer really do virtual learning. It's just too much of a burden on our family. It's too stressful for us. And it's putting us in a situation where I can either beg and plead for more and more grace and continue to fall behind, or a more creative solution I hope you will consider is maybe perhaps retroactively delaying the beginning of school, maybe thinking about giving our teachers more time to train and interact with the virtual learning environment so that they can then be more prepared perhaps later in the year, and so that parents can find better solutions for their children during this time, maybe homeschooling, or maybe even just we could go into the next summer a little bit longer. I don't know what it may be, but at this particular moment, the situation that my family faces, and I know many that I talk to encounter this situation, we just can't guide our children through the convoluted system that is set up because the teachers just don't have enough time and support working through this. For over a decade, I have taught online courses as a college instructor, and in order to do that, I had to take a year off, have course releases, and train for an entire year to be able to teach online. It is that complicated. I don't think our teachers have had enough time, as skilled and as wonderful as they
your
are.
time is expended.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, Ms. Benjamin, was that our last speaker?
Yes, ma'am. That was our last speaker for this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next on our agenda is our action item. That item is consider the resolution to nominate a candidate for the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mason. We bring this for your consideration for TAD member to be nominated.
Okay, this is an action item. Is there any discussion? Is there? Yes, Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, President Mays. And as you know, we were tasked with this duty to nominate a new member for the Tarrant Appraisal Board District. We're allowed a certain number of votes every year. And our member, Mr. Mike O'Donnell, had some changes in his work and changes in family commitments, and asked to be recalled so that he could be pulled off and our vote would still be commenced. And so with that, we voted a couple of weeks ago at the last board meeting to recall his votes. And with that, we then, through the process, have the empowerment to cast votes for a new member and consider a resolution to nominate a new candidate from that. We took some extensive thoughts and following the history of what our board has usually done, find someone who is well representative. They understand how to govern, because this is a board where you truly are governing the Tarrant Appraisal District. You're not doing the appraisals, but you're governing their operations and how they function. Historically, we've had Mr. Michael Glaspie and Mr. Mike O'Donnell serve for us in the past, former trustees, so we followed that trend. I'm proud, and I'll read the resolution, to nominate Mr. Tony Pompa. He is a outstanding former trustee from us. He's also a business owner, multiple businesses, had one in Arlington, now one in North Fort Worth, still lives in Arlington, and I think couldn't be a better representation for us to nominate and serve on this board with some very difficult tasks in front of them. I would say, as this is filling in essence, an interim term of 1.5 years, through some discussions before this, I would ask, after we have nominated and in 1.5 years, this position comes back up and we renominate and there's new votes, and I may be a little off on my time, but it's somewhere in that time frame. I would ask our governance committee to review and say, is this the best process of how we nominate? Should we be taking applications? Should we be looking at the review? And I think that's something for us to explore and evaluate more going forward. So at that time, unless there's other discussions, I would be more than willing to make a motion and read my resolution. Awesome. With that, I'll make a motion, consider resolution to nominate. So I move that the board adopt the following resolution. Whereas the Arlington Independent School District taxing entity has determined its preference for the representative to the board of directors of the Tarrant Appraisal District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Arlington Independent School District taxing entity does hereby nominate Tony Pompa, 5101 Forest Lake Court, Arlington, Texas, 76017, as a member of the board of directors for the Tarrant Appraisal District, and that a copy of this resolution be submitted to Jeff Law, Chief Appraiser, Tarrant Appraisal District, 2500 Hanley Etterville Road, Fort Worth, Texas, 76118 6982. This motion would be passed and approved by the Board of Trustees on September 3rd, 2020. That is my motion and in a form of resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg, for that motion. Dr. Reich?
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Mr. Hogg, a second by Dr. Reich. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Mr. Hogg?
Bowie Hogg, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich?
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton?
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler?
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks?
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa?
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative for our nominee for candidate for the Tarrant County Appraisal District Board of Directors. Thank you very much. Okay, next on our agenda are discussion action items. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays, and we have a number of discussion action items this evening. We would request that we move item D up to be first, and that's the reopening schools 2020-2021 plan update. It is in this update that we will also provide a review of the metrics, and we've also invited to join us this evening Dr. Vinny Tenasia, our Tarrant County Health Authority. Vinny, welcome. And so he would provide insight to the dashboard and the numbers and the metrics as well. I'll say ahead of time that We have a great partnership with Vinny and his office, and we have worked together and collaborated together. And we appreciate, Vinny, your wisdom, your guidance during this time, and even not during this time when we've interacted before. And so I'm going to turn it over, President Mays, to Tracy Brown, Dr. Brown, to lead the presentation. When we get to the numbers, then as appropriate, Dr. Taneja can answer questions and things like that. So Dr. Brown.
All right. Good evening, President Mays, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to present a return to school update, or a regular board update with information, current information about registration, about attendance, also about our Tarrant County Public Health Guidance Update, and then also provide some information about our in-person learning guidance. So that will be basically what we'll cover during our update today. So as we always begin, we talk about our guiding principles, which are here on this slide. The first one, of course, being flexibility and grace, just knowing the current space that we're in, of course, extending grace and asking for grace as well. Educational equity, making sure all of our students and staff, all of our students have access to equal resources and, of course, rigorous learning opportunities, whether they're in person or face-to-face. Stakeholder input, the importance of valuing that from our constituents. And then, of course, prioritizing the health and safety of all of our students and our staff members. And these guiding principles have undergirded all of the work we've engaged in as we've been in the midst of this pandemic. So as it relates to meal distribution, we have so far served over 80,000 meals since we started school August 17th. As I shared last time during our board update, we have been serving meals since we've been in closure since mid-March. And so we're very proud of our food services team and how they are effectively distributing meals to our students in the community. So as we continue in the virtual learning setting for many of our students, we will continue to serve meals bi-weekly in 30 locations. We will offer those again still 2 days a week on Tuesdays and on Thursdays. That daily pickup time is between 1:30 and 2:30. And so for lunch, our students who are experiencing virtual learning, they get a hot meal and they also get breakfast for the next morning as well. And as we transition to in-person, of course, we'll still serve meals to our virtual learners and to those who are engaging in in-person instruction. For breakfast, all of our students, K-12, will pick up their breakfast as they're entering into the school, and then they're going to report to their assigned area. Now that's going to vary by campus where they're going to be assigned to eat their breakfast. For our kinder and first grade students for lunch, they will eat in the cafeteria. They will be physically distanced in the cafeteria to make sure they have plenty of space to be able to consume their food. Our 2nd through 12th grade students will either eat in the classrooms or other assigned areas. So many of our principals now, of course, are in the throes now of planning for how that's going to look. It may vary from campus to campus, but it will be making sure that there's safe space for the students to be able to consume their lunch. And because of our current situation, all of our students will eat on campus, regardless of grade level. And that's going to be a little bit different for our high school students because they're used to some an open lunch, but we will not allow students to leave campus to eat lunch during the middle of the pandemic that we're experiencing. No outside food will be able to be delivered to the campus. And then also would go for any parents who are choosing to visit their children for lunch. That will not be allowed. Visitors will be, of course, by appointment only. And we're trying to limit the amount of visitors and the space in which they engage. So that front office is going to be probably the main area where we will have visitors by appointment. And we know this looks very different than the welcoming environment that we always have with parents freely coming into the schools. But we want to make sure that we, again, have the safest place possible for our students and our staff members and limit the amount of traffic that we have coming in and out of the buildings. So Operation Registration, we've talked about registration for several weeks and talked about many of the plans that our Operation Registration teams on campus were engaging in to be able to assist parents who needed support with registering, reach out to any students who may not have been able to register yet, And many of our campuses have been engaging in home visits too. So our projected enrollment is 59,155. So far, we're at about 95.4% of our projected enrollment. And of course, we still continue to try to make contact with any of those parents we've not been able to reach yet to see about their intentions for registering their students for school. We have pre-Kers, of course. We have a Hello Pre-K event that we're excited about happening right after Labor Day. And so from 4:30 to 5:30, if it's a Pre-K3 student or Pre-K4 student, you can show up at your home location. We have a drive-through event. We'll have pre-K staff there as well. And we'll be sharing information to parents and also providing students with their pre-K backpack that has lots of resources and materials for them to help support their early learning in our pre-K classes. So we've talked a lot about technology and devices and the needs of our students and staff members. And I want you to know that we've had over 23,000 requests for Chromebooks or iPads to support students. And for hotspots to make sure our students have connectivity. We have almost 1,500 requests for those hotspots. We've been able to fulfill the requests that we have so far, and we still have additional devices that we will be handing out to campuses to help them in replenishing devices that may have been damaged or not functioning, optimally or properly. We'll be able to swap those out. We will continue to deliver those remaining inventory because again, since the spring, we have loaned a lot of those devices out to our students. And so we want to make sure that we have enough on hand. So as we get new students to enroll or we need to issue new technology, we'll be able to do that. And because of the fluid nature of the situation that we're in, we are certainly encouraging our students to bring your own device. So as students who are attending in-person learning, for example, we're asking them to bring their loaner device to the campus, or if they have their own device they bring that to the campus and take it back home. Because the situation is so fluid, it's very possible that students will be coming in and out of the schools depending on, hopefully won't have to do too much of that, but if we have to close down for quarantine or any reasons, we want to make sure our students have access to their technology. So bring your own device is going to be something we continue to highlight and support, encourage our students as they're engaging in learning. So in discussing the Tarrant County metrics for safer in-person instruction, we've also talked about this for the last several weeks. And so just wanted to remind the team of the metrics that Tarrant County has outlined for us. And one, of course, a 7-day moving average of positivity rate being less than 10%, ideally 5%. The rate of cases reported less than 2,000 cases per week. And the last 4 weeks of data showing stable or declining case counts. That 7-day moving average of COVID-like illnesses being in decline over the last 2 weeks. And the percent of hospital beds occupied by COVID-19 cases being below 10%. The final metric there is about submitting our plan for approval, and we've already submitted our plan several weeks ago. So this is the current data on the dashboard. The dashboard is a phenomenal way to stay connected to current cases and the situation in Tarrant County. So as you can see, our 7-day moving average rate as of the 29th was about 9%. As of the 29th, also under 2,000 cases at 1,675. The 7-day moving average for COVID-like illness continues to decline at 1.4, and only 4% of hospitalizations as of September 1st of total beds, were occupied by COVID patients. So as you can see, based on the metrics that Tarrant County has outlined, we have met those metrics and have been declining. Another interesting and very informative part of the dashboard that Tarrant County Public Health has put together is really giving us an opportunity to look at each high school attendance zone. We're able to look at all of our comprehensive high schools and look at the case rate and trend in that particular feeder pattern. And the Tarrant County Public Health has given us a recommended learning scenario. And so this is an example of Arlington High Schools. They're the dashboard. We've looked at all of our high schools, comprehensive high schools, and the data all shows that we are recommended for learning scenario that's hybrid learning. So again, very pleased that we're seeing declining cases and look forward to hearing some more information from Vinny a little bit later. So as we think about transitioning to in-person learning, of course, one of our guiding principles is health and safety, as I referenced earlier. So I wanted to share a little bit more information about what others can expect when we transition back to the in-person learning environment. We published guidelines for COVID-19 health and safety handbook for our campuses and for departments in partnership with Tarrant County Public Health to make sure there was one place for our leaders and managers to be able to identify when students are on campus, how should they be screened after the school day, what should transitions look like, all the forms that are required and necessary if we have a positive case of COVID on the campus or at the district level. This handbook has been very instrumental in helping provide clarity for our campus leaders and for other department leaders in our system. So just a reminder, this is not new information, but just wanted to bring this back to light. As we begin in-person learning, we will, of course, make sure that we're doing our very best to screen for COVID-19. As a part of that screening, before campus access is granted to students and staff members, there will be daily screening via an app that we're using with Qualtrics. And this app is mobile friendly. It takes less than a minute to be able to complete that initial screening, so we can make sure that those who are coming in the schools have appropriately screened and are ready to engage in learning or teaching if they're a staff member. Daily temperature checks, and that will be, of course, for all of our students and staff members, another way that we're trying our best to screen and make sure that we're catching any possible symptoms before entering the building. We have a solid communications plan. Again, have worked in tight partnership with Tarrant County Public Health to make sure that our plan is tight, our contact tracing protocols are solid, and that if there is an identified case, that there's a cleaning protocol, the student or staff member is isolated, sent home with instructions, and making sure that we're thoroughly cleaning and disinfecting after a case has been discovered in one of our schools. A couple other things to remember if a parent is choosing in-person learning, this is something that's been recommended. So if someone chooses in-person learning, we are asking that they limit the contact with persons who are at high risk for COVID-like illness for 14 days from the last day the student attended classes. So if there's a student who attends in person, a second grade student, and might be around someone who has lung disease or high blood pressure or diabetes, we are recommending a 14-day stay away from that person just in the event because they are a high risk of COVID illness. And so that is a recommendation coming from our health team. As it relates to campus operations, of course, we're doing our very best to keep COVID out of the schools. So we are requiring masks for all students in grades 1 through 12. They'll be required to wear the face mask at school. If they ride transportation or buses, they'll be required to wear the mask on the bus. They can, of course, remove the mask when they're eating or drinking or engaging in any athletic exercises. We are certain, to the extent possible, making sure that we're providing social, physical distancing for our students, not only when they're eating, but when they're transitioning in the hallways, in classrooms, as very best that we can. As such, for transitions, especially our larger schools, many of the principals are making decisions to have one-way hallways, stagger some of the release times, if you will, just to make sure you're reducing the student density in the hallways and make sure there's one way of moving traffic so you don't have as much interaction between students during transition or passing periods, if you will. And I've already referenced visitors. Again, making appointments. We certainly want to help out our parents and our community members as they need. So please make an appointment, and we're happy to accommodate you in our schools. So if there is a case of COVID on campus, so the positive case will be sent home for school with the required isolation period, which is usually 10 days. So any of the contacts of that person will be sent home for 14 days. So even if the student gets a negative test, say on day 10 of the 14-day quarantine, that would still not shorten the 14 days that's required for that contact to stay quarantined. Contacts of a positive case will include persons who's been within 6 feet of that person for an aggregate of 15 minutes. It could be in a 2 to 3 day period. It could be all at once, 15 minutes, or it could be over a couple of days as well. If there is a student or staff member who is ill with symptoms that could be COVID, we are assuming that they have COVID and they'll be sent home from school for 10 days. So those wishing to return before the 10 days is up will have to have a letter from a certified physician with a diagnosis other than COVID, and that has to come after the symptoms have already started. So even though we can't require students to get tested for COVID, if they are symptomatic, we can require they stay away from the school and activities until their isolation period has expired. So a few next steps that we are going to engage in as we look to transition to in-person learning is to survey parents. Now we know that during registration, some may have completed it back in July, some may have completed it as recently as last week. We want to make sure that we have an accurate portrayal of the number of students who do plan to return for in-person or those who are going to continue to remain in the virtual learning setting. That's very, very important and critical information for us to assess, to be able to determine class sizes, to make sure we're able to social distance, and make sure that the teachers have all the information they need to be able to support students whose parents may choose virtual instruction or those who may choose in person. We're going to continue, of course, our preparation for face-to-face instruction. It will be a pretty significant pivot for us to engage in the face-to-face. So lots of safety protocols, training, and support we want to make sure we provide to our staff members and preparation to receive students on our campuses. And of course, we're going to continue our collaboration with Tarrant County Public Health, monitor, track data, ask questions, share information with them. They give us great feedback and guidance, and they've been a joy to work with as we've navigated this challenging situation. So now I will stop there and see if there are any questions or if Dr. Cavazos has something else he wants to share.
At this point, thank you, Dr. Brown, and open up to questions.
Okay, Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Mays. I would like to discuss with Dr. Tanasia here maybe a little bit of an opportunity to look at what that dashboard is. Before going into that, I want to say to you, Dr. Tanasia, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all of your efforts. You have certainly been thrust more into a spotlight than I think you ever thought you would have been during your career, right? It's great that you have put together this dashboard. I've heard other districts that have been putting together their own model. I don't know what their communication or collaboration is like with their county authorities. I'm so thankful to have us in Tarrant County working with you. Obviously, you've worked so closely with our superintendent and others in the area. And I think that just speaks volume to the level of cooperation that we have consistently tried to continue as we move forward through, specifically now through this pandemic and COVID. When at the very beginning of all this, and just in general as a board, we have always worked on making our decisions based on data, data-driven decisions. I learned that as a resident in MD Anderson. That's where I was first taught that phrase, and I've lived by it pretty much ever since. And I appreciate that we have continued to do that, even with this situation with the pandemic. One of the things that has bothered me that I have seen is, whether it's from the state or other districts in their opening plans, many that are saying we're back in person on X date. My question has consistently been based on what? We can't just have an arbitrary date. We have to base it on something. Even though this is a novel virus, we don't have all the facts. We need to be data driven as much as possible. So I'm so happy that you have held that standard. You've worked with our district in doing that, and others as well. And we as a board are, I think, still committed to following that data and following that science. Once that became a kind of a constant, the next thing that I asked personally of our district was to form a task force with you to discern what those trigger points would be, what those actual important, most significant metrics are for determining a reopening, because having the data and the interpretation of the data are two very different things. And as we have heard over several months now, even with our own Tarrant County data, there's a way that you look at the data and you intend for it to be interpreted, and others may take other pieces out of that and have a completely conflated number that is not the intent. So when asking for those trigger points, and the next step was the dashboard, I personally was uncomfortable with tasking our district with creating their own dashboard and having that same level of subjectivity, if you will. And again, once again, you and the district did it. And you, especially as Tarrant County, you put together this dashboard. So there's no question of the metrics or what the numbers are. It's there. And what I really like most about it is that it's accessible and transparent for anybody that wants to see it. And that, I don't know if there's another model like that. So kudos to you for sure in putting that together. There's a couple of things with it. I'm very interested in if you could kind of walk us through it, what it looks like. Before we begin, I just wanted to double check on some things. So with the red, green, and yellow, we're all in yellow essentially right now in our zones in Arlington. We don't necessarily have. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, in the dashboard, you've recommended a yellow as a hybrid, and hybrid means different things to different people. And we, with education policy, we know what we're thinking about as far as hybrid with Arlington ISD. I'm thinking that your intent, and I just wanted to get clarification on that your intent with hybrid means there's essentially keeping social distancing in line. Is that correct? Keeping it to where we can have essentially, if we can make it 6 feet of distance in any confined space. So I just wanted to make sure and clarify that that's truly the intent. It's not that you're dictating a certain level or hybrid model or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct. So let me first of all say thank you for having me here this evening. Very important topic, and I'm glad that you guys are engaging us in the conversation. And as you can see, there's a lot of complicated metrics to follow, and you're absolutely right. People interpret the data the way they think and they see, and it's so easy to fall in love with a particular indicator or cherry pick the data because this thing looks great. So people kind of gloss over the rest. So we tried to mitigate that by actually creating a composite dashboard that got released today so that there is no chance for error, there is no chance for misinterpretation. And to answer your question, the hybrid model is really intended to allow for a gradual in-person learning environment. If you look at the county level data, there are a couple of things that are not yet there, where we would call it green. Our case rate has slowed down, but we're still in an area where a lot of public health entities feel there's a lot of cases still occurring, but we're outside of the red zone. And as you understand, I mean, there's no line in the sand. This is all being sort of defined as we go. But the White House Task Force on COVID-19 did define that if a case rate per week is more than 100 cases per 100,000 population, then that is a red zone situation. And it's independent of the positivity rate. If it's above 10%, then you're in the red zone. And if either one are in the red, then you're in the red zone. So that was kind of the starting point of the discussion. We're below 100 per 100,000. We're at, I think, about 80 per 100,000. So we're in the yellow. And I went looking, is there like a red, yellow, green? And lo and behold, quite a few public health departments have come up with that. State of Kentucky has it, Arizona has it, several other places have it. And so what they're defining is above 100 is red, between 100 and 10, so all the way down from 100 to 10 is yellow zone, and below 10 is green, okay? And so that's how our dashboard is programmed on the case rate. And then also on the positivity rate, which has been talked about a lot, there's no red, green, yellow, all that kind of stuff. This just like red is 10% and above. So we went looking, and different people are doing different things. So a lot of places are trying to get down all the way to 1% positivity before they allow in-person learning. And of course, we have 3 local health authorities. One is in Arlington, Dr. Simmons, Cynthia Simmons, I'm sure you're familiar. And Dr. Colquitt is our Tarrant County Health Authority, and Dr. Martin from Burleson. So they all got together, and we were at 3 different levels, quite honestly, because at the time we were reviewing the data was like at 20% positivity. I think Burleson had 23% positivity. So even 10% was looking like gold at that point. And so Dr. Colquitt, of course, wanted to, get the best we can and wanted 1%. We talked about New York State doing 1% and the New York City getting a 3% exception because they're just so large that a lot of cases are supposed to occur. And so I had to play the tiebreaker. We agreed that, okay, 10% gets us out of the woods, so to speak, and maybe 1% is too far out for us to reasonably achieve at this point. So let's go to 5% as the ideal place where we would call it green or safe to go. So we're between 10 and 5, so we're still in the caution zone, the yellow zone, and our case rate is not below 10 per 100,000. That would put us in the green. So it is hard to follow all these indicators, right? I mean, when you start talking about each individual one, it has its own nuances. It means different things to different people, and it captures a different part of the illness trend in the community. So that is why we decided that we're going to create a composite dashboard. So if you can't follow the numbers or don't want to follow the numbers, okay, let's make it simple and easy. Red means no go, let's do virtual learning only. Yellow means hybridized, and that's very broad. That's for you all to decide how you want to do. But the idea, the basic tenet is allow yourself enough room that whoever's coming in the school to learn has enough social distance available to spread out, so you can implement the safety plans correctly instead of overcrowding and packing people in. And that's really it. So that's the hybridized learning model. And again, how you want to operationalize it is really individual school board's choice. And then green would be, okay, let's get to in-person learning with whatever the new normal at that time may be, whether it's still maintaining masks, whether the vaccine is out, whatever the scenario may be. If the data supports it, then we will go to a complete in-person learning model, almost getting back to normal like we were before COVID-19. So that's sort of the short gist of all of this. And I will show you the dashboard here in a minute. But one thing I did want to point out in Dr. Brown's presentation, there were quite a few things that I absolutely love. We're dealing with a situation today in another school district where they did not follow our plan as nicely as you guys have laid out. They had a cafeteria worker test positive, and luckily, the kids are not involved because there's plexiglass protecting and the workers were wearing masks, but their cafeteria people are going to go home. So now they're going to have food service problems starting tomorrow. So I'm so glad that you guys are, really taking the science and trying to operationalize it as much as you can. I think this is worth recognizing. It's worth commendation. So much effort has been put in. But on the flip side, I did notice a data interpretation error also at the county level data. When we're talking about case rates, we're talking about T-3 weeks because last 2 to 3 weeks of data is incomplete. The rate of reporting, the delay in reporting on average is about 9 days, but some of that is longer. And so we sort of exclude the last 3 weeks. And I noticed that on her presentation, she had data from August 29th, which is 1,600 some cases. But if you come back 2 or 3 weeks later, that may be more. And that was one of the reasons why we did the composite dashboard. You will see the data there. It shows, okay, we're looking at data as of August 15th, right? And that's the only metric that we have a 3 week, T-3 week sort of a timeline. Everything else is as current as we can get because they actually are very good indicators that stay current, like hospitalizations we know, positivity rate we know, it stays pretty true. COVID-like illness we know stays pretty true. So that's why we created a composite so we don't make those interpretation errors. And it's so easy for people to then follow and understand, okay, it's in yellow, red, or green. So with that, if you indulge me for a minute, I would like to actually share my screen and show you the dashboard. So that way you can understand and then explain to whoever else may ask you, why did you make a certain decision a certain way? Let me share that screen real quick. I have too many screens open, so all right, let's see. There we go. Can you all see my screen? Okay, and let me zoom in. So one of the first things I want to share with you is that people, and we're creating a video for this, which will be loaded probably tomorrow, but we want people to click on this arrow so it's easy for them to then navigate around and actually make a lot of things work smoothly. So if you click on a school zone, as you can see, it actually selects that school zone, and then it actually updates the information about what school is this, and then what is the information related to that school. So as you can see, in this particular school zone that feeds into the Arlington High School, the case rate is actually 68 per 100,000. And that's still in the yellow. And it is very congruent with what your ISD case rate is of 68 per 100,000. And so all of that, is easy at your fingertips and understandable. We're talking about a 4-week trend. It's indicated that it's down and it's green. That way people don't go back to our dashboard and look at the trend and try to measure where 4 weeks are. So we're trying to make it so easy for people to understand. COVID-like illness had a different time frame. We're talking about a 2-week trend because it's our most sensitive indicator. It's a leading indicator. If people are seeking healthcare in the ER with COVID-like symptoms, well, that's a telltale sign that eventually they may get test positive, they may get hospitalized, diagnosis may come a little bit later once testing is complete, and the reporting delays will occur by the time they show up on the case rate. It's maybe a week or two down the road. So this is a early trend indicator. If it starts to turn, we need to be careful. And then same thing with the hospital bed occupancy rate and the 2-week trend on what's happening there. On our dashboard, there's actually two squiggly lines, which I like to call. One of them indicates total bed capacity and how many people are there in the hospital related to that. Okay, well, you know that total bed capacity can go up and down based on how many beds are staffed, and it fluctuates. And it tells you one side of the story. Okay, we have like 6,500 beds in Tarrant County and I don't know, X many patients, and that's a percentage based on that. But what we find in public health more telling is that out of all the beds that are occupied with any illness, heart disease, accidents, other illnesses, how much is actually occupied by this one single disease of COVID-19? And that is the 8% rate. So people have gone back and forth between different data sets, and we have both available because they tell different stories. But to us, this was a more telltale sign on how much COVID is consuming our hospital capacity. So we wanted to show that and a trend related to that. And then finally, percent positivity rate. We're below the 10%, but we're hanging around at a 9% level for like the last 1 week. But the 2-week trend is down. So we wanted to point that out. What I would like to see is continue to fall down below 5%, and then this particular indicator would also turn green. Same thing with this one, it would turn green and so forth. So again, if any of the indicators is a higher color, so if one remains yellow, the school zone is going to remain yellow so that people don't ignore that indicator. They're all supposed to work together in conjunction with each other. If one turns red, that school zone turns red. And then the question may be, well, why did you pick high school zones? And we went around in public health trying to figure out where to make the data cut off, because we looked at ISDs and some of y'all are real big, almost the entire city's covered. Well, might as well look at the city's data. And then we said, okay, if we go down to individual school level, does the data still make sense? And it got really choppy from day to day, week to week. It would make it very hard to make any decisions. And then somebody came up with the idea that if you look at a high school catchment zone, most kids, are from families. There's an elementary school child, a middle school child, maybe a high school child, all in the same family. And if that zone is having problems, that family is likely impacted. if one of the kids goes home sick or something happens, that family is likely impacted. So why not cut it off at a high school zone level, and any school that falls within that zone should follow what is happening in that high school zone, because mostly they live there. And so that's how the decision making was. I mean, it's not a perfect way to show it, but that's kind of the best way we thought to have the data at a large enough level so that it stays stable, it doesn't get very choppy, and still can be used meaningfully to make decisions. So that's kind of the thought process and a little preview of how the data dashboard works. And if you click here on the side, actually it opens up the definitions on how we calculate the indicators and what these learning scenarios indicate. And again, these are suggestions for you all to consider. Again, this is not an edict of any kind that this is the only way to do things, but we certainly appreciate the partnership that you guys have shown and the interest in navigating this scenario with us together, because again, this is uncharted territory. I don't think anyone in our lifetimes we've faced any of this. So we're all in this together, learning and trying to make the best of it. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
President Mays.
Yeah, I was going to say I can't see everybody. So if you want to speak, go ahead and turn off your mic and speak. I can't see everybody.
This is Dr. Reich. Thank you very much for laying that out. It's wonderful. I don't have a lot of questions, and I think maybe some colleagues do, so I don't want to take a lot of time holding up the floor here. Just on the hospital bed capacity and COVID occupancy rate metrics, so those are essentially, those are county-based or county metrics, so those rates are going to be the same no matter what school, no matter what zone you click in. That number is going to be the same because it's a county metric essentially, right?
That is correct. It is at the county level, and the reason is it's very hard for us to break it down to each individual school zone. It gets very choppy, and sometimes the information is incorrect flat out. It takes a while to verify all of this, and people need data quickly to make decisions. So it was best left at the county level, a couple of those indicators.
Okay, and just if you could help me out, I know I'm involved with some other groups in the city, and they're of course looking at it with the county data, and they're also looking at this actual bed capacity here in Arlington. If we get to a point where we're literally some of these metrics would push us to a red versus still maintaining a hybrid as an example, but our Arlington hospital statistics would meet the green or the yellow. Would it be prudent to use this as a guideline, but also use that data as a guideline, and maybe talk to Dr. Simmons about that as an example?
You can certainly seek her input. And again, like I said, this is all non-binding guidance. You can certainly add things into the mix and make your decisions. Our advice is going to be that let's follow the county level metric. And again, as you understand that people living in Arlington may not always seek care in Arlington. So if the county level data is showing something different and Arlington is showing something different, you're probably going to have a little bit of a mismatch in the indicators. And that's always spells trouble in my mind. I don't know if you watch any of my court briefings, I get excited when all indicators are pointing down and heading in the right direction. I was like, okay, now there's strength in the trend. Otherwise, I'm like always cautious to say which way we're heading, because I don't know. They're not all singing the same tune. There's some problem that we can't pinpoint at this point, and let them all turn down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's partly what we're all wondering what Labor Day will do this weekend. So we'll
and that's the cautionary note. I mean, the data shows us that we're ready. And if you recall, we had a health authority order out earlier. It talked about considering reopening around 28th of September. And the logic was, let's let Labor Day go by, see what happens, give it a couple, 3 weeks for the data to show up, and then we'll make a decision at that point. AG ruled against that order, we rescinded it, and now it's all guidance-based. But exactly how we were thinking that around Labor Day, things are gonna be looking good, we will be ready for, hybridized model of in-person and online combined learning. and we're there. But the concern is right now looks good. We saw this exact same thing before Memorial Day, and it took us less than a week to turn around to the biggest peak we've seen so far in Tarrant County. And it peaked right around 4th of July. That week after 4th of July was horrible for us. We had like 5,500 cases in the county. I mean, that's a lot of people that just got sick. And you can imagine how much doesn't get reported because people sometimes can't get tested. They just don't want to go. They're mildly ill. I mean, a lot goes unreported, as you can understand that this happens every day in public health.
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. And I do appreciate your words and giving kudos to the district. We of course are biased, but have been incredibly impressed with what they have consistently done with being thoughtful in the approach and the planning. And it's I believe, just as I said at the opening and talking with you, that we are really trying to be as thoughtful and all-inclusive as possible and not just make a decision, again, based on what. And I, to that note, and this will be my final comment, with I know at the county level, contact tracing is not an easy thing. It is essentially easier in our facilities as far as like prisons, nursing homes, where you have confined. Same thing I would think here in our school systems, but my point, especially with what we are looking at and have been discussing is a hybrid where we have that lower density and we have the spacing so that our district personnel are going to be able to track everybody and know exactly who to send those notes to, as Dr. Brown alluded to in this presentation. I wish that other districts would take a note from this playbook. It would probably make your life a little bit easier, as well as all of us, because we're all in this together. What every one of us does affects us as a whole. So thank you. I don't have any other questions, and I'll let some of my colleagues chime in. Thank you very much, Dr. Tanisha.
And I did want to, commend one more time. I think the plan you guys have laid out is probably the most comprehensive I've seen. I know that I haven't seen all of them, but it is really well laid out, very thoughtful. It follows the public health guidance as much as anybody can. So I believe that if we follow that and are very cautious in our reopening plans, there is a safe way to reopen, and you've got it laid out. And then one final comment about contact tracing. I wanted to point out that on our dashboard, below that dashboard, there's actually a resource link, if you will. It takes people to enroll school staff as a point of contact, as a contact tracer. Typically, that can be a school nurse or any other team members that you may assign. We're happy to work with them to give them some brief training on contact tracing. And then they can actually report a case, whether it's a confirmed case that the school nurse found a lab report on, or a suspected case that they're just sending somebody home as a suspected case. It can be reported right here. And we also rolled in our influenza-like illness and COVID-like illness reporting onto the same platform so that people don't have to go into multiple places to do the work. And two things related to that. In certain scenarios, there's going to be testing needed for school kids or teachers. And we've got a very limited supply of some oral saliva tests that we can help deploy in those scenarios. But I'm keeping my finger crossed, and if you guys make enough noise, I think we're going to get some attention. The Abbott rapid test, the $5 one, is coming. I heard that the president announced that it's being prioritized for Texas and Louisiana because we had that hurricane. And I believe today, the first shipment of 60,000 of those was supposed to arrive at Texas Department of Emergency Management at one of the warehouses. And in the next week, I believe they said there was going to be about 15 million arriving. And, two areas are focused: nursing homes and schools. If y'all make enough noise, I think we'll get some attention here in Tarrant County, and that would be a rapidly deployed test that can be available, pre-positioned at school with school nurses to be able to quickly determine 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and it's a $5 test, that whether this child that is showing symptoms has COVID-19 or not. And as you may understand, it's an antigen test. It's 85 to 95% accurate, but it's good enough. It's real quick. So I will need your help to make that known, because again, we're the public health voice, but I need y'all's help to raise the attention level that Tarrant County is ready to receive this, and we have plans to get this deployed and use it and make our schools safer.
Well, Dr. Taneja, I know I said I was done, but to that point, you may or may not be familiar with us as a board. We are very, very noisy as far as from an advocacy standpoint. So if it's not already drafted, I guarantee that letter will be going out tomorrow to the necessary people to hear it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Other colleagues with questions?
President Mays, this is Justin.
Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. Dr. Taneja, thank you so much for your time. And this is the first time I've actually met you virtually, even though I've heard your name a lot over the last several months. And I have a couple of questions written out here, and I just want to take the time to walk through them. And there's some things that I have questions about and some things I've heard from teachers and parents. And so, making this very complicated issue, trying to put it in real world terms. Something that I noticed on the dashboard you shared today, which I think is a fantastic resource for us, and thank you for putting that together. The positivity rate is going off of right now 9%, and that's countywide. And our metric for that, as I understand it, is you would like it to countywide be at least under 10% and preferably under 5. So we're at a 9, so we're closer to the 10. Can you kind of, in a very basic, real world way, explain what's the difference between being closer to 5 and closer to 10 in terms of the positivity rate?
So positivity rate has been used many which ways. It's a confusing indicator. What public health people look at it for is two things. Are we doing enough testing in our community, first of all? And then secondly, once we've got enough testing going, have we exhausted the pool of people that may be potentially sick? Have we found out, because in theory, when you test a lot of people and people are seeking healthcare, eventually you're going to run out of that pool of sick people because everybody is isolated. We've done contact tracing. So you're driving that number down. And that's what the goal is. First of all, I feel comfortable now that there's ample testing capacity in Tarrant County all across. There's been sites running in Arlington for a long time. They've been very, very consistent and have put out a lot of volume of cases and testing capacity through those sites. So we feel comfortable that the number is showing us a very close to accurate picture. And what that tells me is that we're still pumping out 9 out of every 100 tests are coming out positive. So there is a burden of the disease in our community. So that's where the caution comes in or the yellow comes in. But otherwise, testing capacity wise, we're doing a good job because we're getting a lot of people tested. The volume is there. They want us to be like below 10%. And then of course comes the other piece. Okay, after that, what happens, right? Above 10%, the meaning changes a little bit, that maybe you're not testing enough people because only those people who are sick are seeking healthcare at these locations. And that's why those numbers are so high. So we flood the area with testing, and then we make sure we exhaust the sick people pool.
And on that particular metric, I mean, how, I'm not in your world. And so 9 sure sounds close to 10. So how fragile would you say that is? So how quickly could a 9 turn back into a 10? Because it looks like a lot of these metrics, we were really high during the middle of the spike in July and into early August. And then there's been a really rapid decline. So how sensitive is that positivity rate? How quickly could it go back to 10%?
It is very sensitive. And let me show you what we're looking at. I don't know if you can see this particular screen. Let me see if I can enlarge it. This is the chart that we review on the positivity rate. And as you can see, it can be pretty choppy on a day-to-day basis. So we have this 7-day moving average line, and we're looking for this trend. We want the trend to be going lower. That's our first goal. And then as you can see, it does tend to have spikes. So like, if you look at August 30th, which was just a couple of days ago, we hit a 10% on that, 7-day moving average. And then the actual days positivity was 20%. So that's a major spike in our positivity rate. So next week, we'll see if the 10% goes back. That's why we have a 2-week trend must be going down on that. And then the 7-day moving average must be below 10%. So we're smoothing out the data to cut out the noise, because day to day, it's going to be very hard to make a decision. So the other piece, and I've been very vocal about it, you look at this trend, look at how smoothly it was coming down, and then what happened here. For the last several days, we're kind of flatlining at 9%, 10%, 9%. We're just hanging around there. That worries me as a public health professional. What that tells me is there's something brewing in the community that hasn't shown up in the rest of the data. It should be dropping, because what is stopping it here at this magic level? Nothing, right? So seemingly there's something brewing where people are going to be testing positive or are testing positive, and now the data is going to follow on other indicators that there are more cases occurring. So that's why it's very important to follow the trend. Our comfort level is less when we're close to 10%. Ideally, as low as possible, 5% or below. Pick a number. 5% or below would be great, because then you're down where you've exhausted the pool of ill people, and hopefully have done enough contact tracing so that disease spread can be stopped.
Thank you. That is very helpful, and especially with the data here in front and your explanation of it, I think that makes it really understandable for a lot of our constituents. I have a question that is really prompted just for a little bit by my curiosity. We have over, I think it's 1,100 school districts in the state of Texas or close to it, of varying sizes, and something that we hear frequently as trustees over the last few weeks is there's all these districts out there that have already opened up to 5-day-a-week in-person instruction. So why can't y'all do it too? And I know that you've been watching this very closely, especially looking at it from the lens of school districts in this area, because we move a lot of people. If we were to open up, lots of people come into relatively confined spaces. And I was just wondering if in your research about how schools are addressing COVID across the state, are you aware of any districts, sort of the size of AISD, located in an area of the kind of spread that we're experiencing here in Tarrant County, that have already opened up for 5-day-a-week instruction in person?
I have not, quite honestly, looked outside of Tarrant County very much. We looked at a few states that were putting out some guidance. I know we looked at New York, we looked at Arizona. Arizona had a similar sort of dashboard, I think, in Maricopa County, suggesting either in-person learning or hybridized learning and virtual learning. And I believe they're in the same boat. I mean, Maricopa is almost double our size, and they're in the same boat. No school is ready for a full in-person learning, but they have schools that are in a hybridized learning model or a virtual only model. So we're sort of tracking very similar to what's happening there. But other than that, we really haven't had the time to look across other places to see how schools are doing. It's a vast world of lots of problems.
Sure, but in DFW, there's not another district that would say be somewhat similar to us, experience in an area of DFW with our type of spread that has opened up for 5-day-a-week instruction.
Not that I've heard. I've heard smaller districts try to do that, but they're like really small compared to you all. And their data, I mean, it's in the yellow, but their numbers are lower. I mean, people make their own choices. You guys are at a 68. I have some that are, in the 40s. Okay, and they're smaller. So it's kind of it becomes one of those things, yes, everybody likes data and they want to make a decision, but there's really no hard line in the sand here. It's like, let's just make a decision and move on.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. You mentioned when you were answering Dr. Reich's questions, you referred to your public health order that's since been rescinded. And you said a few things in there that I just want to talk to you about for a minute, because we've relied very heavily on the advice that you've given, and we take it very seriously. And when that order came out, your recommendation was that the district stay closed through, or at least in an online only mode, through September 28th. And something that you mentioned in discussing that was that you expected the numbers to come down from the peak and look pretty good around Labor Day, is what I think I wrote down that you said. But that you, even back when you made that decision, you would have preferred that Tarrant County school districts wait until the 28th because you were nervous about the Labor Day effect, having seen what happened with Memorial Day and July 4th. So I guess my question for you is, understanding that that order is no longer, binding on us, why shouldn't we follow your original guidance if what we're experiencing now is exactly what you expected when that order came out?
Exactly. I mean, my advice hasn't changed. Our health authorities, they have all agreed that they would rather not risk it and wait another 2 or 3 weeks. Labor Day is right upon us, right? I mean, we're not too far, and they'd rather not bring a lot of people together and then have an explosion of cases, because the issue with that is not just the schools are going to have to deal with it, those families, our community, the data for the entire community may change. And examples are here right in Tarrant County. I have multiple school districts that have had exposures, have had to send kids home, yet to be determined because those exposures are new. See if anybody falls further ill from, first generation case to a second and a third spread. We've had an active outbreak at a college campus. If you're familiar with what's happening at TCU, they brought kids back around, I think, 7th or 10th of August, and campus was supposed to open on the 17th, and they've had a explosion in cases, over 500 cases reported. Not all of them live in Tarrant County. Some come and go, some are learning online, but that's a lot of cases. It has the potential of changing the curve for Tarrant County. And try to add that 16 ISDs in the mix of all of this. I mean, we're worried on what's going to happen, and we're approaching flu season, we're approaching a major holiday, all of those things. So our advice hasn't changed, but we are giving you data to make a decision. We are being flexible and accommodative because we heard from the parents, just like you did. We heard from a variety of parties that give us the choice, let the school boards decide. And here we are, that if you do decide to open, we still urge caution, use a hybridized model. But if you can stay closed and learn in person, goodbye us.
Thank you. No, that's a great explanation. And I think I just have one more question. And given what you've said, that positivity number can be a little sensitive. You've seen a trend in the last week or so where there's something that's kind of buoying it up that you're a little worried about, and your recommendation is still that we stay in the ideal world until the 28th. We're a big district, and when I opened up your dashboard today, it replicated something that I've been watching for quite a while, which is in a district, in our district, essentially half of our district geographically has been having a different experience with the virus than the other part. And we have at times has been a pretty, what I think is a layperson, a severe hotspot in East and Southeast Arlington. And your dashboard continues to show that. And in fact, the case number statistics, at least for the Sam Houston cluster and the Bowie cluster, are just a shade, they're barely not red. And so what would your advice be, or what are your thoughts for us, given that we see these large parts of our district that are right on the precipice of being red, and they're very large schools. I mean, the Sam Houston High School has more students than some districts around here, and there are more people who live in East Arlington. It's a very densely populated area where I grew up. There's more people in East Arlington than there are many cities around here. So why shouldn't I be concerned that opening back up, even in a hybridized form with large schools that are that close to going red, push us over the edge?
I had muted myself, so let me unmute. You're absolutely right. I mean, we are concerned just like you are. But again, this is a accommodative stance that the health department has. There are a variety of voices. As you've all heard those voices, different sectors of the community want different things. So again, ultimately the choice is yours, but we worry just like you are that there are indicators that are too close to possibly turning red, and they could. But at the same time, we understand that people have a different need of making sure their kids go to school. Kids want to be in school. There are other issues that are popping up. As a health department, COVID is not the only thing we study. We study issues in the community that may be related to the impacts of COVID as well. And there are mental health challenges that are popping up. Isolation is popping up, depression. There's been a lot of talk about families fighting with each other and being violent with each other and all those type of things. So those concerns are real. And so, it's a balancing act. There is no, quick and easy way to say this is the right thing and that's the wrong thing. I can tell you, your data shows in the yellow, you can try a virtualized and in-person combined, a hybrid model, and let's see what happens. Or otherwise, if you are worried just like I am, and if I was a decision maker, I'd be like, yeah, let's wait till about 28th of September, let all of the data come in. Let's see that if anything has changed from Labor Day, if people followed masking guidance, they stayed home and did not invite extended family and neighbors over for a Labor Day cookout, maybe we won't see a spike. Okay, then we're good. We're still trending down. That gives us comfort, right? And that's what we're looking for. It's a very tough call. I mean, it's a hard decision. I'm glad you guys are making the decision, not me.
I said that was my last question, but then you mentioned something that I wanted to explore just a little bit. And you mentioned numbers involving abuse and maybe neglect and other statistics. And certainly that's something that we hear anecdotally a lot about. And I was just curious if you have any sense of the objective data on the magnitude of increases in those areas of concern.
I don't have data on abuse and neglect, but I do have data on other mental health issues like isolation and depression and all those type of things. And we've got a paper that I had some colleagues pass around that people have collected some information on. Once it's ready for publication, we'd be happy to share that. I think it's going through some internal reviews to make sure everything's accurate. But it is concerning. There are more reports of just social isolation because a lot of people are staying home and it gets boring after a while. You're kind of by yourself, and it does have an impact on people's behavior and their ability to sort of feel connected with society. Some of us are tech savvy and we can do all of this all day long and feel connected, and some are just staying isolated. So there are different pockets of the community that are dealing with this differently. And it is a burden on all of us. I mean, I'd rather be in an in-person meeting with you guys instead of on an online meeting. I mean, that's just reality. But we're making do, and some people can't, and that's the truth.
Well, thank you, Dr. Taneja. I really appreciate all the work that you've done and your staff, and I appreciate your candor here and taking the time to be with us tonight. And those are all the questions I have. Thank you, President Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Chapa. Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. Dr. Taneja, this is all very informative and so helpful and fascinating. I want to move kind of to something different. I think we all agree that wearing masks, we do that to protect others. And I'm concerned about the others, in our case, being our staff and our teachers. And I'm a little confused, and maybe you can help me with this. What does the state say about very young children wearing masks or it being required or whatever? I've heard 2-year-olds, I've heard 4-year-olds. So what exactly are our guidelines for that, and where do they come from?
They're all over the place, unfortunately. So we follow CDC guidance very closely. And CDC came out several months ago when they came out with a masking guidance that it is appropriate for 2 years and older to be wearing a mask. Sometimes it's hard to do with these very young children. I have a 4-year-old and he does a great job wearing a mask, so they're not too far. I mean, 2-year-old might be pushing it. But the reason is with very young ones, there's a risk of them kind of falling asleep and choking with the strings and all those type of things. That's why they don't want a very young child to wear it. In theory, if you're breathing, you have the potential to breathe out the virus, right? So anybody should be wearing it, but for the safety of the very little ones, they've created a cutoff of 2 years and older. So we follow that, we recommend that. But I can tell you our county guidance for county buildings, and it didn't come from public health, it came from the judge's office, was 10 years and older must be wearing a mask to enter a county building. And that came, I think, was based on a lot of data and information they saw from different other governmental entities, state recommendations and other recommendations, not necessarily from public health departments, but other elected offices. And so that's how people came up with that 10-year-old guidance. It's grown from somewhere within different guidance circles. But if you follow CDC, which seems to be, lately being sidelined on a lot of these things, but they have clearly said it is okay to ask a 2-year-old and older to wear a mask, and it works. And we're seeing that in our data. If you follow what happened early on, we stayed home for about 45 days, and the curve was pretty flat. And then when the economy reopened, mid-April to late April, right before Memorial Day, we had a huge spike. And it was so worrisome that in other parts of the state, the governor had to shut down elective surgeries at hospitals. He came back out and announced right before 4th of July that he recommends that people wear a mask. Our county followed suit and issued a masking order. He rolled back that the bars will need to be closed. And this is what I call a very small policy step, but it has had a huge impact. It has been slow to have an impact. I mean, if they had shut down back around that time, it would have been faster to get to a flatter line. But this was a compromise, as you can see, with different parts of the society wanting different things. If you all wear a mask, the cases will come down, and we're seeing that. There's just no arguing with that data. There's nothing else that has changed. No magic has been created, no treatment, no vaccine, nothing has been given other than a policy situation and people actually following through and wearing masks. I can tell you, before 4th of July, I would go to a Walmart or a Kroger and all these stores, and I'd probably be the only one wearing a mask. And after that, now it's like almost everybody, maybe one person won't wear a mask. So people are actually following the advice, and it's working.
I agree with you completely. I'm a retired school teacher and taught kindergarten, taught 5-year-olds for part of my career. And it wouldn't be the easiest thing to do, but I think 5-year-olds and possibly 4-year-olds could, most of them, handle wearing a mask. So where is the guideline coming from that says that these children that are 4 and 5 or 4-year-old classes or 5 or 5th or kindergarten are not required to wear masks?
I'm not sure. I don't think that's in any of our guidance. We've been saying 2 years and older, just like CDC does. I'm sure TEA has their guidance somewhere, and other partners. It's been all over the place, unfortunately. That's the problem. I would love, and I use this tongue in cheek, when there's a major problem, let one person or one entity lead. And unfortunately, there's been just way too many people trying to tell everybody what to do, and it gets confusing.
You are so right, and that is why I'm confused on this, because I just think if there's any way that we could have all students, wearing masks and protecting all of our teachers, I think that would be a very good thing. So
I agree. I mean, masking in the schools, if that can be required with the school kids and teachers, it will have a tremendous impact. The situation I was talking about today, a school cafeteria worker was wearing masks. The entire team was wearing masks. They had plexiglass protecting the students. So we're not worried about the students. We're still worried about exposure within the cafeteria workers because they work closely as a team. But the mask wearing does reduce the risk. If I was a betting man, I would say that a lot of people probably are safe because those workers were wearing masks. You may still get positive because they're not a perfect solution, but the risk is a lot lower in that scenario because people are wearing masks.
Well, I agree with you, and we'll just have to see if there's any way that we could possibly extend this protection to all of our teachers, that all of our students wear masks when possible. So thank you very much. This has been so informative. Thank you for coming today and helping us all with all of this vast amount of information.
Thank you for having me here, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions if you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Ms. Fowler.
Yes, thank you, President Mays. Dr. Tanasia, thank you so much for being here this evening with all of this excellent information. I think it makes it so much clearer to see it and hear you talk about it. Two things. On the one here showing the percent of positives, what can you guesstimate is a percentage of people that may be positive but have not been tested?
That is very hard. Even with this data, it's sometimes hard for us to know like how many people showed up in a particular day. Like for example, right here, is you see the note, most recent data that we reported. This bar is showing a 20% case rate. 10 days later, this might be down to 10% because more data got reported. And that's why we wait for this 7-day average to sort of show us what's happening. And when this starts to turn, that's when I trust, like, okay, there's a problem. But it's very hard to say how many people are not tested. In our view, there's ample testing capacity across the county from a publicly run sites where either City of Arlington's involved, Texas Department of Emergency Management's involved, or Kent County Public Health and City of Fort Worth's involved. We have at least 4, 5 fixed sites that run multiple days a week, almost all day. And then we have about 8 mobile sites that run like a half a day, and they rotate and go to different spots within the county. We have close to 2,500 testing capacity per day deployed. And currently the trend is down. We're seeing like 250 people on average come seek testing. So either people are just fatigued and don't want to come seek testing, or we are starting to deplete the pool of people that are needing that testing, because if they were sick, they would seek healthcare. We're available. And we're not the only game in town. There's private testing. There's a map on our website. There's like 70 or 80 testing sites all across the county that are not government run. They're private sector. So altogether, we're looking at, you know, a good flood of testing locations with availability of testing. So I really think that we're starting to deplete that pool of people that are ill, because the trend is showing us that case rate is coming down, positivity rate is coming down, COVID-like illness is coming down. All of the indicators are starting to point downward. So I really believe that we're starting to deplete that pool. We're in a low, but as long as there's a spark out there, and we're like, you know, brushwood. If you put them all together and a spark is there, it can be lit up. And we saw that happen on Memorial Day, and I'm real worried about Labor Day.
Yes, sir. Thank you. One other question. I'm going to put you on the spot. I apologize. You mentioned that you have a child. Would you send your child to school, or would you wait?
No, I will not. I have 3 kids. 2 of them are school age. One's a 10-year-old, so she's in 5th grade, and another's a pre-K. Both are learning virtually online. So they're in online learning only, and we're going to keep them in online learning mode till a vaccine comes out. That's my honest answer.
I appreciate your honesty. I know that's a hard call for so many parents that, you know, they're struggling, they're not teachers, and they're having to teach their kids, and they've got their jobs, and it's so hard for everyone. But I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine having to make that decision. My son is graduated, so, you know, and of course at college they're doing virtual, so I don't have to worry about that as much in that aspect. But I appreciate your honesty.
Crazy, and she yells at me like all other parents do. These kids need to be in school. You know.
No, I appreciate your honesty, and I'm sorry that I put you on the spot, but I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Fowler. Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, President Mays. And Dr. Tanasia, thanks for being here. It's been very informative. I don't want to retread a lot of the stuff that my colleagues have gone over. It's been very valuable information. But one thing that you alluded to that I wasn't quite aware of that I would like clarity, because that will inform my next question or set of questions I had, is you mentioned that this kind of dashboard model had roots from at a federal level, this green, yellow, red. Is that true?
So the White House Task Force on COVID-19, Dr. Deborah Birx and Dr. Fauci, they had actually released a report to the governors, and it was supposed to be just a report to the governors, but somehow the media got hold of it. And there was news stories about, Texas being in a red zone, DFW being in a red zone. So we started looking at that data because that report eventually was public. And they had defined certain metrics that put you in a red zone. And there were things that you're supposed to be doing in that. Some of that we were already doing, having ample PPE, expanding testing capacity. They were talking about pooled testing so that you can do a lot more testing rapidly. And we're making progress on that. We don't have it set up because the labs don't have it set up. But that was kind of the report that kind of gave us the idea, oh, there's such a thing as a red zone, because we were just like, oh, the rate's too high. And people are like, okay, what do you mean too high? Well, it's too high. It's hard to explain that to people on a layman's term, because we have our ways of looking at it from a health and statistics standpoint, that it is, just extremely high number of people that are getting ill, your positivity rate, but people don't understand that. They want a line in the sand. They want a color-coded system. If you've been following what Dallas County is doing, they have a color-coded warning system, just like you do for a terrorist threat level or a tornado warning level and all those type of things. So different places have tried different things. So we like that idea. We said, okay, let's boil it down to make it simple. But that was sort of the spark that when the White House Task Force started defining it that way, we just took that and expanded it further in our area.
Well, it's very simple and easy to understand. And I know several other districts have, or several other counties have a similar red, yellow, green, and Harris County, I believe, and Fort Bend County. But again, from the state level, every county is going to be different, right? Some use that, some don't. It would be nice if it was nice and consistent, so we could all get trained what's red, what's yellow, what's blue, and what that means. So this leads into my next set of questions, in that we've been solely focused on what that means in the context of in-person instruction. And I know a lot of our parents listening tonight, that's one aspect of the school experience. But one thing I've been intrigued with is some other districts working with their county health have kind of dove a little deeper and unpacked what the whole school experience means when you're at green, or you're at red, or you're at yellow. Is that something that you've worked with our school districts here in the county to go beyond just, hey, yellow means a hybrid model, something a combination of in-person and remote learning? Have you kind of taken that further to look at things like extracurricular activities, what yellow means for that, what that means for transportation and how densely you can pack the buses, things like after school care, also travel and field trips? I assume once we get to green, all of those things you start to, when you're at green, you can finally get back to normal, and one day kids can go on field trips. But my question to you is, have you worked with the districts to do that kind of level of detail beyond just what instruction looks like?
Yes, and we would love to engage with the schools on those type of discussions and decision making. We haven't heard a lot of details because people are more at this point focused on trying to get somewhere with whether it's going to be virtual or hybrid or an in-person learning model. All those other things are going to follow. We've had a few discussions about sports and marching bands in particular. Our advice is that any instruments that blow air create a higher risk, so don't use those, which kind of makes a boring band. But percussion instruments, do as much as you want because you're outdoors most of the time. Contact sports, unfortunately, our advice is do not start those, but people are doing them. I mean, there's football practices, and then there are athletes testing positive, coaches testing positive, stuff is happening. But otherwise, our advice is contact sports like wrestling, basketball, football, don't do it because there's too close of a person-to-person contact. Sports like tennis, sure, Things that don't involve a team of people working together, they're okay. It makes a very boring world, unfortunately, but till we find a solution, and this is kind of what's the end game here, right? The end game is that we find either a vaccine or an antiviral or both that work and bring this to the level of what we see with the flu. Flu happens every year. We go on like normal. There's cases that occur. But why? Because we have tools to fight it. We have an antiviral that we can prescribe people, and Tamiflu, for example, take home and get better. Vaccine can be given to people every year. So there are tools to fight that illness. We have no tools against COVID-19. So all we have are these public health measures. Okay, wear a mask, stay 6 feet away, maintain your distance because it spreads from person to person. So when the vaccine comes out and or a strong antiviral comes out that's effective, that will change how we deal with things. And some of those measures will then start to get relaxed and it will become our new normal. Does this have the potential to disappear? Sure. I mean, if we get a very successful vaccine, this may disappear. But does this have the potential to stay around just like flu does every year? Yes, very, very possible. And it's a deadlier disease than the flu. We're going to have probably more problems if this sticks around. But hopefully we'll have enough tools to fight it off and get to a new normal, whatever that may be.
Thank you, Doc. Whoops, sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Taneja. I've got more questions along that line, but those are more geared to Dr. Brown and our staff. So I'll relieve you of your duties here, and I would like to give my remaining colleagues a chance to ask questions. So I'll turn it over back to you, President Mays.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, President Mays, and thank you, my colleagues. I know we have another presentation, so I'll be very quick on a couple of my questions to get into that. Dr. Taneja, is it does this reporting, does it show it by the school case? I know we have it by network on the geographic area, but will the Tarrant County site show a per school case?
No, we don't have any plans of doing that at this point. I know that there's been discussions between the TEA and DSHS about reporting a school by school caseload, if you will. I'm not quite sure how far along they are. One of the reach outs from DSHS to local health departments, and we have an organization called PACHO for local health departments. They were wanting to see if the reporting should actually occur from schools to TEA, then to DSHS and to local public health. Would we be okay? And I can tell you 99% of the health departments said no. They wanted to be in direct contact with their local schools to understand what is happening and be able to respond in a quick fashion. So what that may create is a little bit of a duplicated work. I mean, you all might have reporting that happens to TEA. You all might have reporting that happens to local public health, so we can respond with you to your situations in schools. We generally do not put out school by school data for whatever disease that may be occurring. We leave that decision to the individual school and the school district. If they want to send out a letter to the parents informing what's happening, we're happy to review that letter for scientific accuracy, but it is entirely a local school decision. We typically don't go out talking about, oh, look at the school and there's a case there and things are going bad. We just don't do that. And we have no plans to put the individual school by school data on our website.
And Dr. Taneja, are public, private, and charter schools, are they required to report if they do have a positive case?
So all schools are required to report, regardless whether they're public, private, any other affiliation, because that's the law, right? You're supposed to report the case to a local health department. So that is definitely required.
Perfect. I just wanted to double check that. I've been told that before, and I wanted to confirm that. Dr. Cavazos, do we have any plans to possibly report our cases that are positive per school?
So, Mr. Hogg, we're required to, by TEA, to report those to the agency, but also post it on our website. So if you'd like more detailed information, Net Minerly can answer that, but we are required.
That's all I needed. I just want to make sure we will be very transparent on positive cases that we have, that we've learned. Dr. Taneja, how much on those geographic areas do you track and differentiate the cases that are positive cases if there's, say, a nursing home within that geographic area, or if there's, you know, I don't think we have, I guess we have a city prison in our area, but if there's a prison in that area, are those things tracked and differentiated and distinguished?
So internally, yes, we track those. We know different locations that have had outbreaks. Within our database, there's a little app or a tab called Places, and we have situations tied to institutions, whether it's a college campus, a school campus, a assembly line at a factory, or a business, or a prison, or a nursing home. All of that is nicely tied into that individual facility. So we can track by facility how many cases occur. But those things don't occur in isolation. There is a spillover impact even from a prison into the community, because prisons are run by people that are going back and forth within the community. So we look at all of that data combined for any area, I mean, whether it's a county level, ISD level, city level, or at the school level. We look at all of those cases combined because that's the community's level of illness, the burden of illness. I know it sounds a little unfair. Well, there was an outbreak at a nursing home and now our data is turning bad. Well, there are staff that work at that nursing home that probably live in the community. There's family members that may come and go, similarly with a prison, similarly with a factory. So that's why we look at it as a composite picture, not remove data, because then it skews the picture. It may look like it's better, but the spillover impact sometimes hard to like quantify on what's happening.
I agree. I mean, you got to look at it compositively, but you also have to take, could be an outlier of data of something that's driving a high rate in that geographic area. But you still have to look at compositely. I fully agree with that. But still, that still could be a small outlier on that from data. Dr. Taneja, I have also a 4-year-old. I have a 6-year-old that puts on their mask. They're very good about wearing it when we go any place that we're going and put it on. I have a 4-year-old that goes to school 2 days a week currently right now. A mask for 8 hours is different than putting a mask on to go to Kroger's, right? And so I think that's a fair question from that perspective. Let me ask the question also. The longer you're exposed to someone even wearing a mask, does the efficiency of the mask decline? So 8 hours a day in a classroom, would the efficiency of a mask decline?
Yes, so the exposure level goes up. It's not that the mask is less efficient.
Right, the exposure.
The time exposure of somebody being around you goes up. And that's why it's so important. Masks alone don't help. You have to maintain that 6-foot distance. And that's so hard sometimes when you have group activities together or class assignments that require you to work as a team. There have been situations that I'm aware that everything was perfect in the classroom, and then they decided to have gym class, and then 2 classes combined, and these were elementary kids, they're running around, some of them took off their masks, 2 of them tested positive a couple days later, we got a problem, right? 48 kids exposed. So those type of situations do occur. Kids are kids, and that's the risk. You bring a bunch of students together, it's not a zero risk scenario. I've said this before, and it was kind of one of those statements that just stuck, right? I mean, the lowest risk is learn virtually online, but we do live in the real world, right? I mean, there are people who want to make sure their kids actually have an in-person instruction. So when they choose to do that, those kids and others that choose to do that are taking a bigger risk that is there because situations are occurring all day, every day. Public may not know because we're bound by a variety of laws to protect your privacy and all those types of things. So we don't like go out on the radio and TV announcing, oh, look at this school, they had this issue. But those are everyday situations. All of the things that I mentioned to you, they're real life examples. We have athletes that have tested positive. We have coaches tested positive, staff tested positive, teachers tested positive. Students have been exposed, sent home in large numbers. And we've had only 2 or 3 districts that have been open. But imagine when 16 large school districts open, the volume of things that are going to start to occur. That's what worries us. And the masking piece, you're absolutely right. The older they get, the more likely they're going to follow that instruction. but then when they hit the teenage years, they may not care anyways, right? So it's one of those, catch-22 scenarios. But the younger kids, it's hard for long durations of time, to have them maintain it. It's hard. And that's the risk in that scenario. It is not a perfect world. It is not without risk. And it's a choice that people have to make. How much risk can you tolerate? Because our advice is do not take that risk, because you might say, yeah, I'm good with that risk, but the explosive effect that it has in the community, it's very hard to deal with. And let me just give you an odd example. The child may be fine. They might get a mild illness. They might go home. And at home, the situation may be different. They might be in a multi-generational living arrangement. They might have grandma taking care of them till mom and dad come back from work. That grandma, unfortunately, may die just because she was taking care of these kids who came home with a mild illness. How many times every year do we have kids go home because they have a flu-like symptom? At least 5 or 6 times, right? We've had that every year. And do they make family members sick? Yes, they do. I've been sick for my kids. I know that. Whenever school's open, everybody's sick. I'm sick, my wife is sick, everybody's sick at home. So why do we think it's going to be any different with COVID-19? It's not. I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, no, listen, teenagers and 4-year-olds have a lot of similarities on some areas of wearing a mask. You also, I think no one will argue that classrooms are germy places. That's part of reality as we all have teachers in our families. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Taneja.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Are there any other trustees with any questions? Dr. Reich.
Yeah, just a clarifier back to the positivity rate and where we are, and there may be something else there that we're not picking up. And the whole 10% versus 5%, just like you said, pick a number kind of thing. I just want to clarify that a little bit more, because some people are still going to say, yeah, but we're not at 5. The reality is we don't know how, why, when, if we will ever get there, right? As a 5 in our community. That's the ideal. But we may be at a 9 and just stick at a 9, or we may get to a 7 and stick at a 7. Is that accurate, or am I offline there?
So we have had days where we've hit 5%. I mean, if you look at the 7-day moving average, this time frame, right before, I guess, Memorial Day, we were at 5%. And there are days in here that are like 5%. I think there was like one day right here that was 6, and there was another one I think I recognized earlier was a 5. So there are glimmers of hope, but we're a large metro area and we're densely packed. So you're right. I mean, the worry is, are we going to hit 5%, which we picked as a compromise? The ideal was like 1%. And we were like, all right, that sounds too far. Let's at least get somewhere before we see what happens. And the thing is, it's not a magic number that we're at 5% and then we do things and everything's going to be okay. You have to watch the impact of your steps. So let's say at 5%, we say everything's all green, the case rate is low, we're in the green, and we bring back everybody, but there's still illness in the community. And then you start to have a spark of cases. Well, then what happens, right? I mean, your data is going to start to turn, and you have to roll back some of the actions that you did that got us into that situation. And it's a very hard balance, right? Once you open something back, then you say, okay, I'm going to close it again. It's very, very hard. So again, it's a very cautious approach. So let's take a step, evaluate what happens, take another step, evaluate what happens. And if it doesn't work out, either back away or hold it to see what happens. And that's the approach that was suggested by the White House Task Force way early. I mean, before our state's opening plan was there, we were following metrics and looking at the Reopen America plan. It was a very good plan because it went through gates. You go to get this gate, you evaluate for 2 or 3 weeks. Did that change anything? And if it didn't, go to the next gate. But if it did, go back and do all those things again, close down, improve testing, improve PPE supplies, all of those types of things. And this model follows that approach. It walks you through those gates, keeps you at a color, and then if the things go bad, the color is going to change. If things improve, the color is going to change, and then you go on to the next step.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Hence the dashboard, and yellow is, I guess you could say, kind of the gray area, because
slow and use caution.
yeah, proceed with caution. Yeah, exactly. And I think you've alluded to this, that, and we all say it, that we have to learn to live with this thing until there is a vaccine, and living with it is a different individual choice a lot of times that we're going to have to make, as far as how free or not free we want to be. And in our situation with schools, it's really the same type of thing, that we've got to live with this. The ideal world, it just, in my opinion, doesn't dictate that we have the ability in our society to remain virtual until there is actually a vaccine, and there's enough numbers of people taking the vaccine, et cetera. So I really appreciate what you've done in coming up with this dashboard, with these metrics. It's still not easy for anybody, but I really appreciate what you've done to lay it out, so that as inconvenient as it is an active model that we can utilize, again, to learn to try to live with this and see, okay, we're too far, let's pull back, et cetera. So thank you very much. And I didn't want to call you out on it, but I think we've heard your 4-year-old in the background a couple of times. So thank you for staying with us so late into the evening with this too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Are there any other questions for Dr. Taneja? Okay, I don't see any. Dr. Taneja, thank you very much for being with us this evening, for answering our questions, for talking about the dashboard that hopefully people will be able to use, and it will help give them information that they've been looking for. So we really do appreciate you taking your time out to go over and answer these questions for us.
Thank you so much for having me this evening.
All right, have a good evening.
Bye.
Okay, are there trustees with questions for Dr. Brown from her presentation? Yes, Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, President Mays. So following up on my question from Dr. Brown to Dr. Taneja, I know there's other districts around that are kind of taking that red, green, yellow, or red, yellow, green paradigm, and they've done some great informational graphics to their parents to communicate externally, what each of those mean for more than just the instructional environment, whether we're in-person instruction. So things like sports, when it's yellow, they've got strict policies of what they've clearly defined what yellow means for sports, what it means for extracurricular activities, what it means for transportation in terms of density of students on buses. And so they've gone through and all the kind of the domains of the operations of a school and the school experience for a student, and clearly define what those are for parents and students. Have we started doing that for all those other domains of the school experience in terms of the green, yellow, red?
So I'll attempt to answer this, Trustee Wilbanks. Not in the aspect of red, green, or yellow. We haven't, but more in phases. Okay, so like the fine arts and physical and PE departments, they have a phased in approach for how many students can be in the orchestra, or how many students can be in the room, how many students can play an instrument. They have to be outside, so they have it in different phases. What we've just tried to outline in the guidebook that we released a few weeks ago was just in general, when we come back to in person, what the guidelines are expected. So social distancing, physical distancing, buses is going to be as best as possible with transportation that we can physical distance, those types of things. So I'm not sure if that directly answers your question, or if you have something else in mind.
No, Dr. Brown, that answered it. I was impressed by Harris County, and I always am comparing us to Fort Bend ISD because it's a slightly larger district and similar demographic makeup. And Fort Bend released their pandemic management plan, which is about a 4-page PDF that has those information graphics with each of those domains of the school experience clearly defined in green. Yeah, and they work in conjunction with the Harris County Health Authority and the Fort Bend Health Authority to really come up with, when it's yellow, what does that mean for density on our buses that we allow, 20 to 40%? If it's yellow, is there contact sports, or do we allow, Friday nights at the football stadium with crowds? And, the answer is no, obviously. That's only once they reach a green stage and a certain level of metrics. And I think it would really behoove us to kind of think that deeply about the whole school experience, and for the parents to because a lot of our parents, a lot of us, we've got COVID fatigue, and we're yearning for that normal. But realistically and pragmatically, it's going to be a long time for normal. But if we could at least give those guidelines of when we meet these metrics, and based on the county health authority, and give them a nice, easy to use graphic, I think that would go a long way and help, give a more holistic picture of what our pandemic response is to the whole school experience.
That's a great recommendation, Trustee Wilbanks. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I had some other questions, but it's getting late, and I'll turn it over to the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. Dr. Brown, you probably heard my questions about mask wearing for all of our students, not just, first grade through 12. Is there any way that our district could get mask wearing for 4 and 5-year-olds that are not required to do it at this moment? What would we need to do?
Well, we just need to. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Cavasso.
No, I was going to say I think it's important because this went through committee, and it went through Annette, and it went through Dr. Simmons, and just to get a context of how we reach the first grade up, and then I think we can certainly address any modification to that. But to get the full picture, Annette, if you're on the call, I think you are, just briefly explain how the committee, the task force, and Dr. Simmons ended up with first grade and up, and then just some of the thinking behind it.
We discussed masks for everybody extensively in the task force, and we're faced with the CDC recommendation, and then the TEA's guidelines as well, and then also the governor's orders, and then later the county order got added in, and everyone but CDC was leaning toward 10 years old and up. And when we discussed that guideline from the TEA, that would put us at essentially in elementary school only our 5th and 6th grade students, which would have, for an elementary campus, essentially protected no one. And so we were very unhappy with that. And then I participate in the Texas Department of State Health Services call we're down to a weekly basis now. And that was a question that was asked by school districts of Dr. Jennifer Shuford, who's the state infectious disease doctor. And, what was her feeling about when are children developmentally able to wear a mask, and when is it appropriate for them to wear a mask? And she said, technically the CDC is correct. At 2 or 3 years old, they're developmentally able to wear a mask.
I agree.
But as a practical matter, if you're asking a teacher who's got a room full of 4-year-olds who've never gone to school before to introduce them to being in school, needing to stay at a social distance from each other, and then also expecting her to essentially police that all of them are wearing a mask all day, just as a practical matter, that may be really difficult, and it may be expecting too much. And Dr. Simmons was, in agreement that for the very young children, masks certainly should be encouraged, but perhaps not required. And so, so we discussed that in the task force, and we had, staff from elementary campuses as part of that task force, and they had a similar concern. And so at that time, we went with encouraged for young children and required at the age of 6, which would be first grade and up, must wear the mask. And I can tell you, as I'm sure you can imagine, we're getting a certain amount of pushback from parents of students of all ages. And one of the things that they bring up is, well, you're exceeding what Tarrant County and the governor and TEA are requiring. And that's because we're trying to be advised by the health authorities, because it's a health issue. And we certainly can revisit, if you all collectively feel very strongly that we should require it all the way down to our pre-K 3, it's developmentally appropriate, and we can certainly consider that.
Okay, well, I would greatly appreciate it being revisited. I don't know how the rest of my colleagues feel, but I feel like, in an elementary school, we're leaving quite a chunk of kids running around without masks on. I'm delighted to hear you say that it can be encouraged. I would take that over, required for sure, as an alternative. In your group that worked, the committee that worked on this, did you have 4 teachers of 4-year-olds and kindergarten teachers involved?
We had a campus administration from elementary, and that was one of their big concerns was how would this look in these early childhood classes, particularly with this being the first year of all day pre-K 4, because you're essentially taking a child that perhaps has never attended any kind of school program and then asking them to wear a mask for an entire period of 7+ hours by the time they need to wear it on the bus, and then they need to wear it at school, and then they're going to have to wear it on the bus going home. And you just could be looking at a really long period of time for a child that has not ever done anything for that long a period of time, to be away from their parents and away from their familiar environment.
Yeah. And the big question is, because we know how effective masks are to protect other people, and in this case, it's our staff, is it worth, is it worth doing? And I think you can tell that I think it is worth attempting to do. It might be very gradual. It might not be all the time, but I think any attempt, and if enough kids agree to it, and get along and can do it, then we're just that much further ahead protecting our teachers, and not only just our teachers, but all of our staff in the front office, nurse, aides, it's our auxiliary folks. It just seems to be pretty important to teachers. If we can reconsider it, I would appreciate that. Or if we could do a campaign to really strongly encourage it with parents, get the PTA involved. I don't know, but I would greatly, greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Mr. Hogg.
Yeah, I have to counter Ms. Walton. I think we have to listen to our teachers and our groups. I have no desire to require first graders or kindergartners and pre-K to wear a mask all day in the classroom. If you want to evaluate it while they're coming to and from their classroom, great, that's a different discussion. But 8 hours a day in a classroom, as you heard me ask Dr. Taneja, when you're that far, it's reduced the efficiency of what it is. They're germy places. Things are going to occur in that scenario. If you want to talk about going to or from a classroom, fully willing to consider in that confined area, but 8 hours a day, I don't see the value in what it is. I have no desire to revisit that.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Dr. Reich?
Related to that, Dr. Brown, can you tell us, or Ms. Minnerly, on the as we've said, yeah, wearing it for 8 hours a day is a lot different than us running into a grocery store. What do we have devised for like mask breaks and that type of thing with an in-person situation where everybody is masked up? Is that something we're doing, or is part of the plan or not? I've heard other districts maybe talking about that. I don't know what it looks like as far as an implementation standpoint, but I was just curious if we've assessed that.
Annette, you want to address that?
Yeah, primarily they'll have it off during their lunchtime. If they're taking a water break, obviously they'll have to take it off, and they'll be encouraged to not wear them at recess. In the hallway on their way, out to the playground, yes, but once they're outside where they can be, further away from each other and run around and those kind of things, then that would be a good time for them to have it off. And a question that I was asked in the task force is, are we going to allow recess? And absolutely, I would encourage as much outdoor activity as possible. Let's get them out in the fresh air. Let's let them run around, because when they're indoors, we're going to be asking them to stay in their little personal area as much as possible so we can maintain that social distance. And so the more they can get outside and we can say, okay, everybody spread out and run around and jump up and down, and let's get some of that energy out and get some fresh air and sunshine and get out and be free and be children.
And I just have one comment. And what group needs it more than 4 and 5-year-olds?
Thank you very much. If I can just add something real quick before I let another colleague speak on that same thing. I would agree with a revisit to have the discussion, even if the minimum of what comes out of it is putting something in verbiage that says that they still have an option. Parents still have an option to send their kindergartners to school with a mask on. And if it's an option, then I don't think it puts any additional pressure on the teacher to make sure that they're doing whatever they're supposed to do. But if a parent wants to send them, that they at least have that option. And at least I feel like we would be doing our due diligence of at least putting it out there that we're still wanting safety for our students and for the other kids. So that I would like to at least revisit it to, at a minimum, talk about adding some verbiage. Yes, Ms. Walton.
And could we involve some teachers of 4 and 5-year-olds in that discussion, not just the administration?
Okay, so that's just note to make.
Yes, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the distinction, and just to be clear, is the expectation for the teacher has to be clear. The expectation for the operation of the building has to be clear. And so, yes, encouraged, absolutely. But if a parent expects that the teacher is going to help the child in pre-K 4 consistently put the mask back on, it may not be a realistic expectation of the teacher. And that's what we have to be really mindful of when we set guidelines. Encouraging, absolutely, yeah. And so we can revisit that and make sure we get some more input on that. But the clarity for teachers in this environment that already has a lot of complexity is what we're trying to make sure we're mindful of.
Oh, I agree totally, and I thank you for the revisit.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Are there any other questions from colleagues for Dr. Brown? Okay, Dr. Brown, I just have a couple of questions. Okay, for the daily screenings and daily temperature checks that we talked about, for those students that ride the bus, are they going to get those checks when they get on the bus? And if so, will they have to do it again once they get to the school?
Great question. So they will not get a temperature check when they get on the bus. They'll just get sanitizer, and so they can have sanitized hands. The app information will be asking parents to complete the app. At 5 a.m. is when I believe we're going to be sending the app out, information out to parents at 5 a.m. every morning. So we ask parents to complete that. Again, it takes about a minute. We won't know when students get on the bus if they've completed the app, but we will know when they get back to the school. So they will basically get a clearance that will say they are allowed to enter the building. They've already completed the screening app. If we have a student, for example, who does not complete the screening app or the parent does not complete it, we will have an opportunity before the student enters the building to take care of that with them.
And just for a little context there, President Mays, because there was a committee task force working on this very diligently on the transportation. It was a challenge. You know, we have a lot of situations in our district, as every district does, and we were very mindful of not leaving a child in a bus stop because they hadn't filled this out, and they were dropped off at the bus stop, and so, you know, we don't want to put staff in that kind of situation. Again, the clarity, back to the previous discussion, is really important for our staff because they're implementing the guidelines and or the protocols. And like we've said before, and I've said it many times, the fidelity of the protocols is what is consistently important here. So that we didn't want to put a transportation situation where students were at risk because they hadn't completed or their parent hadn't completed the screener. When you get to school, though, we complete the screener, or they don't go to the classroom and things like that. But you're at school. It's a different situation. Just a little context on your question for transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Okay, and another of my questions, we've already addressed it. Okay, so the part where it was saying if they feel like it has symptoms for COVID, then they can select to send that child home for 10 days, unless they get this other information that they have. That brought up a thought in my mind about questioning about testing kits that we may have for those students that we may send home that may not be able to go to the doctor within 10 days. But they may want to come back to school for those situations. For instance, we're moving into that flu season where a lot of the symptoms are similar. So, you know, how many students would we be sending home that may not really have COVID-19, but they may have some of the symptoms? I understand the reason for it. It just drew some questions in my head of, you know, sending them home for those 10 days for a lot of symptoms that could be symptoms of allergies, asthma, things like that, that may not be able to, versus if we had the opportunity to do testing ourselves. I think that would be great, because then we'd have an answer and know they can come back the next day, or, you know, they go get their test and 15 minutes later they get to go back to class because it doesn't test positive. So anyway, that was just kind of a concern. And I know we're trying to allow the students to not have to keep going back and forth and back and forth. So I would like to see any of those situations where they wouldn't have to do that, that we could do something to be done. So just what are your thoughts, Dr. Brown?
Yeah, I would probably defer to Annette with that, since that's the health guidance that we've been provided. So if a student has COVID-like symptoms.
Yeah, currently with the degree of community spread that we have, the guidance that we have is presumed COVID if they have any symptoms of COVID. And earlier in the week, Tarrant County had a meeting for all of us and presented both the early version of the dashboard and also their reporting system. And a conversation that came up then when they were saying they wanted us to also report on suspected cases was, you know, currently you're saying, you know, anyone with a symptom is to be considered suspected. And do you want us to report all of those and send all of them home? And so we don't have it yet, but they're working on some guidance for us in terms of under what circumstances might we not have to consider a child's situation COVID. And then the rapid $5 test, that's a recent development that those are going to be available. And so at the point that we were writing the guidance, that was not available. And other than the drive-through tests that are publicly funded, the tests are, you know, $100, and that was cost prohibitive for us to have those in any kind of large number. And so at that point, we were just sort of, here's what we have. And even the TEA guidance says if they have symptoms, they're to be presumed COVID and treated like COVID, except for those 2 exceptions. And so that's where all that came from. And it's like everything else with the virus, it's a changing, moving situation. And but Tarrant County has said they will work with us on having some, as we get closer to having more larger numbers of students in the buildings, that they'll work with us on having some guidance in what situations would we not have to consider it COVID.
Thank you very much for that answer. Wow, any opportunities to get hands-on testing, I'm all for. I think that would really be very helpful. I think those are all of my questions. Once again, Dr. Brown, thank you very much for the information you've given. Ms. Minnerly, thank you so much for being with us and answering our questions and continuing to give us advice on things that we have. Okay, confirming that there's no other questions. This is a discussion action item. So I'm willing to hear a motion if one is ready.
President Mays, this one doesn't have, it's just an update, this particular section. We moved it around.
Right. Sorry,
So,
you're right.
Yeah.
I'm anxious, I guess.
Yeah.
I forgot we moved it around. Yes, thank you very much for that reminder. Okay, so now we are ready then to move on to our next discussion item. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And now we'll go to item A. Item A will have information about our request to submit a waiver beyond the 4-week limit that we have now. And so this entire discussion that we just had is very helpful to inform the next discussion, which is this waiver and where we are with reopening and things like that. So at this point, just to kind of provide a context, because there's seemingly a lot in this presentation, but it goes pretty quickly. So this will cover the waiver extension request. It'll cover the high school. So it'll cover item B. It's all in one presentation just to follow a logic. And it'll also talk about the asynchronous plan. So we're actually covering A, B, and C in this presentation so that it can be coherent with an entire district plan. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Brown and Dr. Wirtz.
Good evening, President Mays, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. We're here this evening to share with you information about the waivers that we intend to submit, and also to provide some detailed information with respect to the learner's experience upon the return to school, including what the school schedules will look like. So as part of our presentation tonight, there are 4 topics that we'll go over. First, I will review the extension of the school year transition time beyond the 4 weeks, the waiver pertaining to that item. Then we will break from waiver discussion, so to speak, and really talk specifically about the hybrid transition schedules for elementary and junior high school students that would take place during that period of time. And then we'll introduce the waiver for hybrid learning specifically for students in grades 9 through 12. And then finally, I will go over the asynchronous learning plan, which is very much much of the information that we've been sharing with the board now for the last several months. So the first item is the waiver to extend the school year transition time beyond the 4-week period. And this is an item that the state requires if districts intend to continue through a transition plan beyond the initial 4-week period, which is where we're currently at. This waiver would allow Arlington to extend the transition period to an additional 4-week period. And it's based on health information by the Tarrant County health guidance that we heard about this evening. The waiver allows the district to restrict in-person instruction, but at least some in-person instruction can be offered within the district, and adjustments are permissible based on local health conditions. So I thought I would share, just for clarity, what the time periods were. So from March 16th to May 28th, We had our initial at-home learning period. This was at the end of the last school year, and this period of time was initiated due to the outbreak of COVID-19. We then went on summer break, and then on August 17th, we opened school again with at-home remote learning, and that 4-week period is currently happening, and that ends on September 11th. Beginning September 14th to October 9th is the final 4-week transition period. So if the district submits the waiver, or if the board approves the submission of the waiver, it would grant us the opportunity to continue through a transition period through hybrid instruction during this period between the 14th and the 9th of October. What we are recommending is that we continue our instruction the way it currently is until September 21. And then on September 21, we initiate some of the hybrid schedules, which we're about to discuss, and that those would continue through October 9th. During this period of time, we would also continue to assess our current health information and adjust any of our protocols to ensure the safety needs of our students. Now, there were several things that we've thought about and considered as we considered the start date being September 21st. First of all, we want to ensure that we can continue to provide a high quality instructional environment for our students. In this environment, it will be a blended environment, so teachers will be providing instruction to both students that are in person in their classroom, as well as students that are at home simultaneously. We also had to consider the safety protocols and the PPE training that we want to make sure that we provide and continue to give teachers and administration at each of the schools to ensure health safety for all those that are returning. And then finally, as we consider the complexities of a transition in a system our size, to make sure that we are able to address the learning needs of all the students coming back to school, as well as their safety. As was talked about this evening, in a district our size, it's quite complex. And so our recommendation for September 21st would allow us to ensure that these things are in place. Starting October 13th, the 4-week additional period that we would be applying for would come to an end. And on October 11th and October 13th, elementary, junior high school students would then be returning to in-person instruction 5 days a week. And then high school students would continue to engage in the published hybrid schedule. And this would continue. The waiver specifically for this topic, which I'll describe later, actually can continue through the school year at the school district's discretion. I thought before we would jump into the schedules as examples that I would share a little bit about what a blended learning experience could look like in the classroom. And as you know, we've talked a lot about asynchronous and synchronous learning, asynchronous being we're calling not live, versus synchronous, which is live. And there are pluses and minuses, or pros and cons to each of those two sides. And there's been some articles and research done specifically around what some of the benefits of each of these two learning styles are. Specifically in an asynchronous learning environment, it gives kids an opportunity to increase their cognitive load, which means they get an opportunity to really engage in more increased reflection and process information that's a little more complex. Whereas synchronous learning increases the opportunity for personal participation. So of course, because it's live and students are engaging or expected to engage simultaneously with the teacher, there is an increased motivation to participate in a personal way. So when would you provide each of these two environments, and how can they both be leveraged when teaching an environment that's blended, where students are engaging in both things at the same time? For topics that are complex, where you may need to get into topics that are a lot more rigorous or require more deep thinking, asynchronous is actually a good environment to have, because it gives students more time to reflect, and there's no desire or expectation that the student respond immediately. It's also positive when you're trying to deal with flexibilities for family or work schedules, or where there's commitments, because they're recorded. It allows a student to engage and work around a schedule that might be personalized for their family. In the synchronous environment, that might be helpful sometimes in less complex issues, because students are actually engaged on the moment. Quick responses are expected, but they can become committed quickly because they're now engaged socially with other people in their classroom, whether it's virtually or in a face-to-face environment. It also allows opportunities for people to get acquainted with each other and to collaborate and work on tasks with one another. So there is a place for both of these two spaces. What we are anticipating when students return back to school in a hybrid model is that there would be concurrent learning happening both in the in-person and the online environment. So with that being said, some families may select that their children come back in person, and some families may choose that their kids stay home. And then we have some students that will be returning in the in-person environment, but they're in the hybrid schedule, so they're going back and forth. In that scenario, we have teachers that will be providing instruction to both groups of students that are on their roster, and we intend to leverage both Seesaw and Canvas to help facilitate this process. And there are some benefits to this long-term. One is it allows the teacher to manage the platform as the primary mode of instruction and to provide individualized help to the students that are face-to-face. And it also allows the teacher to transition to the students that are at home and keep them on the same schedule. Also, in the event that there is a time where closure happens or where students are required to be when they're asked to go home because of someone being infected, it will allow them to continue their instruction seamlessly, because what happened in school the day before, face-to-face, they can pick up and continue at home in the online environment through the LMS that we're using, which is either Seesaw or Canvas. So what could blended learning actually look like? So some models include like the station rotation. This model allows a teacher to create a variety of stations, which has some students working face-to-face on the station, other students are at home working on the station, and the teacher can then rotate through those groups and facilitate communities of learners. Some of the learners may be actually working next to each other in the classroom, and one of the students that might be engaging with those students that are in the classroom might actually be online in the same group, because the learning is happening on the LMS. It allows the teachers to work directly with students, and it also allows them to balance with students the difference between online and in-person instruction, like which groups of students are being taught in both environments. There's also something called the flipped classroom that a teacher could leverage. So in the hybrid model, students will be going home on some days and coming to school on some days. In the flipped classroom, students can learn much of the content in the asynchronous environment in their off days, meaning the days when they're actually at home. And then the teacher is able to maximize the in-person time by customizing the learning, knowing that certain portion of the learning happened at home already prior to them coming to school. Students also have the opportunity to influence the pace of their learning in a flipped classroom because of the asynchronous nature of the learning that will take place at home. And as with all asynchronous learning environments, they will have access to all the modules and learning 24/7 to accommodate their family schedules. Another example is the individual rotation. And what an individual rotation, that's the way that works, which is different from a station rotation, is each student has their own trajectory of work they're working on based on the learning objectives of that unit of study. So this is very much similar to students taking a pre-assessment. The teacher has a Canvas course with a variety of activities that students will engage in, and students will be able to engage in specific tasks that are aligned to their actual needs. So each student, in essence, has their own trajectory of differentiated work that happen within that model. It also allows students to engage in a variety of learning modalities and gives students opportunities to conference directly with their teachers. So if they were individual rotation model, students can continue working on their tasks in person, or they can work on tasks at home, and the teacher can facilitate learning with them and conferencing with them in either of those two environments. These are just a few examples of the way blended learning can happen. Some teachers may choose to, for example, in high school where there's 100 minutes of instruction happening in each period, some teachers may choose to provide direct instruction to their in-person students for 50 minutes. And then while those students are engaged in independent and group work, they may then provide face-to-face instruction to their students that are actually online or in the asynchronous environment at home. And as I said, these are just examples of the way teachers can implement the blended learning environment based on the needs of their actual class. What I thought we would do now is pause for a minute and go over the actual proposed schedules and what they would look like at each of the three levels. And I'm gonna turn this over to Dr. Brown, and she's gonna walk us through those schedules and some of the rationale behind them.
Right, thank you, Dr. Wirtz. So for proposed in-person learning, again, parents can still choose to stay in the virtual learning environment if they want their students to do so, or they can choose in person. I referenced earlier this evening that we will be resurveying to verify parents' choices as to in-person or virtual. And with our proposed in-person learning schedule for the hybrid, students would attend in-person learning on their scheduled days based on their alpha surname. So either A through L or M through Z, and they would attend twice per week and every other Friday. And this again is during that window that Dr. Wirtz mentioned earlier today. This part is important. We spent quite a bit of time trying to find the right, I guess, cut point, if you will, with surname to get us to about 50% capacity if every student were to show up. And so looking at our data, that ended about at an L. So we have about 49 or 50, almost 50% exactly of our students across the system would be at the end of the L. Now we do know that, of course, different campuses, different classrooms, it's not going to be an even 50% at an L. And we do know that, and we'll talk about some provisions for that in a moment. Principals will have the discretion to adjust schedules based on extenuating circumstances. We know for a fact, of course, that we have some siblings who may have different last names. And we want to make sure that we provide a standard space for parents to be able to say, I need all three of my children to attend on the same day for many reasons and why that's important. And the principal has a discretion to be able to work with that parent on a case-by-case scenario for any kind of extenuating circumstance during this week, several week period of time. And the following special education programs, as you know, these special education programs have been attending in-person learning since August 17th. That's our alternate curriculum, our ABLE students, our early childhood for special education, which is our pre-K early childhood special education program, and our regional day school program for the deaf at Miller Elementary School. These students would continue to have the continuity of instruction and they would attend daily as they have been since August 17th. The other students would be attending based on their alpha. Dr. Wirtz, thank you. So here are a few things that we considered, of course, to try to find a schedule that is going to fit the needs of most of our students. So providing in-person learning for siblings, I mentioned that, making sure that we considered siblings and how that might impact the schedule if we did alpha. We wanted to make sure we minimize disruptions in just this short window of time that we had, providing stable consistency in instruction, both in-person and virtual. And we also wanted to make sure we maximize the use of Fridays by rotating in-person learning. We toyed around with different options and one did not include a Friday. And then we certainly decided at the end that Friday was going to be important, that we try to get as many students as possible into our classes. So I just wanted to share with you just a couple of alpha schedules. This is random. I looked at about 100 schedules across the district just to see about where that cutoff point would be. So if you look at Arlington High School, for example, there's a business information class. We have 17 students and this one particular teacher, A through L and M through Z, there are 13. So already you have a split there. It's not 50-50, but we have to consider that all 17 of those students are likely not to return face-to-face. If that's the case, it's going to automatically provide lower density in those classrooms. Now, if you looked at Arlington Advanced English 1 class, we have 23 students in that class, A through L, and 12 M through Z. That provides many more students in that first block than we would like to have. So if all 23 of those students were to show up and want or select in-person learning, that's an example where the principal and leadership team may have to make some adjustments just to make sure that we have appropriate sizing in the classroom to provide for social distancing. If we do, it's okay. Principals also have the discretion to use other large spaces if they need to be able to accommodate some of our larger classrooms for those who are choosing in-person learning. Again, as much as possible, trying to keep the physical distance to make sure our students have their own space and are as healthy as possible. So this is an example of what it would look like for elementary pre-K 6. So basically, if the 21st is our potential start date, you will see that where it's highlighted A through L in person. So my last name is Brown. So what I would attend Monday and Tuesday of that week for instruction. On Wednesday and Thursday, it would flip. And Dr. Reich would attend in-person learning on Wednesday and Thursday. On Friday, it actually would switch back to A through L in person, and then M through Z would be virtual. And you'll see the 28th, basically Mondays and Tuesdays are all A through L. Wednesdays and Thursdays are all M through Z. And this is a schedule that actually works really well pre-K-12. So this is the elementary schedule, but it is across the board, as you'll see here in just a moment. Okay, so here's, oh, I'm sorry, go back. My apologies. Junior high school, 7th and 8th grade. Again, Monday through Tuesday. So all Monday and Tuesday, A through L, 7th and 8th graders, M through Z, Wednesday and Thursday, the exact same schedule for our junior high. And again, just to reiterate that there will be exceptions for any challenges that parents might have. The campuses will have the discretion to make some adjustments during this 3-week period. Next slide. And this is the high school hybrid schedule. So we know our high schools are on blocked schedule. And so this is how it would look starting on the 21st. So if I'm A through L, I would go 2 days back to back. Same thing as pre-K through 8th grade. And then M through Z, Wednesday, Thursday. We would alternate a Friday. So both sets of alpha would get a Friday session. And then of course we have a student holiday on the 9th, actually the 12th as well. So 9th and 12th will be holidays in October. Okay.
Right, so thank you, Dr. Brown. One of the things that's important to note about that's the high school schedule is that there's a schedule that we shared for junior high, elementary, and high school that takes place during the extended 4-week period. And then there's a waiver for hybrid learning for grades 9 through 12 that actually provides a waiver for that type of learning to continue throughout the school year as long as it's needed based on the health situation in the county. And the purpose of the waiver for the students in 9 through 12 is to provide the district with the opportunity to space students out and to ensure there's not overcrowding at the high schools in order to ensure their safety. This waiver is only available for grades 9 through 12. And so this is an important point that starting on October 13th, this waiver does not apply to elementary or junior high, it's just for high school. And what it does is, as a district, we have to ensure that on-campus attendance is still offered as part of the hybrid schedule, at least 40% of the days in each grading cycle. So one of the things that you will have noted, if you were to go through and count the days that Dr. Brown was sharing, the number of days that students are actually attending equate to at least 40% of the total days that they are participating in instruction during a grading period. Any district that chooses to pursue this option while not providing a daily on-campus offering for students who otherwise wish to attend may do so after we submit the waiver. So once a waiver is submitted, it's automatically approved upon submission, and TEA can choose to review it at a later time should they opt for that. The last thing we want to share tonight before we open for questions and make our recommendation is the asynchronous learning plan and attestation. So each district is required to submit to the Texas Education Agency an asynchronous plan if you are starting school in the online environment. It's important to note that while I'm sharing this tonight, we actually submitted several weeks ago our intent to apply or to submit a plan, which was required by TEA. And the school districts actually have until October to actually submit this plan. So many of the things that I'm going to describe tonight are things you have already heard multiple times in board meetings and things we've received feedback. This is just the time at which we make our formal submission. So there are several requirements when implementing an asynchronous learning model, which is what we've been implementing. And these requirements include having an instructional schedule that meets the TA minute expectations, which we've shared. It also, you have to share that you have to attest to implementing a text-aligned curriculum. And then we also have to provide some descriptions on how we intend to monitor their students' progress and also explain how we are adapting our instruction and our materials to differentiate for the learning needs of our students, specifically English learners and special education students. And then finally, we have to describe how we are implementing the plan, specifically what role parental preparation has been provided, and then also professional learning for teachers and staff. The important thing to note about this plan is there are some things we attest to, and then there are some open-ended questions that we answer and some attachments that we provide. And all of these requirements or all of these things I'm describing today are all included in all the information that we have presented over the last several weeks. We simply have to combine it and put it in a formal document that we're sending to TEA. As you know, as we've been going throughout this process, we have solicited parent and staff feedback as part of our task force. This has been done in the form of surveys, from information that families have initiated with us, and also including staff in the actual planning and implementation of this transition plan. And there are several things that we heard. The first thing we've heard really loudly, of course, is that everybody wants to ensure the health and safety of themselves and the students they're serving. And so what we've done is we've implemented protocols aligned with the health department's recommendations to ensure that we are implementing the PPE and the protocols that will allow our students to return to school safely and for our teachers to teach them. We also have heard that families would like to or wanted to have more direct contact with their students, between their students and their teachers. In other words, during the initial closure, where it was very one-sided, meaning teachers were not necessarily providing synchronous instruction to students, it was completely asynchronous. We heard from families that more contact with teachers was desired. And so we implemented in our model an asynchronous schedule that embedded direct live instruction routinely each day for students to engage with their teachers. There's also a call for a lot of flexibility for families, knowing that their schedules are varied and that many families have working parents. And so to ensure that direct instruction was going to be accessible to students, but at various times of the day, we have recorded direct instruction, and we've also provided routine communication in a more standardized, uniformed way across the district from teachers to parents. So there was greater understanding about what was going to be taught and the way that students would be engaging in curriculum and instruction over the course of the following week. We also know that we have many students and families that needed access to various materials and to technology, including devices and hotspots. And so as Dr. Brown has shared earlier, we have provided hardware and hotspots to all of our requesting families. Currently, we have 45,000 devices that have been distributed. We also distributed textbook materials to students so that they would have those in their hands when school started on the first day. And then finally, there is a desire for increased rigor in terms of instruction. And so as a team, we developed the Connected Learning Framework, which defined and implemented specific standards for high quality remote instruction and provided direct professional learning to teachers and staff on the implementation of that framework, including the distribution of a variety of resources. And so these are some of the items that we actually put in place based on the feedback we heard from staff and families. This is just a quick screenshot of one of the pages on the asynchronous plan template. As you can see, this gives you an example of the narrative that we have to describe and answer to some of the questions, including links to some of the schedules. And so this plan, if approved for submission by the board, will be submitted in the next coming days. So administration is recommending that the board approve the submission of the waiver to extend the school year transition beyond 4 weeks, the waiver for hybrid learning for grades 9 through 12, and the submission of the asynchronous learning plan. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown and Dr. Wertz. Questions from colleagues, Mr. Wilbank.
Thank you, President Mays, and thank you, Dr. Brown and Dr. Wertz, for presenting a plan. And to all the teachers and families that are listening out there, is come October 13th, we have to be in person to anyone who wants to show up. And so it's important to realize that this waiver that we're voting on is a transition plan. It's a transition to go from where we are now with 100% virtual to where we have to be by the rules of the TEA on October 13th. And I want to commend you guys for listening to staff, our administrations, our campus leadership, as well as our teachers, and balancing the need to beta test and get us through that transition while beta testing and stress testing our instructional model and our safety protocols and everything we need to do to work out those kinks and discover those unknown unknowns that we know are going to crop up that we need to address. And I think this balances the need given where we are in the presentation from the county health authority on, the actual reality of where we are in terms of the pandemic, but also where we're being driven to by TEA in terms of the need to open up, and also the very real pragmatic need for parents, especially of those younger ones, that virtual is just not working for. And again, for those parents who maybe are wanting us to open up right now, 5 days a week, we're a large district and we can't, that's not realistic for us to be able to do. And I think, again, this is a transition plan and it allows them to get some relief temporarily for a short period of time before we open back up, and we know we can do it safely and not rush into it and have the problem that the surrounding districts are experiencing. So I think this is a very practical plan that is well thought out. But having said that, I have a few questions. I wish we could do hybrid after October 13th for at least junior high. I think it makes sense there. You could argue about elementary school, and those parents really do need the relief at the elementary school 5 days a week, because those kids can't stay at home and be expected to be online. But at junior high, yeah, I think a hybrid is a very safe model. And I know we've asked the TEA, and we've been pushing this, Dr. Cavazos. Have we made any headway? Is there some bending of the mindsets there to kind of loosen up and allow us to do hybrid at the junior high level?
No, Mr. Wilbanks, there isn't at this point. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any bending there.
Okay. All right. Well, Dr. Wirtz, speaking about the hybrid model that you guys have outlined here, and I assume is going to be the exact same one after October 13th at the high school level. Can you go back to the schedule and bring that up for me?
Sure.
Okay, so under the guidelines, we're supposed to be able to provide at least 40% of the instructional time. So if you divide up 5 days a week, 40% is 2 days. And I just was curious about the thought process about going all 5 days, where I know a lot of the districts in their transition plans that are choosing hybrid are breaking up the A day 2 days, the B day 2 days, and either say on a Wednesday or Friday, they're using that opportunity to deep clean the school and sanitize the school and get it ready for that next group of students. So many of them have done just what you did, where you put the group A together concurrently on, say, Monday, Tuesday, and the B day, say, on Thursday, Friday, but then they chose that Wednesday to do a deep cleaning so there's no cross-contamination between the two groups. I'm curious if you guys looked at that. The flip side of that is this has the benefit, because it adds extra benefit of relief for those parents who need those kids in schools, or the kids that really benefit from in-person instruction. But personally, I think I would lean during the transition phase at least to do a 2-and-2 model. What was y'all's thinking on that?
Go ahead, Dr. Brown.
I can answer that. Yes, we did consider that, Trustee Wilbanks, and ultimately decided that that third instructional day in the rotation for students who've been out of the in-person learning for so long, that would be beneficial to them. We feel pretty good about our custodial supports and how they've outlined how they will stagger the support in terms of cleanliness and disinfecting. And so we thought we would still be able to successfully and healthily and safely still be able to clean the buildings and get them ready for the next group and provide the third day of instruction.
That's good, Dr. Brown. Thanks. I'm glad to hear that, because I think you just swayed me from being on the fence on 2-and-2 versus 2-and-2 plus an extra day. And you're right, there is a lot of, we're 70% economically disadvantaged. There are a lot of our students that are going to be severely impacted by this COVID slide, and giving them that extra instructional day that is all the reason in the world, especially if we think we can keep the building sanitized without that break. So I would agree, that's a great plan. And I like the way you've done it here. And sorry, my mind is drawing a blank on the other question I had here. And I don't have it up handy. So in the essence of time, why don't I yield the floor to my other colleagues for their questions?
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Other colleagues with a question? Yes, Mr. Hogg.
Sorry, let me turn off mute, Ms. Mays. And I've got an extensive list, so I'll try and go expeditiously through some questions. I think as you start off, you start thinking about this, we can all agree, and Dr. Brown and Dr. Wirtz, face-to-face learning is better for our students overall, plain and simple. We know it is. We've talked about that from the starts. And I think we all have to agree that, and set very clear expectations that going back face-to-face is not going to be what we consider normal, right? And I'm worried the expectations are not super clear that it's not going to be normal school. And listen, everyone wants that, but we're not to that stage, and we can't get there no matter what you think about this virus from where it comes from. We've all heard, staff, board members, we've heard the stories of struggle in virtual learning from so many parents. We've all been on the phone and heard those tears and seen those tears, and I don't do well with tears, but you still listen to them. What happens? You also hear the stories of success in virtual learning, and it's a flip side from where we're going. And then you hear from our teachers who are struggling because they want to be back teaching face-to-face, but honestly, they're really concerned and have fears, which is real. And then you hear of teachers that no matter what will do anything to come back face-to-face. And I say all that for, I've grown up with so many kids that are in this district, that are teaching in this district now, who have now chosen to then, and other ones that have stayed here, other ones that have moved here, and they're raising their kids. It's the most divided I've ever seen an issue for this board in all my years. And the whole community is truly divided on this. So I know I'm having to work daily to try and practice it, but the more grace we can grant everyone, the better of where we're going to go and get to that challenge, because everyone actually has pretty valid points on either side. The only part that probably throws me off is when someone throws a medical report out and there's a medical report on either side that says totally different things on opinions from doctors from where they're happening. I appreciate staff in this board. We all still agree safety is our top priority, and that hasn't changed from the start of when we just started discussing this, and we're going to continue that. And then you hear the stories of people saying we should wait for a vaccine. Well, that's not really an option. The TEA is not giving us that as an option. It's not an option to wait for that, and nothing we choose and do is going to be risk-free. There are risks calculated. I appreciate Dr. Brown especially, and Dr. Taneja, who was on there. We've met the parameters. We set the parameters. That's what we're going with, and we're helping it drive a decision from where we've come on that. Let me ask the question. I hear a lot on safety, and you mentioned it, Dr. Wirtz, but I heard the story just today that one of our high schools only has 300 masks. Is that true? What are we at on equipment and PPE equipment? And are we going to hear all of a sudden that we go back face to face and we hear people don't have the right PPE equipment?
No, we have been working closely with the other departments, including Cindy and her group, specifically to ensure that the proper amount of PPE was delivered to each of the campuses, including the volume of hand sanitizer. We've had specific discussions about the distribution of face masks to make sure that we have face masks for students who inevitably show up without one. So we should be prepared to receive students, and PPE is in place.
And do we have an ordering mechanism for because the worst thing we're going to have, and you're going to have an unhappy board member when all of a sudden we start getting reports that
a
high school's out of PPE mask.
Yeah, there is an ordering mechanism that's working with Kelly Horn and his department to make sure that if we're running low in any specific area, that we can make sure we replenish the schools in time for students.
Okay. And then we start talking on choice of what happens. And we've seen tons of parents ask for choice. And I'm a big proponent of choice. But I'll tell you, I'm a little disappointed in a lot of those emails when it says choice for the parents and the students, but it never says the word choice for a teacher. That's just it's a reality that we have to face. It is a very difficult, and it's not easy to say how you logistically handle choice on that. So when are we surveying? Because this determines a lot of what we do and how we roll out. When are we going to do that survey? I know, Dr. Brown, you said it earlier. When does that survey go out? Tomorrow to start calculating that out, so we can figure out when students and families want to come back and which ones do, and then also which teachers are looking for that.
Great question. So we wanted to make sure, of course, we got through tonight's board meeting and then determine our next steps. And so the plan is tomorrow to communicate not only to our parents, but also to the staff about our next steps and whatever the plan is that's decided tonight. And we have a pretty tight timeline as to when we're going to reach out to parents. So first, general communication going out to parents tomorrow. They'll know to expect a call from, they'll be able to, choose with a survey. Are you looking to in-person or face-to-face? Whatever parent does not complete that survey, we have a process in place. The homeroom teacher or second period at the junior high and high school level will make personal contact with the parent just to make sure we get 100% of our parents to complete that request. We're looking to have that finalized by Tuesday or Wednesday, the latest of next week, to have all that finalized. As it relates to staff members, we do have a number of staff members who have cases in HR where they have reached out and they have connected and said, I have some underlying conditions or challenges with coming back. So our HR team is going to verify with those folks who already have a case, if you will, to see what their intention is. Now, if there's someone who did not complete it and said, hey, I'm ready to go back, and that was 4 weeks ago, and now something has changed in their medical history or something else, they still have an opportunity to connect with HR, share what their concern is. HR will case manage, have a case manager assigned to them. So everyone will have an opportunity, even if they didn't prior, disclose anything, they'll still have an opportunity to say, hey, I have an issue that I need someone to help me with. And we're looking to finalize all of that next week. So we have a real clear idea of what students are coming back, what staff are coming back, so we can have our classes organized and arranged for the start of in-person learning.
And I appreciate that. And when these numbers come up, when we survey these schools, are we going to publish each individual school's numbers so that we can see that this certain school is at 75% want to come back, this school's at 40%. I know our previous was about a 60-40 split across the district, and we need those district numbers, but are we also going to publish the individual school numbers? We
can certainly do that, Trustee Hogg.
And I think that, maybe it's not each individual, but the principal should, you know me, Dr. Brown, I'm a big fan of principal autonomy. How do we empower our principals to run their campus? And so I want to make sure they're able to say this, like, hey, here's the obstacle we face. We have 75%. That also has to help us drive certain decisions for certain schools of where there is a population that does want to come back and there's a higher need from that. Dr. Brown, Dr. Wirtz, did we consider, I've been tracking a lot other districts around the state and what their rollouts are and what they're doing and some of those gradual rollouts. Did we consider, listen, I commend us the special, the best thing I heard a while ago was our special ed was coming back August 17th when we were talking about this in August. Critical factor from where it is. I don't love maybe how the time they have, and that's a different question for I'm coming up a little bit. Did we consider a rollout, of some of a pre-K through 3, because that's a high needs area that has a really hard time learning, virtually to see that, did we consider that rollout of a gradual route, like maybe pre-K through 3 and then 4 through 6 and then secondary and then high school. Did we have discussions, did staff have discussions to consider those options?
Yes, sir. That was also considered as well. We thought about doing early childhood, and the challenges and obstacles we would have faced would have been around staffing. So for example, if you have all pre-K2 teachers or students come back, you're going to need to still socially distance those classes, which means for one kinder classroom, for example, you'll actually need 2 teachers to be able to separate. So there'll be a staffing obstacle we would have faced, and also spreading those students out around the building, not having the physical setups in classrooms that would be conducive for a kindergartner if they're using a 4th or 5th grade space. So we considered some of those challenges. And I think ultimately what we landed on, Trustee Hogg, is that with 70% economically disadvantaged, a little bit over what we heard earlier today, we know that all of our students right now could benefit from in-person instruction. So that transitional period of just about, as you see, just 3 weeks, we could benefit, a lot more students versus a smaller pack for 3 weeks. So we did consider that option as well, and ended up landing on the alpha option.
And I'll ask a question. Let me jump to it, and on that option, and I have it on my notes. What I don't understand on especially the elementary side, and even maybe the junior high. I understand the high school level. Why do you have kids going Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday? That doesn't seem to make sense, because then you have a child, if they're not going Friday, they've now gone Monday and Tuesday, and they're then not coming back again till that next Monday, on that flip side, versus the nice piece. Now, and listen, we have to stay consistent with whatever we do, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday. You have to stay consistent, because there's too many people picking up. There's other family members picking up and doing those things. I'm confused on why we would choose, for especially the elementary, Monday, Tuesday, and a Wednesday, Thursday model.
And actually, Trustee Hogg, we looked at both. We looked at an every other day. We looked at 2 days in a row, and ultimately landed with high school being an AB block schedule day, that it was more conducive to have 2 days in a row. And if we were to do high school, where it's traditionally the AB block that's more conducive for a 2 day in a row schedule, it would have thrown off elementary and junior high school. And so we thought, which way can we make it standardized, make it consistent? The students, even if they're not face-to-face on Wednesday and Thursday, they still would have some synchronous opportunities in terms of touch points with the teachers. They just would not be there in person. So we just ultimately landed on 3 weeks of consistency pre-K-12, and thought that might be helpful even for parents to be able to navigate having multiple children at different levels.
It makes some sense. And listen, we do have some high schoolers that are watching and leading virtual learning for elementary students. It's a reality. We know that's what we're facing on some challenges. So having hopefully those family members all together, but even then, they're still not going to be together on that Friday when that high schooler is going back, and that Monday, Tuesday student is not, or in that scenario. So I still think we're missing on some of that. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say I love the Monday, Tuesday. I think it's more traditional to go Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday for that model of splitting it up and processing through. And also for those parents that do have to go to work, it makes more sense to be able to split those 2 days out instead of, hey, I'm going to be here Monday and Tuesday, but then I can't be there Wednesday, Thursday from that model. Every other Friday, I actually appreciate. So I really appreciate y'all bringing in the Friday model to help out with that. And with that, I can buy into the Monday, Tuesday. Let me ask on some of our teachers for just a little bit. How do we expect them to operate and maintain this transition on virtual and in person?
So that's a really good question. It really, it's challenging, right? Everyone asks that question. How do you do both environments at the same time? And it's actually interesting because this is the same question that's actually happening all across the country. They're writing articles about it. And in essence, what it basically boils down to is the blended model. And there's a variety of ways that teachers can do it. I gave 3 examples tonight, actually 4 different kinds of examples. Right at this point, we haven't chose to dictate to a teacher specifically, like you have to do it this way. meaning like you have to either use the station model or the individual station model or the flipped classroom, or you might decide that you want to use half of the period to teach the kids that are facing in front of you and the other half of the period to work with the kids that are online. And the reason being is because the needs of the classes vary and the teaching styles vary. There may be some teachers that are very adapted to a station style of teaching with the blended environment, where a teacher could actually mix kids working from home with the kids that are actually in person in a collaborative group, and they can be working on something together. I think the important thing to note about this is the way that it will look is, and Dr. Cavazos has emphasized this several times throughout the summer, is the curriculum and the modules that are in Canvas or on Seesaw will form the foundation of the learning experience, even when kids are in person. And I think that's a really important point to make, because you said earlier, which I thought was really important, just because we're coming back in a hybrid environment or even face-to-face does not mean that life goes back as normal. It isn't going to be like normal. Kids will still need their devices. The foundation of their learning will still come from those places. There'll be a teacher there to teach them. It won't be exactly like what it would be like when they're at home, because it's blended, but it will, the teaching and learning that's happening right now at Seesaw and Canvas will still be a major component. And the reason why that's important too is if Stephen goes to school and for some reason Tracy's in class and Stephen gets it gets infected or shows symptoms, and now Tracy has to go home too for the next 14 days, because our learning primarily has been on Canvas in the classroom with the teacher, Tracy can go home and pick up exactly where she left off the day before, and learning is seamless. And we do anticipate there will be moments where closure has to happen, where schools are open and schools are closing. What we don't want to do is recreate the spring over again, where everyone's coming to school like normal, and then all of a sudden it shuts down, and then everyone's scrambling to try to figure out how to get kids online again. This allows us to have that seamless transition until things start settling down, and then we're able to kind of gradually go back to a place of normalcy. But that's really what the experience will be like. So to answer your question, the way a teacher navigates that experience, we're going to provide a variety of examples. I'm actually working with my team right now to help embed some training for teachers to think about how do I navigate this myself, because I know it's a question a lot of teachers have, and then let them make some choices based on their professional judgment with the kids that they have on how to go about that. It's not necessarily a one size fits all. It really will depend upon the learning style of the kids that they're instructing.
And Dr. Wertz, I can't say I'm a big fan of September 21st. I would like to honestly go back hybrid September 14th. I also understand there's some transition and some training for our staff. So I'm willing to give on some of that. It's probably not my strength of giving that. I want to bring it all in and work as fast as possible and get them back. But I also understand reality sometimes fits. So what day, and when we know when that survey is completed, which teachers will be able to transition to potentially 100% online to be able to assist? And are we fully giving that principal the autonomy to be able to reassign teachers to be able to do that and adjust their classrooms?
Well, that's an important question. We are giving principals the autonomy to make some adjustments to classroom, but keep in mind that even principals have restrictions, meaning there are certification requirements that are in place that the state has not given us any leeway on. So I'll give you a quick example. If I know when we're coming back or whatever, I know that I have a third grade group of students, and many of them are just full-time at home. They're not coming hybrid at all. They're going to be indefinitely at home. And a principal knows that there's enough in that group that they could actually assign one teacher just to do that, and they wouldn't have to have this back and forth between the two environments and the other teachers. A principal has the discretion to do that, as long as they are able to do it and still be in compliance with statute regarding like certification and things like that. That goes all the way through all levels. And we've really talked a lot with principals about that decision point really being at the campus level. They can receive guidance from their area superintendents. They can receive guidance from HR to make sure they're meeting all the requirements. But at the district level, we're not able to see every single movement in terms of students deciding to come to school or to stay home. And so we really are going to support and leave that discretion to the principals with the support of their area superintendents to make those decisions in an effort to do what you're describing, which is maximize their teacher population to serve their kids. We may find some campuses where that's not their choice. That's actually something they don't want to do. Some teachers may want to stick with the kids they've already been working with. And I think that's part of the formula that people have to think about is kids have acclimated to certain teachers already. Some principals and teachers may decide, you know what, it's actually better for us to stick with the groups that have already been separated. But that's really going to be a decision at the campus level.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Wertz. I always fight for autonomy and local. We always talk about as a board, we want local control from Austin, and principals say they want local control from senior staff and board members, right? Like it's all the same procedure. So I am a huge advocate, and I really appreciate that answer of we're going to let that principal and that staff make the decision. Of course, listen, there's rules that have to be followed. And there's standards of social distancing and state regulations, of course, by all means. But other than that, they are able to flex that ability to be able to get that. Let me go, as we ask about teachers online, let me ask, and I heard we're electing these, what are we doing with teachers with families that have young kids that are also in school at that same time? Are we allowing their kids to come to their campus? Are we allowing their kids to spend, if they want to, more time at their school where their child, young man or young boy or girl goes to school? What are we doing for teachers that do have families that are also enrolled in our schools?
So HR has worked with Dr. Brown to create some protocols and some direction in terms of staff members and their ability to bring their children to school in a supervised fashion. So Dr. Brown, you want to speak to the specifics of that?
Yes, just wanting to make sure we provide the flexibility and the grace there. We have, especially with a hybrid schedule, we have principals and teachers whose children will only go to school twice a week or maybe 3 days a week. What will they do the other 2 days? And so we thought it was important that we provide that flexibility where if they're supervised, they can be in the back of the room or in the corner of the office and can engage in their asynchronous learning like they normally would. And we certainly want to provide the provision for that. So we've allowed that the last several weeks. We've not had any issues with that. So we'll continue to provide that flexibility.
And I appreciate that flexibility. And I'll get into that question in just a little bit. It's like, if there is space, can they continue and stay at the other campus of where they are? But I'll get to that question in a second. Let me ask, I hear some stories of teachers having to resign. And I get that, I fully understand there's risk and that has to be an option. No one wants that. If that's the case, what is are we allowing them? Listen, they're under contracts with us in the district. If someone needs that and they don't want to go out on FMLA or they're able to retire, is FMLA their only option of what they're going out on, or what are their options for those teachers that are contemplating that? Because it is something some are thinking about. And I want to know what that thought is.
So go ahead, Tracy, were you going to answer that?
I'm happy to, but I would defer to you if you're
I
going
thought
to.
y'all were going to maybe call up Mr. Dale as HR.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, every situation is different, Mr. Hogg. So it's hard to give a blanket answer on that because we want to make sure we assist employees and we want to make sure that they can continue to be successful. So it can range anywhere from accommodations to FMLA, et cetera. If an employee wants to resign, it depends. It depends on their contract in terms of the reason they're resigning. And that's consistent. That's not different in this environment. So if the reason is to take employment somewhere else, then that really puts their contract in a bind. And so we verify those things. If it's something that they think their only option is resignation, then we certainly have HR work with them to say, well, what other options do you have if you really don't want to resign? So every case is different, but a resignation to obtain employment somewhere else without it being like a relocation and things like that, promotion and those things that are pretty standard. Just resignation to go employ somewhere else is something that we would have to work with the employee to understand if that's possible. So every case is unique, and retirement is a different story sometimes, because if they now decide they need to retire or want to retire, then that's different than a resignation. And we are going to look at those on a case-by-case basis. We already have, actually, in some cases, because we want to make sure we meet the needs of the employees, but also this is a two-way street, and we want to make sure we meet the needs of our students, and the students need their teacher and things like that. So,
well, and I think, and I agree with that, but if they're taking a job someplace else, yes, that's without a doubt. But there is the sphere of there are some teachers that have, they may not meet all of our standards for an FMLA, but they may have an elderly parent living with them, or they may have a spouse that is high risk. And I fully understand that. And I would ask the district to have as much flexibility on, and listen, there's a lot of regulations and rules around FMLA. There's COVID Leave Act. There's all kinds, listen, I'm in the HR world. I understand there's all these different things, but we have to have these flexibilities where if someone's potentially leaving for a year, we are letting them out, or working with TRS to not penalize them for leaving and going into a contract and stepping out of a contract at a very uncommon time in this. Because we all know, and everyone can talk, when you leave a contract, that can mar you for a long time. And if you ever want to come back and teach, you may not be able to come back. So, Dr. Vassos, I agree. Every case is separate. I just hope we are fully encouraging. And if we're not, I'm sure they'll email us as a board, and we will love to give that influence of saying, are we truly looking at this case? Let me go into the question, and I am trying to go a little quick on time. So for our students and families, in essence, we're breaking these down to, and I'm doing very simple math. We're actually breaking it down to, let's just talk elementary on this level here, of 25% capacity is what we're rolling. So if you have students going 2 days, maybe 3 days, let's just say 2 days from where it is, and half of them are going every day, you're down to 50% capacity there. And then if 50% of those are choosing all virtual, which I know is not a number, some schools are higher, they're going to be on there. So you're a little higher. But if our capacity that we're trying to get at is 10, 11, max 12 students is what we're saying per classroom. If a classroom's only running at 8 students, does the principal and that grade have the autonomy to be able to allow 3 more students to get up to that 10 or 11 number that are high need? What are those high needs? They may not have internet access at home. They may have a very bad home life, which principals and teachers understand that. They may have a really, no one's watching them at home, and they know that that's not being exposed. Do we have that? Does the campus have the autonomy to then that child becomes, instead of 2 days a week, 4 days a week, or 5, even 5 on that scenario, as long as we're not going over that 10, 11, whatever that number is from where we're going. And that may be confusing, but let me see if it's not.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
I'll take a shot at that one, because we've thought a lot about those kind of situations. So a couple of things just to calibrate the concept. So we're building a hybrid schedule for all students, because they, at some point, now keeping in mind that potentially, depending on where we land with the start date, potentially it's a 3-week period. Okay, so that's really important to kind of calibrate on that. But we're building a hybrid schedule for all students, because you may change your mind. You may change your mind week 2 and say, I'm coming to school. So that example of I have 8 students in one class, one of the days or 2 of the days, may quickly turn into 12 the next week, because they decide, hey, I think we're back. I think I'm going to go. I'm going to try it. And so we don't want to take somebody's space, if you will, by filling it with other students, as an example. So hybrid schedule, and that's why Dr. Brown and I've got to commend the entire team on that. Their scheduling is on alpha. So everybody knows, based on your last name, with some exceptions with leveling and all that, when your day is, whether you decide to come or not come, because you may decide the 2nd week, or you may decide the 3rd week, right before the 13th. And we want to make sure that we can accommodate those and we don't go over those numbers on any given classroom. And that helps build the capacity and build the confidence, if you will, of the system, of the teachers, of the protocols and things like that. So to answer your question, Mr. Hogg, in some of those cases, and if it's, certain unique situations that can be worked out, yes. But if that's going to put a teacher in any given day at 15 or 16 or 17, we're going to have to go back down, to the numbers.
Without a doubt, I think it's on an as case basis. And I think you put the cap of no matter what, a classroom can't go over this number.
Right.
But what I don't want to see is we're sitting there saying 10, 11, and they're socially distanced, and there's only 6 kids in that classroom that day. When there's 5 others that would rather be coming here that day. So then we're at 10 or 11. And listen, we're only talking about a 3-week period. If we were starting this for the whole year, and you see other districts, then that's the reason some of them are saying you have to choose for 6 weeks or 9 weeks on your virtual. I have a nephew in Louisville, and he's stuck in virtual for 9 weeks. He is locked in. They cannot transition no matter what from where they are. And so I appreciate we're getting the flexibility, and I'm all for the flexibility, but it should be on a weekly basis. And the parents, if you want to fill in and have extra days, and we know we're not going to be at capacity, and there's a high need students or whatever that principal determines is the need to put those students so that we're not over capacity in that classroom, but they need more face-to-face, and the parent wants it and that teacher wants it, I think we should be allowing them to do that.
And I completely agree. The only caution with that is that the following week, if there is not room because we're capacity, those
don't
same
stay the whole week.
Right, those same students will have to go back to a different schedule. What we want to try to avoid, and one of the things that is it's a very challenging period, and I completely recognize, we want to avoid disruption in scheduling. We want stability in scheduling for students and families, et cetera. And so the more transitions in terms of schedule changes, the more difficult sometimes it is. However, if we have, and I'll use another example, if we have, a pre-K classroom where very few kids want to come, and they're telling us, and the campus knows that this is something that the parents, they're not going to change their mind in 3 weeks, then can they make some adjustments for those very few students to continue on a more regular basis? Sure. Because they have, like we've said before, they have the insight to their building, to their families, to their teachers, et cetera. And we want to support that.
And I think that's important, because you're not getting over the capacity and you're not going forward, but it's allowing the flexibility, and it's got to be on that principal and teacher, because they know who possibly really needs that. Because let's be honest, we all know there's probably 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th graders that are home alone all day by themselves. And so if that's the need, let's figure out that need to make sure we're filling without going over the capacity to put no one at risk, and meeting our standards of where we want to achieve and what we want to do.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that topic, please?
Sure, I have no problem with this.
Well, okay, if they do both blocks, if a child does both the Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday, Thursday blocks, aren't they getting the same thing twice?
No, because home learning and face-to-face and synchronous, it's all the same. You should be learning the same thing whether you're at home or in person.
No,
right.
no. I'm
Well,
saying
we don't repeat. So A days, let's just use A day, B days. We don't, for like, I'll use elementary, for example. A student is, even though the student's only attending for 2 days, what's happening in person the following 2 days is not a repeat of what happened on Monday and Tuesday. The scope and sequence of the curriculum continues. So depending on how the teacher chooses to implement that model, she or he continues to teach. So there is no repeating. Once a day is had,
okay, I got it. I got it. Thank you.
Learning still goes whether you're in person or at home. It should be, you're all learning the same thing is what in theory it should be. But we all know that's truly not. Listen, we know our teachers, when a student's in their classroom.
I'm sorry, it's getting late and my brain, no. I stupid question, sorry.
That's okay. We'll keep moving. Let me ask, I've heard the stories and talked to some parents for special ed, and they're going, if I know them correctly, about half a day every day right now, and then not Fridays, if that's correct, or maybe it's till 2 o'clock. Is that going to change? Because Dr. Brown, you mentioned that they're going August 17th, 5 days a week. Are we changing that? Are they now starting to go 5 days a week, or what is the scenario? Are we increasing our special ed for our regional school for the deaf, for high needs special ed students in those cases?
So they actually will be in school the full day, starting the 21st, if that's approved. They'll be in school every day, full day, Monday through Friday.
So that will change for our special needs
Yes,
students.
they'll have additional time.
Okay,
It's important to note it's not special need, just special needs. It's specific program groups.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dr. Wertz, 100%. I've talked to enough parents that have an IEP that are not going in, so I fully understand. It's select ones that have been chosen.
Well, right, and the part of the reason for that too is many students who are special education students actually receive their service within the general ed environment.
Right.
And so that's why they're following the general ed transition that we're talking about. But there are other students that are using alternative curriculum that is completely different than the general ed environment, and those are those are pertaining to the programs that we were talking about, which is different. Their code. Go ahead.
No, I think it's a great clarification. And listen, sometimes we use the term, but I meant for that special group that we've designated. So I thank you for that clarification. I think it's an important clarification. Let me ask one more question.
Can I do a follow-up just real fast? Did we decide those 4 groups of special ed, or did the state decide those 4 groups of special eds?
The state does not require you to have special ed students back in person. They could be completely online. As a district, we decided that it was in their best interest to bring them back.
But who decided which groups?
We did it at the district level with the special education department based on the curriculum the students needs have and the coding, like what they're coded as in terms of what their actual disability is.
Okay, I had that wrong. Thank you.
Let me ask a question. Do principals have autonomy? If they have the staffing, are they able to set up, and are we even considering where if certain students need to come in and some need to be in listen, I worry about these students that are home that have no supervision and aren't learning, and they know are not getting any learning while they're at home, because that is a reality for some of our students. Do the principals have autonomy if they have the staffing and they're willing to social distance, all the rules are in place to set up a cafeteria, a library where they can come in, be socially distanced, and virtually learn during that day at a class in the school?
We haven't had any specific discussion about allowing students who are not in the alphabet having some kind of I think the way you're describing it is almost like a learning tank where right. We just have they're instead of them being at home, we just invite them to school and they can all separate and just work on their own in the school. And we would supervise them.
Select students and right. Under all kinds of regulations and stipulations. But I just want to make sure if there is a scenario and a case and they can't be in a classroom, something like this happens, we can offer that.
I think what we've decided or we've said to principals and shared with them is that we are asking them to follow the schedule that Dr. Brown has outlined. And should they find themselves in a scenario where there's an exception to that rule, where there's a need that's an outlier, that they would consult and work with the area superintendent to kind of identify the best path for that. But we haven't made any kind of blanket statements at the campus level which around this scenario that you're describing. Our direction to campus has been to work within the schedules that we've defined.
And it may not be a common occurrence, but I do want to make sure our principals have the autonomy. And we know some principals are going to go way outside the box and find new ways to do it. And some are going to stay right within the structure. And I apologize for keeping all the principals up this late on behalf of the whole board, because we know most of them are probably watching this tonight to see what is happening with that. Let me ask, we hear this question over subs. Let me just flat out ask it. Do we have enough subs in our system right now to be able to fulfill?
I'm gonna have to defer on that one.
It might be a Mr. Kell question to talk
and if
about.
you don't know, y'all can follow back up with us on that question.
Yeah, we can follow up on that. I don't know the current number.
And so I would just say, just to make sure we're calibrated on that, It's really an unknown right now of how many subs we need, a school needs, etc. That's one. The other is this transition period is not that long. It's 3 weeks, so this sub issue will continue. Last point is that there will be staff at the campus that can provide supervision and sub type duties. Back to your original point, Mr. Hogg, when you started your discussion, it really depends on those numbers. Because if a lot of students are not coming to school, then you have other opportunities to regroup so that somebody can provide the online experience and things like that. But I'll let Mr. Kale answer what we're doing related to recruiting subs, having online only subs and things like that.
Yeah.
Good evening. Dr. Cavazos covered all the main points, and the only thing I think I probably should add to his last comment is we continue to orient subs on a weekly basis to add to the pool. His primary point, and he's right, is we're certainly hopeful that as we continue to supplement that population that we'll have enough subs. However, it's hard to tell at this point what the absenteeism rate is going to be and what the demand is going to be in which areas. The one focus that we've been spending some energy on, including as recently as today, is making sure that we have IT systems coordinated so that they have access to the online learning curriculum and that they can easily access that, and so that that doesn't create a barrier. But we're hopeful that as we continue to supplement that population and we work through the online access capacity issues, that we should be okay.
And Mr. Kale, I hear lots of parents saying that want to send their kids to school that they're willing to, and they've supposedly sent in applications to be subs. So, and I know some of them are former teachers. So I hope we're going, and especially from an online basis, some of these potentially former certified teachers that are home that would be willing to monitor, to help on that and increase our sub pool, because that is a concern, because there are going to be some subs that don't want to come back, which I fully understand. And then we're in real trouble on billing.
Right. So we continue to do sub new hire orientations literally on a weekly basis and have been doing so the entire summer. So.
And Mr. Kale, while you're on here, let me just say, I know how much COVID takes over HR and the amount of work that HR has to do for accommodations and those things. And I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to you and your entire HR staff. HR departments across this country are working tenfold to try and help on those things. So I would be remiss, and I'm trying to go fast, but I have to say that.
That's very nice. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Listen, I deal with HR executives every day, and it is in government entities, and God bless every one of them. It is a brutal, brutal time for them to figure out what is going on.
Well, our job is the same as everyone else's, which is take care of our staff and take care of our kids.
Yeah.
Could I do a follow-up question to Mr. Kale while we got in here? You were asking about enough subs. This time of year, sometimes we still have classes that do not have teachers in them. Have we staffed, all of our classes to date? That
we have a very, very low percentage of remaining openings. I don't have that report right in front of me, Ms. Walton, but I can tell you it is a very low percentage of remaining openings. Mid to high 90s in terms of percentage filled at this point of the openings. Okay. So we're in pretty good shape. I'd like to be at 100%. I don't know that we're at 100%, but I'd say we're getting very close.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask, as we get into some of these, what are we doing? Let me ask from two ways, and you can explain it so I don't have to ask two questions. What's the question of what are we doing for specialties at the elementary level? Our art, our music, our orchestra, or I'm probably forgetting someone that they're going to yell at me now for getting them. PE, those, what are we doing for the specialties at those? And then also, what about like career and technical classes at the high school level?
Are you asking about curriculum? Are you asking about subs or full-time staff? What are you?
Not you, Mr. Kale. I'm probably moved on from it.
He moved on.
Trying to figure out where you were going.
I want to know what an academic standpoint, what we're doing and how those teachers are functioning. And listen, I think our elementary art teachers, our elementary PE teachers, they're now seeing all the kids when they come in. So are we incorporating in those specialties? Because that is I would say a greater risk. So what's how they're doing that?
Yeah, so for career tech programs, those will continue following the schedule. However, there is an exception for students that are choosing, for example, a virtual environment or who are at home but need to attend in person to participate in programs of specialized equipment or software. We're allowing that. So a student, for example, let's say I'm staying at home and I have a specific CTE course that I'm taking and I don't have the equipment at my house, I can either go to the high school and catch the bus over to the CTC, or I can drive myself there, but we're allowing that in person. In terms of the specials classes and the fine arts, Christopher and Eric are both working on protocol to facilitate the hybrid kind of scenario. They will have access to their programs like we always have. They're still allowing for, I believe right now they're doing, for athletics, they're practicing outside of the school day and those practices will still continue. But we're not reducing their course loads or any of that, even access to elementary campuses, specials programs during the hybrid schedule. They'll have access to all of that.
Okay, and let me ask, and listen, y'all know I'll always ask about agriculture. Our FFA students, we allow UIL competitions. We're allowing them to continue under very strict conditions. Very strict. I know UIL is especially coming down on some of these rules. Are we allowing, as we have numerous agricultural students who've now purchased animals for the years to show them, are we allowing them to show under select conditions, such as maybe possibly an outside show, those things? Are we allowing some of those who aren't specifically UIL on some of those events, if they ask for exception, are we allowing to grant those type of things?
Go ahead, Marcelo.
Well, I was just going to say that's one example. There are probably a lot of other examples. And so what we do is we are evaluating those, each one on a case by case. Some are simple, some are not so simple. Some have protocols, some have restrictions. We collaborate with other districts. So I think those opportunities, as much as we can, we should support and implement safely. And if that means that we would, increase the number of staff that attends and things like that, extra duty pay, my perspective here, we should support those things as safely as possible, because that's part of the educational experience. And if we can implement them, that's something we're going to do.
And it has to be safely. And listen, there's some cases where, you may determine the Fort Worth Stock Show is not safe for those students to attend from the sheer numbers, but a local regional show, maybe that is. So I just want to make sure, once again, I'm going back to the autonomy of exceptions and requests to be able to review this, where I hate everything's off the table without being evaluated. And you hear the stories that they are off the table. And I want to make sure those stories, we're making it very clear that those are not off the table. They're under consideration and have to have approval on each one. Let me ask just a couple. I'm almost done. I know y'all don't believe it. I'm almost done with that. Let me ask, I've seen other districts that have started that and they've actually been doing it this week. And I love the 14th, but I can buy into the 21st. Are we considering and allowing some schools to do what, let me give you a perfect example. I think they just did today. Klein ISD did a simulation day, and they allowed certain grades, certain ones to come in. They wanted to see how the face-to-face learning worked. On that week of the 14th, if a school asks for an exception, are we allowing them to continue? And are we even considering some simulation days so that we can see what happens instead of waiting till the 1st or the 21st when something happens, to let them come in and say, ooh, we missed on the planning for this side?
Yeah, I think that's something we can consider. The challenge, and just to be clear, the challenge is that it would be a day starting basically for that school earlier than the 21st, because it would have to be all hands on deck and all that, and it would mean running transportation for only certain schools. So I think that's something we would want to think about, because we haven't built that in. If we want to start later than the 21st and have the 21st as a simulation day, or the 22nd, I think that can make some, reasonableness. But I think to push it back before the 21st to have any type of school activity, whether it's a little bit or a lot, may be challenging for staff. And I just think it reduces their amount of time potentially to get ready. So I think that's something we can think about. Again, if we want to build that in on the 21st and not have a full day the 21st.
No, I have no desire for that, the 21st. I am asking for, would it be allowed if a principal and y'all found one school that wanted to be a beta test on that Friday before, or that Thursday before, or whatever it is, where it comes through and they say, we want to do a simulation day to see how this can occur, what's going to happen, so that when they come back the 21st, is that up for consideration?
I think it can be up for consideration, Mr. Hogg, but I hesitate to answer that, because it would require the staff, all the staff, the teachers in that building to be on. And if a campus can get that kind of early, commitment because they're not preparing for something else, I think that situation could be challenging, because if we say a principal can decide and the teachers are really preparing for something else, we're creating a situation where they're reducing the amount of time to prepare. Now, if a campus says this is part of our preparation, we've worked with the staff, the staff wants to do this, collectively, not just wants to, can do that, then I think that's more reasonable, and I think that's something that we can consider, and I think that's something that's possible. It's where you get into a situation that we want to try this simulation, but not all the teachers are available. Not all the staff can be there for whatever reason. It becomes more challenging.
I'm implying that it has to be the whole school. I'm implying that a grade could do this. And, listen, before we roll it out district-wide, is it good feedback to have someone do that on the 15th or 16th, so that Dr. Wirtz can see what occurs on this and what are some things to make them aware of that our third graders are going to face this. And Dr. Cavazos, this is not my idea, right? I only have a few good ideas. I get other good ideas from other districts, and I know how much we work. And the one I've used, for example, and I've seen other ones do it, another Holdsworth district that we've done things with, Klein ISD, Jenny McGowan did it today. I think it was today, or maybe it was yesterday on that. So that's why I'm asking the question of, there's obviously some validity to it from some other districts to be able to hold a simulation day. And it doesn't mean it's the whole school. I don't know what they did from a capacity standpoint, but it did let them understand what are those things of how they come in. Are they social distancing? How do they do those type of things to help them understand before we roll out district-wide on the 21st?
Certainly something we can consider. And I think, Dr. Brown, if you want to research that, and maybe some areas can research that to see if that's a viable option for us. I think we have to understand, was it built into the pre-opening and things like that, but something we can research, absolutely.
And then, so let me ask the question, does this waiver allow us the flexibility to do that?
So the waiver actually allows you the flexibility to stay completely virtual. So any type of variation to that, I would assume, is allowed. Dr. Wirtz, you've studied the waiver.
That's correct.
It's any variation is allowed. You want to bring in 100 students versus, half the campus for 4 weeks. That's our call. So yeah, variations are allowed.
The waiver's not locking us in on the 21st right there. It's saying if you wanted to test 3 third grades, I'm just making up an example, you could do that on the 15th or 16th.
Yes.
The waiver.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Stephen.
I was going to say the waiver is for the whole 4-week period that ends. It starts on September 14th. So from between September 14th and October 9th, that's the 4-week period. And anything we do during that 4-week period is under the waiver.
Yeah, it can be as few as a few kids to, anybody who wants it. So that it allows that.
I didn't want the waiver to hold back ideas such as that possibly could occur.
Right. It won't.
Back. That's what I didn't want. Two more questions. Let me ask. So then, what is the time frame if our numbers go down and they're all of a sudden somehow we make it through on the 28th and they're trending in the green, and now it's 3 weeks post Labor Day. We're not worried about the Labor Day spike. What's the time frame? Would there be consideration of weekly of moving to then face-to-face, or are we stuck and locked in on October 13th as the date for face-to-face?
Yeah, so again, building the capacity and building the fidelity of the protocols, that's the purpose of a transition. So at least from our standpoint, we would recommend we complete the transition through the 13th so that we actually, see the benefits of the transition period. It was built in there so that the campuses and the staff and the parents and the social distancing, the temperature checks, and all those systems could be really refined and implemented with fidelity. So, I wouldn't anticipate that we would, kind of shorten the transition period, because that's the purpose of the transition period. My opinion and our estimation. If the numbers go really low, then we're just in a better shape on the 13th.
Come back and reevaluate.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm okay with that answer, and I can tolerate that. But I do, unless something happens with the numbers to the worse or to the way better, October 13th is what we are planning and shooting for a face-to-face learning completely, correct?
Yes, for elementary and junior high.
And I asked that question because there was concern at the last boarding. We asked if September 3rd, today, was enough time to get us ready for the 14th. And we've obviously found out that is not the case. So there's probably a little hesitation and the reason I'm asking that question, and want to be very clear that we will be prepared for full face-to-face, pending the numbers, pending rules, all kinds of things on October 13th.
Yes, so the waiver, it terminates on that date. And so unless there is some health restriction that's outside of our control, for elementary and junior high, the waiver will expire and school will resume as normal. High school, the hybrid schedule is for the whole year or until we deem that it needs to change.
Perfect.
I guess I'm trying to emphasize high school, there's more flexibility because of the size of the schools, but for elementary and junior high, the waiver terminates at the end of the 4 weeks.
Right, and we'll have another board meeting before then. So I know we'll get an update. We'll get to that stage. I saw in my note, and I meant to ask it a little earlier, and I don't even need an answer. I just ask that we follow up on it. There was a speaker tonight about the concern over chemicals that we're using to clean. I would just ask that make sure we do have a follow-up and either send it out to the board and make sure it's approved through staff. I know we don't usually use anything, but if there is a specialty chemical that needs a certain type of training of using gloves, I know there's things like that hospitals use. I would just ask to make sure we do follow up on that chemical to make sure it is safe. I heard him say you can't spray it on an eating surface if kids are eating at their desk. I want to make sure we're taking that into consideration.
So Mr. Hogg, Kelly Horn is ready to answer that question if you'd like an answer tonight.
I'll take the answer, sure.
Okay, Mr. Horn, if you're still there.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll be brief. The chemical that we use 2 different chemicals, and they're both approved on the EPA approved list. They're from Buckeye. One of them is our quaternary disinfectant, and the other is the Santa Q product that was mentioned earlier. However, what was mentioned earlier was a bit of information from the entire data sheet regarding Santa Q. And so much of the information was given about Santa Q's use in plants like a meat packing plant or a food processing plant, where you leave the material down to dwell for 10 minutes or longer, so that it effectively kills any bacteria or other contaminants on the surface. if you will. What we do though is we mix our chemical through a metered device. It's only mixed by our custodians who are trained to mix it at the proper levels. And then it's provided to the classrooms. And so like any other chemical, of course, you don't want to ingest it, or you don't want to spray it on your face or something like that. But that's the case whether it's Lysol or in this case SaniQ. So, but the manner in which we use it in our school is the same way it's used in hospitals and other schools in the area. We're not alone. School districts like Mansfield and Garland and others near us use SaniQ as well. And we moved to SaniQ because it is a more effective and approved chemical for the coronavirus in schools.
That's what I need. I just want to make sure when something like that comes up, we need to ask the question. That's our job.
Yes,
so I appreciate it, Mr. Horn.
And we will put out some more information. The campuses actually have the data sheets on this, but we'll put out a little bit more information and provide Dr. Cavazos with some information that he can send to you all as well.
I know y'all never thought I'd end, but I ended. So I appreciate all the answers, and staff, I thank you. Listen, the one thing we'll all agree on, and there's concern over social and emotional learning and capacity of our staff and parents. There's mental anguish right now is a real thing. It's happening at every corporation. HR has having to work more. I hope Mr. Kale is working on what are we doing for our EAP programs and those type of things too. And I know we've rolled out counseling lines and all those things, and those are critical factors because it is teachers are working more than they've ever worked. Staff's working. I know all you guys are working more, and parents are working even more. So I appreciate, and it's not going unnoticed, the amount of work that is occurring from everyone. So I thank you all for your time, and I'm sorry for going so long tonight, but this is pretty serious. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Are there any other trustees with questions? Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. I just want to say Mr. Hogg's questions were wonderful. He asked a lot of questions that I was thinking of asking also. I appreciate him taking the lead on that. So I'm down to just one more question, and that is, it's kind of granular. So it's probably for Dr. Wirtz. If early elementary schools where I was kind of taught, kids at that age finish at very different rates. You'll have somebody that can finish something in 3 minutes and another one that takes 3 hours. Where do the teachers find guidance on what kinds of activities for those that are in face-to-face that are safe and approved to do?
Well, so there's a couple of things. One is the implementation of the curriculum is the same across the district, regardless of whether you're face-to-face or in person.
Right.
And the development of the connected learning framework and the training we're providing teachers in the PLCs and also prior to school on that document are also a variety of resources that teachers could use to help them in their planning around each of the components that we believe are essential for high quality remote learning. Mm-hmm. The reason I emphasize the connected learning framework is because even though students are in the classroom, it's a blended environment. And so they'll be still leveraging much of the material the teachers prepared for them on their device, whether it's Seesaw or Canvas. And so depending upon the blended model that a teacher chooses to adopt, whether they use stations, whether they use a flipped classroom, whether they use individual trajectories, which kind of allow teachers to differentiate for the individual needs of students. That happens even today in the classroom. Mm-hmm. They can leverage the resources either in the curriculum, or they can leverage the examples that I provided in the connected learning framework to help them in the planning. But the curriculum is the same, and the resources they would use are the same. The other thing that's important to note too is the adoption that was recent with you when the board approved the adoption of the current textbook materials. We also purchased those not only in paper, but also they're also virtual. So the kids have access to those in both environments. So the resources, I guess I'm trying to say that are at your fingertips are essentially available in both environments, and the teachers can plan like they normally would.
Right, but okay, so in the connected deal, there's activities that augment or supplement what has been being taught that can be used as extra activities for kids who finish the basic?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that. Because we don't. We can provide examples in the curriculum documents. Even prior to COVID, we could provide examples in the curriculum documents, or even in the resources. But we don't have necessarily this bank of activities that we just direct teachers to if people finish early. And the reason being is because at the district level, the span on the continuum of what kids need in terms of their learning is so varied. So if you think about an individual classroom, I could have a student finish early, but they are a year behind, for example, in reading. And then in the same classroom, I can have a child that's 2 years advanced in reading, and they also finish early. And the reason they're finishing early is because the work their teacher is giving them is appropriate for whatever level they're on. And so what we can do at the district level is provide the resources in the curriculum. But really, it's up to the teacher to decide what is most appropriate for the classroom. We don't have a bank of activities that people can just go to. Those are found in the resources that we provide. We do encourage, however, teachers to collaborate in their planning. One of the things that is challenging in this environment is the level of planning that's required, and we know that. And so that's part of the reason why we were encouraging the Connected Learning Framework to be trained in the PLC time period, is because ideally teachers can share that burden of planning with one another, and share the activities that they're planning for their classrooms with each other, so that a teacher, for example, in elementary school, isn't trying to always plan 6 preps. If they're working as a grade level team, they might be able to divide that work up and help each other.
Sure.
So that's kind of where we're encouraging people to go.
Yeah. Well, there are certain activities that due to COVID probably are not well advised to do in a classroom, like maybe singing,
Oh, got you. Okay.
So where can teachers find the guidelines for what, is safe and what maybe wouldn't be, or
Right.
some
So,
kind of...
right. In terms of, so there's two, to answer your question, there's the health and safety protocols, which we've outlined for them. That's available for everybody. But in terms of the actual design of teaching and learning in the classroom, it really is the Connected Learning Framework. The way that was designed was to articulate specific expectations and standards for what high quality learning looks like. And initially, we thought, how can we provide guidance to teachers in terms of planning? And as we reflected on that, we recognized that all the components that we would encourage a teacher to plan for in terms of instruction were embedded in the Connected Learning Framework. And on the far right-hand side of that document is a column where every standard that we talk about, there's resources attached in hyperlinks that a teacher can go to help them to do that. Another document that we will be sharing in the coming weeks with teachers too is some guidance around grading and how can you do formative and summative assessments in this environment? What does it look like in person, and what does it actually look like online? We'll also be providing that resource to them. So I would recommend teachers go directly to the document, the Connected Learning Framework. We provided training specifically on that and the resources that are embedded in there. And that training is going to continue on throughout the first semester. And we're doing job embedded training with them during the PLCs through modules that we've uploaded on Canvas.
Okay, that's a pretty good start. Thank you, Dr. Wertz.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Are there any other questions from any trustees? Yes, Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. I have a question at the beginning is our high school students return to campus in a hybrid mode? We cycle in a normal year, over 5,000 students through the CTC every 2 days. How is that going to work during the hybrid process?
So they are going to be aligned with the high school schedule. So there's not going to be any shifts there. We'll still have transportation if students need it to get to the CTC. They would attend based on their high school schedule. It'll be aligned across the board.
Okay. And then I just have a question, and this is if you don't have the number, I mean, this is not something I think that prepared for, but do we know how many total students in the district are transfers from one school to another in terms of their home campus.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but we could get that to you.
Dr. Hill, do you have that information?
I was going to say I don't have the number, but
Okay.
it's something that we can readily get. I can get that.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's fine. And I should have probably asked that before the meeting, and I don't mean to spring a surprise on y'all. I think this is a well thought out plan. I mean, we've been looking at this type of stuff for so long in the last few meetings. And so some of it is new and some of it is not. But this is a much more granular dive than we've taken. And I really commend Dr. Cavazos and his staff for putting together something that I think presented with a bunch of least bad options is a great plan as far as we can go. And I'm not surprised that Dr. Tanesha said earlier that among the plans that he's looked at and the way that we're going to approach returning to campus is among the best that he's seen. And so I would just say kudos to everyone involved and all the hours that you've worked that go unseen. It's really appreciated. That being said, I mean, I have, based on Dr. Tanesha's statements earlier, and I've been scrolling through the dashboard here as we've been meeting. I do have some concerns with the 9/21 return date instead of the 9/28 date. And I know that is probably not from a logistical transitional plan standpoint optimal, because more time practicing the transition to the 10/13 reopening of anybody who wants to come 5 days a week at elementary and junior high is, that would be one less school week to do that. But looking at the data and what Dr. Tanesha said, I'm a little concerned because we are such a large district that in effect we have multiple, we could be multiple districts within one. And more than half of our students live in East and Southeast Arlington. And I think the last time that we looked at, where do our students live, if you look at the geographic center in terms of density of where our students live, the average student lives roughly at the intersection of New York and Pioneer. And so that's, right in the heart of East Arlington. And looking at the dashboard that Dr. Tanesha shared tonight, if our two East and Southeast Arlington high schools, if their clusters were their own districts, there would only be one district, at least that I saw on the dashboard, there would only be one district in Tarrant County with a higher case count per 100,000 resident number than that district. And it's Everman ISD, and they voted tonight to remain in virtual only until October 13th. And so Dr. Tanesha said a number of things I think that concern me. One is that he agrees that the 9% positivity rate potentially is bottoming out. And when he looks at that data that's rolled in over the last few days, he's worried that he sees a flattening trend that could be turning into an upswing. I asked the question, we've got two high school clusters that, according to the dashboard, are very close from a case count perspective of tipping over into red. And we know that that's, looking from an equity lens, I understand that that's it's a part of town I grew up in, and I know that there's significant challenges there, as there are for people all over the district, but there are some unique challenges there. And one of those is access to healthcare. And given that we have a high number of students who transfer within the district, that we have a highly mobile district and moving students between campuses at the high school level and going over to the CTC, which is at Pioneer in New York. From a public health, I really struggle with this because as a parent, I have 3 kids, and my son, my oldest, is on a 504 plan, and we've had our challenges with virtual learning. And it's not always been fun, but we're making the best of it. And my kids want to go back to school, and I'd love for them to do that. And I know that in-person learning is what we're designed for, and that's what's best. And I understand that it's a significant hardship on many of our families. I mean, we've been getting emails for a long time now, and each story is no easier to read. I mean, families are suffering similarly across the district, even with the stories where there are many who are thriving. I mean, it's a significant hardship. But from a public health perspective, what I heard Dr. Tanesha say tonight, he all but asked us to stay in this environment that we have now until 9/28. I found very significant that he said that when they put out the public health order in July, that would have kept us in this environment till 9/28, that we're exactly where they projected we would be at Labor Day, that we would be on a downswing, and that he's very concerned about Labor Day. And I'm struggling to reconcile how much we've relied on his advice since March with opening on 9/21, given that he all but said we should stay in virtual till 9/28. And I worry that the data shows we are yellow, but in a enormous chunk of our district, we're barely yellow. And I worry that what that means for sending people even a week back too early could be for community spread. We've seen the data from other parts of the country where just if certain measures had been taken a week earlier could have prevented some significant spread. So from a public health perspective, I'm really struggling with sending more than half of our district back to schools that are resident in places that have been hotspots throughout this pandemic. And so understanding the struggles that it's going to create and the hardships for many families, I think the fear that I have is that Dr. Tanesia's projections, which have been accurate so far, that he has a valid concern about Labor Day, and taking another 5 school days to wait and see what happens with that, I think would be a prudent thing for us to do. I don't know if there's any appetite for that on the board, but it's something that given what it said tonight, it's been weighing on me pretty heavily. And so I just thought I would throw that out there for discussion.
Okay, Mr. Chapa. Any colleagues have a question or want to add on to that? Ms. Fowler?
Thank you, President Mays. And I agree with Mr. Chapa that, we have followed the doctor's guidelines and he's been right on. And I worry that might be kind of jumping the gun, and even that week, like Mr. Chapa said, could make a big difference. So in the scheme of things, waiting another week to be more cautious and safe might be the more prudent thing to do, rather than just setting that date that we're doing it on the 21st. And I don't know that should be carved in stone. And we have followed the doctor's recommendations so far. And I just kind of take pause and think, should we continue for that extra week and just give us a little bit more time to see what happens at Labor Day weekend, and give our teachers a little bit more time to prepare? And that's something that I think we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Let me ask a question of Dr. Brown and Dr. Wirtz, just because y'all have been working and putting information together, kind of looking at the calendar that you put out. What impact for our teachers and preparation and knowing what's going to happen unless something unforeseen happens and the whole state has to change for that October date? What are your thoughts if it was pushed another week? What impact do you think that would have?
I mean, in terms of preparation, honestly, any additional runway anybody gets is going to be positive. I think the biggest challenge that teachers struggle with right now is really trying to facilitate how they will provide instruction in both environments simultaneously. It's not a challenge that's unique to Arlington. You could scour the nation and it's very common right now. People are asking that question. And so the additional time does give teachers that ability to prepare for that scenario and do it in a more methodical way. Because we have to keep in mind, whether we start on the 21st or the 28th, the reality is, and I'll just start with the 21st, teachers are teaching all the way up into those days, really, right? It's not like we're taking a week off and everyone's prepping. There's 2 jobs happening simultaneously: planning and delivering instruction to students and keeping them on track, and then prepping for what's about to happen. I think that's the challenging part of the pandemic in general, is that it's not like staff is doing their typical job. They're doing 2 and 3 jobs at the same time, and many times juggling their own children with that. So to answer your question, what it does is just provides a little longer runway for teachers and staff to navigate what that scenario would look like. In terms of practicality, that's one thing that it would provide.
Yeah, the only part I would add, I agree with Dr. Wirtz, any runway is going to be helpful, would be just that the pivot to determining who's going to be coming in person, what staff members, what students. That's going to be a complex task to be able to navigate. So just know that we're committed to getting it done as quickly as possible and efficiently as possible, but any extra one way would be supported.
And you say that, Dr. Brown and Dr. Wirtz, thank you for that. But as you were doing the presentation, you were talking about how you would have to, for those parents who had not completed the survey and returned their response, how the teachers would have to be reaching out to those parents to find out what their choice is. And I was thinking at the same time, we're still trying to reach out to parents to make sure that if the students need to still be enrolled, that they are. So those two things clicked off in my head of just the amount of time and work that it still may take when we're still trying to, 2 weeks in, contact some parents on enrolling their students. So yes, Mr. Wilbanks.
I had a bunch of other questions, but to tack on to the current conversation, whether it's the 21st or the 28th, I agree with Mr. Chapa, and it was very eye-opening to hear from Dr. Taneja directly, and kind of just how precarious our numbers are. The other thing, though, I think is worth bearing out is in this transition plan, we've got a lot of protocols and a lot of things that have not been tested. And so we, going from three weeks to 2 weeks to flesh out all of these systems, maybe that's long enough. But I think what a lot of districts are doing in this phase in this period is they're slowly phasing in. And I think one thing we can do, because we know we've got a lot of parents with third graders, second graders, first graders, is maybe phase in high school, then junior high a little bit sooner, and elementary, still keep that on the 21st, and start focusing on, let's focus on this week on, or maybe even sooner than the 21st, do elementary when our original idea was the 14th, but do a phased in approach and then focus on where we're seeing the stresses, for both students where it's not working and for parents. And I think it's that pre-K through 3, maybe still stick to the timeline for those. But if we think that it's just not there in terms of safety yet, and an extra week would buy us more runway to do the fidelity where we know it's going to be most complex. That's at the high school and at the junior high. Maybe we consider that, because again, a lot of the districts, Mr. Hogg gave away our secret. It's kind of like the magician's code is you never reveal how the trick is done. But like him, I get all my great ideas from other districts. I guess you guys already figured that out. Maybe I already clued you into that earlier, but all of these other districts are doing a gradual phase in. Not all these, but a lot of districts are. What did we, as a compromise, choose that? And then that way we're giving those students who are having the highest frustration and those parents some relief sooner, but still being prudent and looking out for the safety of our staff.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Wilbanks, just a comment, well, not a question. You're not looking for a response.
Positing that to my fellow colleagues and also to staff on what their temperature is on delaying a week or keeping it at the 21st versus maybe doing a phase-in combination between those two things.
Okay. And once again, what their thoughts are, because at the end of the day, it's our choice as the board, just making sure that that's clear. Okay, more discussion. Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. I think trying to phase in something and design that at this point and do different levels, 3 different times is a little much to ask of our planners. I hear what Mr. Chapa and Mrs. Fowler and Mr. Wilbanks, I hear their concern with what we were told just tonight by Mr. Tejanos, and I said that wrong probably. So I'm leaning towards going with doing it on the 28th and giving everybody a little more ramp room, to get this airplane off the ground.
Okay, Ms. Walton. Dr. Reich?
Yeah, guys, this is, as we know, not an easy thing. Yeah, to Mr. Wilbanks, and I'll let staff address it, but I think it is probably too much of a lift. They've been working so hard in trying to come up with something, and to then throw this as a pivot. I personally would still leave it in their hands under their guise of what they've developed and what they've put their all their time into, not to discount the thoughts at all. I'll have to say, I mean, we know that it's not easy. I need to put it out there. Out of all of the, I mean, hundreds of emails and phone calls, I couldn't get to them all. I tried my hardest. I saw Mr. Hogg put a good post out there earlier today, and I echo his sentiment. We've read them all, we've heard them all, but for me personally, I couldn't get to them all. I just wanted to put that out there. It doesn't mean I'm not listening. There's a couple of things here that, the 28th does give us an extra runway on the front end. On the back end, what I'm looking at, and this is kind of from an organizational standpoint, and I'd like to get staff's input on this, is that does change it from a 3-week transition to, which is the inevitable, apparently, unless something happens with the state. We're pretty much beholden to this full on as of October 13th. And I think that's something that everybody needs to truly understand. This is a transition to that, which in healthcare, and specifically in my field, I talk all the time about controlled environments versus uncontrolled environments. And this, maybe with the 28th, there's more time on the front end, but that gives less time in the controlled environment for the teachers to really understand and work with this with much more reduced capacity to try to make this work, so that then when we go past the 13th, they're able to handle it. To me, but I'd like staff's input. To me, it gives them more, that extra week is significant in a controlled environment to give them that preparation, so that when everybody's welcome back, they're much more successful. And so I'm really concerned about that. Same token, though, I get it. We've got a balance. We've got our public health director. His choice is keep his kids home. Our parents still have that choice, which it's wonderful. But he's also supplied a dashboard to us that does show, according to his dashboard results, we're in a hybrid possible environment. To Mr. Chapa, Ms. Fowler, I agree. We've got such a concentrated student body population in that disadvantaged part of town that at this point we're in yellow, but I mean, you're absolutely right. What's that going to look like after Labor Day? It'd be 2 weeks after Labor Day. I would put this out to staff because I don't have those exact numbers, but the only thing that gives me solace there to say I'm okay with this 21st, even in those areas, is what their demand, because they still have the choice to come or not. So if there's a much lower desire for them to come back in person on the 21st, as far as percentages compared to maybe some other clusters or areas of town, maybe those numbers are such that it's okay as far as with community spread and outbreak. So I'm trying to balance the needs and the desires of our community, of our teachers, our health data and trends. Nobody has said anything incorrect here tonight. So I'm trying to get a little bit more information to help guide that, to see with this recommendation of the 21st. I mean, obviously nobody really likes the idea of 21st, 28th. There's a lot of people who are like, let's just not do this. But again, we're divided, as has been said before. It's, it's horrible. It is horrible in this community. And it's our job to do our best to work through all this, to try to keep people together, because we've got to get through this together. So I'd like to get what that looks like. So those two things specifically from staff, what that percentage of those that want, at this point that we know from registration, that want virtual in that sector, because the other part of this is that is 50%. The other 50%, they're way in the yellow, and we've got to look at that as well. And that's where I'm trying to balance our policy and public health all at the same time, but still having the data drive this. So if our virtual desire is essentially high enough in those areas, perhaps it can still happen where this plan, as trepidatious as we all are, I'd like to know if it seems that could work. And I'd just say, before you answer, thank you to everybody. This has not been easy for you as central admin, as the principals, the teachers, and obviously the rest of the community that's listening. And we're elected to do this. It hadn't been easy, but we chose to run for office and do this, so that's okay by me. So I don't know, I guess let's look at if you could address the question on the controlled environment preparation time versus all in, and what you see as the best chance of success or failure for the system. And then let's look at the actual percentages of those that want virtual from what your numbers are from registration in those high critically concerning areas that Mr. Chapo was talking about.
So I'll address the first question, and then I'll probably defer to Tracy or somebody about what the numbers are looking like in terms of virtual learning by geographic area and the system. I'm not really sure that it's going to be more or less challenging having a week on the 21st or the 28th in terms of what you described as having more runway on the front or more runway on the back. I don't know that that's necessarily, there's either way, whether the challenge is easier or not. I think it's probably pretty much the same. I think the one thing that is different about those two scenarios is the situation that the type of learning that will occur in that environment, meaning blended, where you're simultaneously teaching students at home and in the classroom at the same time. In one scenario, that actually goes on for 3 weeks versus the other scenario where it's actually taking place in 2. And I'm not advocating for one way or the other in my answer. I'm trying to be neutral, but I'm just saying from a teacher standpoint, juggling those both environments, it will be longer on the 21st versus on the 28th. That's in terms of the way that would be for like a staff member. Not saying that that's a reason to do one or the other. That's just to answer your question. In terms of implementation, this idea of slowly rolling back in terms of getting ready for everybody to come back. The reality is that I I don't know that, one extra week really makes that big of a difference in terms of practicing. And the reason I say that is because, to your point, let's just say for a simple way explanation, if half of the students have chose in person and the other half have indefinitely chosen online until some future date past the waiver period, that 50% of students will be coming virtually, half of them on 2 days a week and the other half on the other 2 days a week. There'll be 2 full weeks from the 28th forward, or 3 full weeks of navigating those protocols, which in essence gives you sufficient practice on what that could look like. So I'm not sure in terms of practicing protocols or using PPEs and having students get on buses, 2 solid weeks of that, that's a lot of preparation in terms of practice. I think if you're asking around the lifting, the harder lift is the 21st to the 13th. And that's simply because teachers are navigating both environments at the same time. Whereas on the 13th, that stops and they're not doing that anymore, per se. They're not doing it as robustly with kids going back and forth. There's still kids that are going to be at home learning virtually. They're still going to be teaching kids at home virtually. That's never going to change. That they're still going to be doing both environments. They just won't have kids going back and forth for longer than 2 weeks. But the idea that they're going to be teaching both groups, that's going to be perpetual even past the 13th. So I'm not sure that makes much of a difference. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does, I guess. So yeah, with the 13th, it's 5 days a week. October 13th, 5 days per week versus this transition time. So it just seems to me that it would be easier for a classroom teacher to have less bodies to try to work through what they're essentially still going to be doing after the October 13th. I mean, I know
Yeah.
I mean,
I can understand that point of view. It's hard to, I couldn't answer that question specifically because it would really depend on the perspective of the teacher, whether it's easier for them to have the same group of kids in front of them every day and the same group at home every day, or having some kids come every other day, a different group of kids are sitting in front of them every 2 days. I don't know which one's actually the more challenging environment to totally navigate. And I do think that what you're describing, those weeks, give us a chance to get to understand that. But I don't know what a teacher's preference will be. I suspect if I was to interview teachers, I'd probably find teachers on both sides of that fence. The dual environment exists indefinitely that we know of for until kids all come back to school. But I'm not sure which teachers would say having half of them stay and half of them go. I'm not sure which teachers would feel like that's ideal, or would they rather have them all just stay and then all go? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It'd be hard for me I'd have to poll teachers. I couldn't speak to that. But that's the only differences between those 2 scenarios that I can think of. In terms of practice, I don't know, Dr. Brown, if you have a different opinion in terms of practice of what that would be like. I'm not sure an extra 5 days of practice makes that much of a difference if they've been doing it for 2 weeks. I don't know if you have an opinion about that, Tracy.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the extra 5 days would be, again, just making that pivot, which is what you really spoke to in the beginning, the instructional pivot that's going to be required.
Not making it any easier.
President Mays, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Reich.
No, I was just looking forward to the answer to the other question on what the percentages look like geographically in the high risk area.
Yeah. So Dr. Reich, I don't have those exact numbers. I can tell you from the initial polling, it was about 60-40. We do have some schools that are polling a lot higher initially, where, some as high as 70% are choosing in-person versus virtual. And you have some other schools that is more of a 40% face-to-face and 60% virtual. So, once we re-poll, we'll be able to speak specifically to geographically, be able to get clusters to see what it looks like. But right now, I can't speak to just other than generalities, what I've seen in some of the data.
So you don't have it disaggregated down based on the data that you have right now, so that we could know what South or East and Southeast Arlington are looking like as far as how many want back in versus virtual?
Yes, we actually do have that data. I just couldn't speak to the specificity with specific geographic areas or schools, but we do have it broken down by school. I just don't have that off the top of my head. the initial selection that parents made. Yes.
Could be helpful.
Okay.
It could be helpful tonight if it's at all possible, because I think that that is a decision point for me, as well as just weighing the entirety of the district. That the one thing that does give me solace in moving forward with the current proposal that you guys have for us is that the dashboard shows we're okay. And I guess I'm a little more okay with dipping the toe in the pond, but it's because of what we're held to with the state holding us to this thing, which is just, it's really frustrating to me. It doesn't put us in a good spot, it doesn't put our teachers in a good spot, nor our community. I'm trying to balance that with the mental health and anxiety of our populations that are just screaming to get back in. So yeah, that would be helpful. And I have another question that it's kind of important to this, but it's a little bit tangential. So we have this dashboard. It shows yellow. It shows that we could be right now doing a hybrid to whatever we determine that is. What happens by that dashboard if we go red, say after the 13th of October? Are we beholden to the state, to the TEA, that it doesn't matter? Or we make our own call to be in line with Tarrant County Public Health? At what point do the gloves come off between us and the state, if that's the case, to protect public health and welfare? So again, it's tangential, but I really want to know the answer to that.
So Dr. Reich, there's a provision, it's not very clear, where if there's some situation that's unique to your district, and I mean unique, not, just, it's challenging and this sort of thing, that you can ask the agency for some consideration. And that's as far as they've gotten. Presumably we could be in a situation where, let's just assume it's all red, just like you said, and the county wants to step in. Then I think those things would be challenged on all fronts, and it could become a legal matter. Others, those are some scenarios. It's hard to predict, obviously, in this environment. Part of the challenge is that there is so much variability, and I know that this may not be the most positive thing to say, but once we make the decision of when we start, there are so many other challenges that come with that beyond just preparation. You start thinking of quarantine. You start thinking of people changing their minds, of classrooms and sections having to go home, and then they don't have a choice in terms of coming back, or 1 day or 2 days a week, and all these other things just mount very quickly. And so and I know there's a lot to consider tonight, but there is a perspective that this is one big decision, complicated. Then there's another one, and there's another one on the 13th. To your point, Dr. Rice, if it's red, then what happens? So, I think to keep a bigger perspective on all that, including all the things that have to be done, is the biggest challenge. The issue is that, as you heard from Dr. Taneja, is that we've met the standard, but if you want to use the word barely or moderately, that's really where he was leaning to, and you heard his discussion, so I don't need to recap all that. And that's where the dilemma is. It's not ideal where you would want those numbers, but it met it. And just to answer, reinforce what Stephen and Dr. Wirtz and Dr. Brown said, in terms of runway versus weeks of practice, I think the choice would be runway. And weeks of practice, 2 weeks of practice, solid weeks of practice would be 2 weeks of solid weeks of practice. And so just those things to consider. Again, we know that this is a challenging decision and discussion. Completely appreciate that. But also following the science, keeping everyone safe, those things have to be considered.
So what was the decision point then to approach with the 21st versus the 28th as an opening?
Yeah, so these things continue to, you get more information. Dr. Taneja and others, provide insight, your questions, your considerations. Those are very important that we have to keep in mind. The 21st is probably no earlier than the 21st, if you want to look at the recommendation a different way, right? And we said the 21st because the 21st we feel that, excuse me, that we could implement that. That we could do it. Would it be better to have more runway? Of course it would be. But would it be possible to do the 21st? Yes, it would be possible to do the 21st. And I think you've heard, I'm not going to rehash all that, but you've heard all the plans and how we're going to do it and stuff like that. And so, yes, it would be possible. The other variable with that possible is, you subtract the students that aren't going to come back to school. Now that adds another complication because you're serving both, right? But in terms of face-to-face instruction. So so that was the thinking behind the 21st. It gives us, solid weeks to prepare and implement the transition time that we know that, would expire. That there's that's why these things continue to be challenging, because that will expire, that time will expire. And so whether it's the 21st or the 28th, it's goes quickly into that expiration of time.
Okay, and one last thing while I ponder this, as far as the runway time, the 21st was thought of because there's certain things as far as like the campuses, the signage, the PPE distribution, all that stuff is essentially ready to go, right? And okay, so I'm saying nod. So the classrooms themselves, there's been of course, a lot of teachers saying that they haven't been in the rooms since March. And they're not sure what to do, how that's going to work out. But correct me if I'm wrong, but they're going to have to set the room up pretty much like they normally would, because with this hybrid type of scenario, they're still going to have the same number of desks. It's just a matter of placing kids in different seats. Is that right?
As we build the transition schedule, then yes, because you would limit the number of students right off the mark in that classroom. If that wasn't going to be the case, it would be more challenging. What we end up with on the 13th, just to be clear, is where possible.
Yeah.
And that's again, that's not something anybody wants to hear, but it's the reality of TEA and social distancing where possible or when possible. But prior to that, when we have some transition, then it would be limiting the numbers in those classrooms so that, Dr. Reich, to your point, that can be accomplished. They can be spread out in the classroom because you're not going to have more than 12, 11. Subtract the ones that stay home. You may have 7, et cetera, on any given day.
Yeah.
Can I make one comment to the setting up of the classrooms and that sort of thing? Normally, teachers have their prep week, the in-service week, without having children to teach and lesson plans to make to set up their room. They have a couple of days that week to do that. That's not going to happen. I mean, the people who, haven't been able to get into their room yet are going to be, teaching, they're going to be planning, they're going to be juggling, and they're going to be setting up their classroom. So that's we're just adding to the load. That can't be helped, but it seems that if we can give them a little more runway coming in on the 28th would maybe help some. I think it would. From, being a teacher before, I think that would help.
Yeah. Can you all speak to that? What does that look like for the teachers? Will they have some days where it's asynchronous and they're able to do that setup, or are they going to have to set the rooms up in between their synchronous times? So, I mean, the teachers, I'm sure, that are listening in, they want to know this too. So it's a little granular for us, but it's certainly something we need to know.
Absolutely. So with that additional runway, we would be able to allow teachers to have a couple of days to be able to set up their classrooms, make sure they have physical distancing, be trained on protocols, and make sure they're prepped to go. So we would be providing that opportunity with that runway to be able to provide a couple of days for them to do that while students are engaged in asynchronous learning.
Okay. That's all I have right at the moment. Thank you.
President Mays?
Yes, Mr. Chapa.
I think in the interest of time, I think I'd like to formally move that we modify the plan for the 28th.
I will second that motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Mr. Chapa and a second by Ms. Walton to amend the recommended date of the 21st to the 28th. Is that correct? Okay. Is there any? Yes, thank you. Any discussion, Mr. Hogg?
Yeah, I wish I'd had a chance to speak before that motion, but that's okay. With this motion to amend on this, and kind of question, or so were you voting on the whole waiver? You just voting on, you want to then make a motion for the waiver for the 28th?
Yeah, because just remember, we do have three things really.
We're saying we want to make a motion for the 28th on what? On this whole waiver? So is this the motion for the waiver?
Mr. Hogg, my understanding is the motion is for the waiver is written is just to adopt, to authorize the district to apply for a waiver under the parameters set out by the TEA. It doesn't specify a particular date. And so I'm asking that the district's plan as presented be changed before we move to that vote.
So the motion is for the 28th, but doesn't involve the waiver.
Perhaps Dr. Cavazos can give more insight as to whether or not the date needs to be specified in the waiver request, because the motion that's in front of me for the waiver is not that detailed.
It's correct.
Yeah, this motion is independent. It's just to modify the recommended plan by staff. It has nothing to do with the waiver since the date is not included in the waiver.
Mr. Eichelbaum, would you like to insert something, or you're just showing us you're here?
Simply that the waiver is for 4 weeks. It's separate from the plan.
Correct.
So then are you making a motion for the plan to start the 28th?
However you would like it to be phrased, that's my intent.
Well, I'd like a clear motion so we know what we'd be voting on.
So my thought, and Mr. Eichelbaum, if I'm not correct, or Dr. Cavazos, is that based on the motion, it literally is just for the waiver for the 4 weeks to have the option to continue in person. So we choose. Is that correct?
It can be, if Mr. Chapa wants to simply make a motion, and that's what it sounds like he did, that whatever plan we have, it go to a certain date, he can do that, and we can do a separate motion for the waiver.
Okay.
So then the motion is just to advise staff to start the 28th.
That's Justin's current motion, correct?
Well, we've got to stay. We can only talk about the current motion. So Ms. Mays, can I talk about that?
That's what I asked. Any discussion? Perfect.
Well, I was trying to get some clarification on the motion. So,
okay.
So I have to tell you, I'm adamantly opposed to this. I do not think it's a good idea. I do not think it is the case. You are not. We originally started on the 14th, and listen, good for the health director. We've spent 45 minutes with him. Staff meets with him weekly. We know Dr. C does. They came back to us with the 21st. They've probably conversed with principals. They've probably conversed with all the groups on the 21st and made all this plan. And then 7 board members come in here and start meddling. That's okay. That's our job. I understand that. I'm all for that. So beyond that, we've now gone from the 14th. We originally went from the 3rd. We could be prepared by the 14th. And now we can't be prepared by the 14th. Okay, I can understand that. Let's go to the 21st. Now we're going to the 21st. Now they need another week. Oh, and now we're also worried about a spike on this. We think it happened. So then let's give ourselves 3 weeks after Labor Day to get to that, because a public health director who's overly conservative on this, like plain and simple, from where he's facing, he wants to challenge, he wants to go with that, and I understand that. What no one's taken into account is we're also going to have all the data and all the stats from every other district that touches us except for Fort Worth ISD. Every private, every charter, every single other district will be live, and not just hybrid. And they're going to be live face-to-face, 5 days a week, pushing through to go through. And we're now not taking that into account at all. And they're in the city of Arlington. They're based in Arlington from where they're going. So we're going to be able to track if they don't have huge cases and outbreaks. They don't have those type of things. If they do, awesome. We're probably going to need to call an emergency meeting, have some discussions. We can always cancel and we can always delay another week from the 21st to the 28th. But we can't come back and not. So we're not taking into account anything the other districts are doing on those accounts. We're, not even talking about the need we have for parents to be back in there and what we're doing. We've all agreed face-to-face learning matters, but on a whim and a little concern, which fair, I can buy that. We're going to all of a sudden jump back to the 28th on this play and say, here's our risk, here's our concern. And then we're asking this huge transition. Hey, face-to-face, hybrid, here's what we're doing. Let's do the transition for 2 weeks. That's extra work for 2 weeks. And then we're going live face-to-face the whole time. If you want to go to the 28th, great. Let's go face-to-face 5 days a week on the 28th. We'll get another week. We'll concern. You'll be out of the risk of the 28th if that's where we want to go. If we want to transition, let's transition. It was originally going to be a 4-week transition. Then it's gone down to a 3-week, and now it's going down to a 2-week. I just can't understand this total change that just happened from our 30-minute conversation with a health director to make this. I cannot support this at all for anything. I don't see it being worthwhile for us as a district and causes more chaos for us.
President Mays, may I respond to that?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I was saying I was just waiting to see if legal was going to insert anything, but if not, yes, Mr. Chapa, please.
I understand Mr. Hogg's concerns, and I struggle with this greatly. I mean, the 21st date that was presented to us today. That was before the discussion we had with the health director. And we've listened to Dr. Taneja consistently since March, and we've been unified in that approach. And for him to show up tonight and give the discussion that he gave, and then seeing that our metrics compared to some of the districts Mr. Hogg's comparing us to are markedly different, with a markedly different student population, with a markedly different experience with the virus, I think that we have to realize that a district this size, given the hotspots that we have, and given how close we are, that 5 days, according to Dr. Taneja, could make a big difference. And if we're wrong, then I fully concede that it will continue the hardship for families for 5 more days. I'm not in any way downplaying the hardship that the families are experiencing. It's a hard time for everyone, but based on what we learned tonight and this is the first time we've had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Taneja, I think that we should continue the approach we've had until this point, which is to follow the data, and the data for us is precarious. Some of the districts are being compared to, Grapevine, Colleyville, Keller, which already had, a well-publicized incident where a whole grade level had to go home. Keller ISD's district-wide, according to the dashboard, district-wide case rate number is almost half of what it is for the East and Southeast Arlington clusters. And so, and if you look at Grapevine, Colleyville, their district-wide rate is less than half. So I don't think we're similarly situated to some of the districts that Mr. Hogg is trying to draw a comparison to. And I think that we would be more well-served to continue our cautious approach that we haven't deviated from and move it to the 28th. Had Dr. Taneja answered my question tonight, I asked him a very specific question for a specific purpose, and that was, what changed between now and when you issued the public health order that would have kept us in a virtual only environment until September 28th? And his answer was essentially nothing has changed from his perspective, because the numbers are pretty much what he expected them to be right now. And he's still very concerned about Labor Day. And I think the term he used, and I might get it wrong when answering a question from Dr. Reich, is that he felt like, especially with the hotspot that we had in our district, that Tarrant County itself, but especially a district like us with precarious numbers, it's hard to say what's going to be the spark that sets it back off. And he's seeing in the positivity rate numbers a flattening and even a potential increase, and he can't explain why that's happening. So given all of that, I think the most prudent approach is to take 5 extra days. And I know, recognizing that that's a hardship on parents, but what I'm also hearing tonight, and I'm not, if I've misconstrued what Dr. Brown and Dr. Wertz have said, is it sounds like to me, our teachers and staff could use 5 extra days on the runway a lot more than they would need 5 extra days on the back end. And remember, our high schools are going to continue in a hybrid model after October 13th. So the transition there, I think, is that argument's a little bit less salient. So given all of these competing things and recognizing that this is a very difficult decision for everyone, I think the most prudent approach is to move the start date to the 28th.
Not that I just want to chime in, but to add to what Mr. Chapa was saying as to what the comment was, and I wrote it down because it raised little hairs on me, was we'll just have to see what happens. I mean, when that comment was made, I didn't feel very comfortable, because to see what would happen to me means that that's a risk that we don't have to necessarily take. And I don't really want to see what would happen negatively if I knew that we had an opportunity to make sure that that didn't happen. So just saying what Mr. Chapa was saying, the end of his comment was, well, we'll just have to see. You'll just have to see what happens. Go ahead, Mr. Hogg. I see your mic.
Yeah, sorry, I just left it on, but I was going to let others respond, but we can always go back on the 28th and you see the spike. And Mr. Chapa, you're saying that, but you've also got to count, we've got Grand Prairie starting, which is very similar to demographics. You've got districts all over the whole state that are starting that are very similar demographics to us in that case on some of those in the state. And we're going to be able to see some trends, and we're going to be able to identify trends. And so guess what? I'm all for, if there's a trend that pops up and we see that, Newman has some of our similar demographics, students that live in Arlington that are low socioeconomic that probably come from some of those neighborhoods. I don't know for a fact. And we're going to be able to see a trend if they have spikes from what's coming up, and we're going to see them. And they've already been back. We have these groups that are back, and we're not taking that into account. I'm all for, if I'm looking at my calendar over here, if it comes up and all of a sudden we look and the 14th has happened, which was originally what we were going to start with. And if the 14th comes up and that happens, great, let's have the discussion. Okay, I don't think anyone will have their feelings hurt too bad. We got to give a little runway on that front side to say we're now going to the 28th to go to that schedule where it is. We also got to take into account we're running a hybrid. so we're already being super cautious, and we meet the metrics to run a hybrid. And so the metrics meet a hybrid, whether they're close or not, they're still meeting a metric to run a hybrid. So, okay, I can agree with the hybrid on that case. We're also, so running hybrid, and students still have a choice to stay home. You can stay virtual on this entire case. We've never once said you have to go to school. No, you can stay virtual and learn through that process. And so now we're just off of a whim of a risk, and he's there. We're going to choose that. I think this is a very, very, you know, and y'all can, Mr. Chop, I'm not trying to say, I want you to say you're wrong, and you don't want to say, I don't want to say the same thing to me, like, okay, I'm wrong and we have to go it. Great. That can happen. We know that. That's risk we have to take. But I just think this is not the right decision we need to make tonight, when staff has come to us and said the 21st is the day. That's what they proposed. They originally the 14th and moved it to the 21st. And now all of a sudden we're sitting there saying, no, let's push it back to the 28th. I think this is a very, very poor decision. And I just can't support it.
Okay, Mr. Hogg. Mr. Reich, Dr. Reich.
Well, listening to all this, I tend to, not necessarily with the approach, but I tend to agree with what Mr. Hogg is saying. If the metrics do show that we're okay, we're not rolling the dice. We do have a hybrid program. I'm looking off the screen because I am looking at the calendar. This weekend is Labor Day weekend. With the 21st as a start, we have that 2 weeks of data. And to Mr. Hogg's point, we can't go backwards. If we get to the 18th, 19th, and we're all of a sudden red, then we've got the metrics to say, hey, we can't, sorry, the plan was the 21st, but we've got to go maintain this course right now. That to me is what the dashboard is for. It's in the most cautious of scenarios, that's the hard part here. I'm a health professional, and I have to balance this health professional and policy. And at the end of the day, it's us that chooses the policy. And when we've got a dashboard and a metric that shows the entire district is safe for a hybrid model, I just don't, and I take into account that the majority of the district is well within that zone, not tipping close to the edge, where I was elected, as hard as this may sound to people that are listening, I was elected for the entirety of the community and representing all schools as we do. And we haven't even touched on the possibility that the district does have the flexibility to say, no, those zones, those attendance zones, we're keeping you on hybrid. This waiver, it doesn't dictate that. And I think that's something we haven't even discussed, but that is something that is in the reach and the authority of the superintendent and the district. And that was the design from the health director. I know we didn't ask him this, but that was the design of it by attendance zone. So to avoid having to shut down an entirety of a district. And so, you know, we're having a conversation about, for me, the entirety of the district. And if we need, by metrics, have to look at those areas that are red with consult with the public health, I would think that would be okay to say, as much as we want to keep the entire district at the same, this is a pandemic. There's certain areas that might be a hot spot that we have to say, you don't meet it. You're in red. We've got to keep you virtual only. So I think I understand. I mean, it's not easy, but I think the staff thought through everything They came to us with the 21st. I'm not hearing an immediate about face with that. I do think we've got to look at the metrics. We're in line with that. We're not doing anything different than, honestly, what originally came with the nullifying and voiding the original order was anticipatory. And that's exactly what we're doing right now as a board, as the governing body that has the decision-making authority. We're not doing anything different than anticipatory with metrics. And I mean, I just think we've got the length of time to see what those metrics do between now and the 21st. If they change, the district has the authority, and we've got the metrics to support. Sorry, folks, I know we said the 21st, but we're going to have to move that. And I think that balances things more with the entirety of our district and gives a little bit more solace to those that are so struggling right now. And I won't support the 28th, as hard as that is for me to say. I'm really trying to weigh what is the most logical approach to this, and what makes the most sense. I think it's a sound plan, and I'm going to support what the district originally approached us with tonight.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rush. Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, President Mays. And I sympathize with all of you guys because I'm sitting here struggling, and based on what was said by Dr. Taneja, I could support the 28th, but at the same time, I know we've got, we go through training from the state to drive home what our single-minded focus should be, the one thing that we as trustees should be focused on. And that is making sure that those early childhood learners, that we're closing the gap from those at-risk students and making sure that they're reading by grade 3. And we know the COVID slide is affecting them disproportionately. We also know that we have parents, and we know a lot of them aren't the same parents of those type of students, but they're struggling and their kids are struggling. And those tend to also be those early elementary parents. We also know, and I'm not an expert, so I'd want to get Dr. Taneja's input on this, but we know that it's kids age 10 and above who have similar viral loads and tend to spread the disease. Not quite the same as older kids and adults, but are at risk. They present a risk to our staff. They present a risk for community spread. But those younger ones probably don't. And that's where I'd want to get an expert opinion. So I don't want to carve out a segment of our staff and our teachers to put them at greater risk than the other ones. I don't think that would be fair. But if we can give relief to those parents that are really struggling and do our duty to those kids, then, and we can do so safely without adding to the risk of our staff, then I think we bring those kids back. That also gives us a chance for staff to focus on, hey, finding out what works there, seeing how that goes, and see if that's a propitious sign for the rest of the rollout to junior high, the older elementary, junior high, and the high school, and then allows us to be more focused on those later grades when we do the test there. But again, it would only be if someone who's a better health authority than me, based on the current data we have about those younger learners, if that we could do that and bring them back sooner, given the same conditions, without unduly increasing the risk on those staff serving those students. And maybe that's a compromise where, and I'm trying to come up with a compromise to get us, we're only talking 1 week between the 21st and the 28th. And and we owe it to try to be creative while still staying true to our pledge to let the science and the data dictate our decision. And if we can maximize both of those, what seems like competing constraints on us, and doing that, what we are tasked to do as trustees, and that is to close the gap for those students who need it most and bring them back sooner, then let's do it. I mean, that was the plan that Fort Worth was going to do. Dallas was talking about a similar plan. And some of the districts across the district, they're using this transition plan to do just that, focus on those kids, those ELL students, those at-risk students who are at risk of the greatest decline due to the COVID slide. And again, only if it's safe.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Walton.
Dr. Tanisha said something about, and I wrote it down because it was so shocking to me, and now I have 16 pages of notes, so I can't find it. But did anybody else write down what he said about 10-year-olds to whatever some other age were just as likely to infect others as adults? I know he said that, but I just can't find where I wrote it down. Did anybody else catch that?
I think he said that, and he's citing a well-known study that has come out that said that the viral load of those age 10 and above are similar. And that's where we have the greatest risk in our student population of spread. Those below tend to be safer in the data, but that's me reading. That's not me being.
Okay, so you heard him say that too.
I don't want to claim that that's true. I'd want a medical expert to tell us that yes, those under 10 do not tend to be spreaders.
Yeah, but 10-year-olds are in our elementary buildings.
That's true. That's why specifically in my proposal to hopefully reach a compromise and still provide relief to our parents, but do it safely. That's why I mentioned those grades 10 with below 10-year-olds.
So just a couple comments I would like to make. One, Mr. Hogg, I heard what you were saying. I do have to disagree with the comment of a whim. I do think that's a little disingenuous, that the information that we've been thinking about and muddling over has been going on for a long time. So I wouldn't say that it was just a whim to think of the 28th, which was originally brought up. What I got from the doctor this evening was him basically saying if he was still in control, if they were still in control at the county level, that basically he would have stuck with the 28th. But that's not their decision to make at this point. It's now been moved into our hands. I think we've all said that this is a difficult decision. At the end of the day, my thought has to be and I don't know if the district came up with the 21st thinking it might be more palatable when you presented it to us. Maybe that's just an assumption on my part, but something that I think of since the 28th was the original date. But for allowing an additional week so that our teachers are completely as prepared as they could be. I still think he could probably continue to say, well, we need to add another week and another week, just because this just isn't going to be an easy lift no matter what. But to listen to also what the teachers are saying, I mean, if the parents bring their kids back, if the teachers aren't ready to make that pivot, I still don't know how successful that would be. And when we say that it's not going to look the same as it used to look, I completely agree with that. And even with those kids coming back, versus 1, 2, 3 days, we don't know what the thought's going to be. Okay, this really isn't what I was thinking. This wasn't what I was asking for. So if taking another week to make sure that the pivot can be made, not simply, but a little more simpler than it could be on the 21st for our teachers, to me, that's a benefit for the district as a whole. And that is still, to me, taking into account the science, that's still taking into account the information that we've gotten from our teachers, the information that we've gotten from our students. I understand what you're saying, that we could always come back and say, hey, based on what it's looking like now, we want to move it. I think if we even thought that that could happen, I would prefer to go with the later date so that we're not still changing and moving dates around. So those are just some of my thoughts over the things that I've heard each of you say. Those are my thoughts on that. Yes, Ms. Walton.
Just one thing to what you said. Staff came to us with the date of the 21st to start before they heard Dr. Tanisha at the same time we did tonight. So I think that needed clarification. Thank you.
Ms. Walton, staff has a meeting with Dr. Tanisha, I think, weekly.
Yeah, I was just going to add, they meet regularly, so I don't think it would be the first time for them. And I have to disagree. If we even thought it would happen, that's not how we operate. We don't, as a district from the operational level, look at the weather forecast and call it snow day the day before in 99% of the situations. We don't cancel school because there's tornadic activity in the area. If we even thought, I don't think that's an appropriate way to govern myself.
Are you referring to what I was saying, Dr. Reich? No, what I'm saying is the comment that you made that if we see the numbers changing, then we could come back and say, well, no, let's not do the 21st, let's push it to the 28th. And I was saying, if there's a thought that that would even happen, then why wouldn't we err on the side of caution and go with the 28th? That's what I was saying.
Okay, but to me, it's the same argument, and it's the same exact situation. If we have less control doing it this way. We have more control by sticking with the 21st, having that as the option versus not having that as the option at all. And I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. We can postulate and be concerned, as I am personally, that the numbers are going to go up. And I would like to have more faith in my fellow Texans and Arlington here that they're going to maybe learn a lesson and do a little bit better than they did over the previous holidays. But we don't know. And I don't want to make this decision based on that assumption alone, and then have the numbers actually be pretty consistent where they are right now, and us have no ability to say, oh, no, now we got this extra week. So that's all.
And let me just say, we're on all the numbers are trending down right now. We're trending down, and the health director can always come back and in essence shut us down if there's an outbreak from where it's coming. But we're thinking possibly, and possibly is a really hard thing to do from that scenario. I think we're making a grave error for a lot of things that happen in this district.
President Mays, if I may just say one last thing, and then if it's appropriate, I'd like to call the question.
Yes.
I just wanted to respond to the sort of, we're prognosticating and kind of taking a pot shot and guesstimating. And I cannot more strenuously disagree with that. Dr. Reich suggested that what we're doing right now would be no different than what he believes the health authority got in trouble for a little bit, or not got in trouble, but what they were doing in July was trying to predict what the world would be in late September. And I have a few responses to that. And one is, we heard from the guy tonight who made that prediction that his predictions have been held true. And even though they were made 2 months out, and that he is concerned about the Labor Day holiday, and he would recommend that we still go to the 28th. We're also not making a decision 2 months out, we're making a decision 3 months out. And then to the concern that we might have to come back and we'll look at what everybody else is doing. I think if you look at that dashboard unequivocally shows that this district, that more than half of this district is not anywhere near similarly situated to some of the districts that we're being compared to. And Dr. Taneja himself admitted that, they made some judgment calls, and, the range for yellow for the case rate statistic runs all the way from 10 cases per 100,000 to 99. And that's an enormous gulf. There is an enormous gulf between, if I'm looking at my numbers here right now, Bowie High School with a case rate statistic of 91.9 and Grapevine High School of 26.65. I mean, these are not similarly situated situations, and to suggest that they are, I think, is flying in the face of the data. And so I do understand the desire to get students back in class and to pick a date and move on. But I don't agree with the fact, I don't agree at all with we should do that because that's what everyone else is doing, because we are, the average student in this district and their family is just not similarly situated to other districts. The districts that we are most similar to are taking the same approach that we are so far, which has been to be cautious, to proceed with the data. And Fort Worth and Dallas are going later than most other districts, but that's because it recognizes the reality on the ground that their students are not similarly situated. And I would say that taking an extra 5 days, if in fact, quote unquote, all these school districts are firing it back up, it gives us that much more time to see how this plays out, because we've already got a cautionary tale from Keller and their numbers are far lower than ours are. And so I respectfully think that the more prudent approach is to wait the extra 5 days. And I quite frankly, given the data that was presented to us, I don't understand the extreme reluctance and strenuous objection to taking an extra 5 days, given all of those considerations. We could learn more in 5 days. And to suggest that we're similarly situated to small private schools and charter schools is just not, I mean, that's just not an accurate metric by which we should view. And I understand that there's metrics to look at. And if you look at the dashboard and you click on the attendance boundary for Bowie High School and Sam Houston High School, it is quite possible that if portions of the Bowie High School cluster were in the Sam Houston cluster, that cluster would be red. And I think that you have to take that into account too. It's not as simple as saying, look, when you click on this dashboard, this district's color is yellow. And then look, here's another district, oh, their color is yellow. Almost every district in Tarrant County is colored yellow because of the way that the dashboard treats the countywide statistics. So you have to, I think, look at it at a more granular level. And when you do that, I think the data supports us taking an extra 5 days here. And so with that, I will, if it's appropriate, and Mr. Eichelbaum can question or can correct me because my Parley Pro is a little rusty, but I'd like to call the question.
Okay. The question has been called.
If you call the question, you got to have a second, and then you got to vote on calling the question.
I second calling the question.
Okay. Okay, so the question's been called. The question's been seconded by Ms. Walton. So then at this time, we will be voting. And Mr. Chapa, I would ask that you repeat your motion for documentation purposes, please.
Ms. Mays, I think you have to vote on calling the question.
Okay.
And then vote on the question.
Okay.
Was there further discussion anyway? If there wasn't any, then we just would move to the vote.
But I would agree, but then Mr. Chapa would have to remove calling the question if there's no further discussion.
You can vote, or since we don't have to actually follow Robert's rules under the law, you can vote on calling the question, or you can ask, is there anything further to discuss? Then let's just vote.
Yeah. So I will ask, is there any other discussion?
I would ask for Mr. Chapa to remove the motion because we don't have to by law, but we have agreed as an organization we'll follow Robert's Rules of Orders.
Okay. So,
all Mr. Chapa has to do is remove his motion to call the question.
Mr. Chapa, do you wish to remove? If not, we can vote on calling the question.
Ms. Mays, I can't see everybody on the screen, and maybe you did. I did not know if there was another trustee who wished to speak.
I don't think so. Dr. Reich, you turned off your, okay. Dr. Reich.
Well, I was just going to say that I know it's hard, and yeah, there is a wide range there, and we could probably go on forever about really getting into the dashboard, but the dashboard is what we have. Yellow is yellow, whether you like where we are on the yellow or not. I don't see it any different than what our students endure with grades. An A is an A, a B is a B, no matter if you're a 89.9 or you're a 80.1. To me, it's pretty cut and dry as far as that goes. That's all I have to say.
Okay. So since there was discussion, then we will vote on calling the question.
If there's no more discussion, Ms. Mays, I think we can just vote on the motion. If Mr. Chapa, I would just ask him to remove the motion so we don't have a motion pending out there with a motion and a second and no action. Just remove the motion.
Mr. Chapa, would you like to remove your motion?
Sure, I'm happy to remove the motion.
Okay. So
the seconder is fine with that too.
Perfect.
Okay. So now we're going back to vote on the motion. Mr. Chapa, please, once again, can you repeat it for documenting purposes?
Yes, I move that the start date for the district's transition plan be set for September 28th.
Ms. Walton, are you still a second?
Yes, ma'am, I am still second.
So a motion made by Mr. Chapa, a second by Ms. Walton. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we will vote. Mr. Chapa.
Justin Chapa, I vote yes for the motion.
Mr. Wilbanks.
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Ms. Fowler.
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton.
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg.
Louis Hogg, I vote no.
Dr. Reich.
Aaron Reich, I vote no.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. So motion passes in the affirmative. 5 yes, 2 no's. Motion passes. Okay. We have some additional, Dr. Cavazos, I don't think I need to go back to you. I think we've made it clear that we actually have 3 motions within the presentation that was made. Is that correct? I can continue on.
That's correct.
Okay. The other motion that we have is considering the request for 40% campus hybrid instruction for 9th through 12th grade recommendation from the district. Is there any discussion or is there a motion ready to be made?
President Mays, I'd like to make the motion to consider the request for 40% campus hybrid instruction for grades 9 through 12. I move to authorize the superintendent to seek a waiver for hybrid instruction as presented.
Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Wilbanks. Motion by Ms. Fowler, second by Mr. Wilbanks. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Hogg.
To clarify this motion, even though it's just for the hybrid for 9 through 12, that does not start till the 28th, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Correct, Dr. Wertz?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay, answers that question. So we will now vote. Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler,
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton,
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg,
Bowie Hogg, I vote no.
Dr. Reich.
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Okay. Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative, 6-4, 6 yes, 1 against.
President
Okay.
Mays, excuse me,
Yes.
President Mays, we
Yes, sir.
probably should go to item A for that TEA waiver.
Okay.
The transition, just to take a vote on that to make sure we get a waiver vote if possible.
Absolutely. So our request to extend the start of the 2020-21 school year transition beyond the 4-week limit. Is there any discussion or do I have a motion?
President Mays, I have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. At this time, I move to authorize the superintendent to seek a waiver to request to extend the start of the school year transition in a manner that complies with all requirements to obtain such waiver.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Chapa, second by Mrs. Fowler. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote. Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler,
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton,
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg,
Bowie Hogg, I vote no.
Dr. Reich,
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative, 6 yes, 1 no. So that is our action item A and B. Okay, and then action item C was also included in this presentation. So this is consider the 2021 asynchronous instructional plan and attestations. Is there any discussion or do I have a motion?
Have a motion if there's no discussion.
Okay, Dr. Reich, I see no discussion.
Therefore, I move to approve submission of the asynchronous learning plan as presented.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Dr. Reich, a second by Ms. Fowler. Any discussion?
Is there the asynchronous plan? Is that, what are we changing on the approval versus what we're doing now? And does it depend on the 28th?
Dr. Wertz?
So the asynchronous plan is simply a requirement that we have to submit by October. It doesn't really change anything that we're doing now. It's just districts who open school with asynchronous learning were required to submit a letter of intent to apply for an asynchronous plan, which was submitted in the summer. And then the actual plan is due in October by the state.
So this is, and Dr. Wertz, I just wanted clarification. This is from our plan that we started August 17th, our synchronous and asynchronous, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
I just wanted clarification. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Okay, no other discussion. We will vote. Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler,
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton,
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg,
Bowie Hogg, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich,
Dr. Reich.
Dr. Reich,
You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes unanimously in the affirmative. Okay, now we will continue with our discussion action items. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And so on letter E, there are no motions necessary anymore to consider for tonight. And so we move on to item F, which is consider the schematic design for Thornton Elementary School. So this gives the board an opportunity to review the schematic design for Thornton. We do have the architects that are working on this project. They're still with us. And so they're going to present the schematic design. And so the construction committee for Thornton has already reviewed this and has had an opportunity to go through in detail. So at this time, I'll turn it over to, I guess, Kelly, Mr. Horn, if you would introduce our architects and introduce the topic here.
Absolutely, thank you. And I will share screen. Bear with me just a moment. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me make sure I put that. There we go. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Cavazos, President Mays, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. This, as Dr. Cavazos mentioned, this is the replacement school project for Myrtle Thornton Elementary School. And so I'll just touch briefly on Thornton Elementary School. The original Thornton Elementary School was built in 1956, so it's 64 years old this year. And and so we began this process in February, and we had a bit of a challenge. You'll see a little bit about how we handled that. But with COVID, we normally have the charrette process in person with staff and with parents, students, and teachers. And so with COVID this year, there was a bit of a challenge in doing that. And so you'll see a little bit about how we handled that through the design process and the program planning process. And so I won't go long. I'll just state that the Thornton Elementary School Replacement School is a part of the East Arlington Master Plan. And so recently we started the Crow Elementary School, or the Leadership Academy project, and it's underway currently. And then just a few short weeks ago, you all approved the schematic design for Webb, which was the second project that needed to begin in order to keep these dominoes falling in place. And so now we bring you Thornton, and in a relative few short weeks, we'll bring you Barry. And so, as Dr. Cavazos mentioned, Corrigan Architects is our architect on this particular project. They're also the architect for Crow Elementary School. And so I'll introduce the team, and then we'll begin. Susan Smith is the principal for the studio, and she's here with us this evening. Beverly Fornoff is the project manager, and she'll be presenting here shortly. And our architect is Morgan Howell. And so thank you, ladies, for staying with us this evening and presenting. And so I'll shift to the next slide and just briefly show you the schedule of the project timeline that we're under. And so we are adhering to this schedule currently. Again, you'll see a little bit about how we went through the charrette process and how that particularly informed the design. And so with that, I'm going to end and turn it over to Beverly here. So Beverly, if you would like to continue, go ahead.
Absolutely. Everyone can hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up.
We can hear you.
Everyone's still awake. Good evening, and thank you so much for having us here today. We're very excited to present the design. We, as everyone knows, it's been a very unique situation, and so we've had to sort of regroup and be very creative in how we are pulling information from the students and the staff and the principal and the community in order to really create a school that's really important for this community and this neighborhood. This again is East Arlington. Thornton is right there in the middle on Park Row, right off of Texas 360. So Park Row is a 4-lane road. It's fairly busy. The areas in light green that you see surrounding Thornton are very heavy single-family residential. And then the areas that are in dark green that we're showing, that's multifamily housing. So we learned really quickly and really early on that for Thornton and for Knox Elementary, Knox is the site that's in red, those schools will be combining, and both of those campuses have a lot of walkers to the campus. And not just walkers, but also parents that come at the end of the day in the afternoons, and they'll wait for the children and their students. And so we understood very quickly that one of the desires for Thornton was to have a very safe and secure environment for parents to feel comfortable while they wait for their students at the end of the day. And early on, again, in these discussions with the principals, we learned that both of these campuses have a lot of specialty programs for the students. There's a soccer club, there's chess club, there's a lot of opportunities to try and keep the students in the school engaged in learning and provide just a restorative environment for them. The neighborhoods here are very heavily Hispanic, have a heavy Hispanic culture, and that's shown through a lot of the performances. This is their ballet folklorico, and they do just a lot of those throughout the year. And then something that was also very, very important and communicated to us were opportunities for engagement to the community, particularly with parent education. That was something that was very, very needed, asked for, and required, and providing the spaces for that. So again, with these design charrettes, these were all done virtually. These were in May, June timeframe. And so before we even did the charrettes, we did them, again, with the faculty, with the students, and then with the parents. We did send out a survey to the faculty and to the parents before the presentations or before the charrettes, just so that we can get a little bit of information early on and also help set the mind frame or the mindset for those charrette presentations. And so here are some of the questions that we asked the faculty, and then we presented to them. They asked, how do you want your students to feel when they walk into the new school? Well, they want their students to feel welcome, safe, and excited and proud to be there. And what are words that describe your current culture? Community, that was very resounding. Community and pride from both campuses were just very, very high on those lists. Next, when we went to the student presentation or student charrette, we had gained a little bit of information from the teacher presentation, and we learned things such as for Thornton Elementary particularly, they spend a lot of time doing outdoor activities or learning outdoors. And so we said, okay, well, let's ask the students, what are their favorite learning activities to do outside? And here you can see the results where they like to study plants or do science, and some others like to do more physical activities such as running or soccer. And so that just starts to inform us like what's really important for this particular campus. The next question was really helped to solidify the need for collaboration space. We asked them to rate the following statement: I learn best when I can be in groups with my classmates. Almost 50% of the students agreed with this statement. And that, again, just really further solidifies the need for collaboration spaces of different sizes and just different ways that that they can have flexible and active learning environments. So with the student charrettes, I wanted to give you a little taste of what we did with them, because again, this was at a time when they were a little used to Zoom and starting to go into that process with their classes, but we wanted to break the ice a little bit, and we played this game called the 5-second rule. And we would just pop up a question or a response, and they would have 5 seconds to answer, and we would call on the students. We had their names, we could see who was on the call, and we would just call on them and just have them quickly give us a response. Then that led us into our next activity called This or That. Now this one, we were really trying to gauge what was important to them in their actual campuses. We would give them 2 images side by side of a similar type of space, just done in a completely different way. And in the chat box, we had them vote A or B. And as they voted, we would call on them and say, Francis, why did you pick A, and see what their responses were. Did they like the furniture? Did they like the open windows or doors and different things like that? And again, that just informed us what was really key to the design for the new elementary school. And these kids were amazing. just wanted to give a shout out to them. You guys have some very strong future leaders coming out of both Knox and Thornton Elementary Schools. They were very vocal, they were very engaged, and they were very opinionated, and we appreciated that. And then our final charrette presentation was with the parents. Now with the parents, we did more of a presentation where we showed them all of the information that we had gathered from the teachers, from the students, and then had more of a discussion about what was really key for them in their neighborhoods, in their communities, as well as what would really, really help their children be excited to go to school and to actively be engaged in learning and in that school environment. So again, we just have an image there of all of us together, and that'll roll right into the design development. So after all of those conversations and everything that we've learned, we narrowed this down to 3 key design goals for the new school. And this is very, very important to us because in each aspect of our design, we're constantly thinking about these 3 key goals and saying, is what we're designing, does this work for these goals? So the first one is providing a learning rich environment. What that means is creating active, flexible learning spaces that are useful for the campus, putting that learning on display, having the connection to the outdoors, and again, providing that restorative environment for the students. Number 2 is creating a strong identity that supports the vision of Arlington ISD and represents the community. And number 3 is community support. Again, that parent education that we were told was very, very important for this neighborhood, particularly for English and technology classes and providing those spaces. Having those ample assembly spaces, again, for those performances, and then also a variety of spaces for those extracurricular activities for the students. So we started off with showing multiple different ways that the classrooms and collaboration areas could relate to each other and relate to the major arterial corridors of the building. And this is where we ended up actually through all of these discussions. So a typical classroom pod has 5 classrooms and a collaboration space, and then a teacher workroom. What we actually did here was we combined 2 of those pods. So now you have 10 classrooms that are divided by the service spaces in the center, which is kind of that gray area, and then having 5 classrooms be around a collaboration space. We also did a few variations of this prototype as well, and through our discussions, it just made sense, and it was very clear on what the needs were for the school. They really wanted to have that connection to the outdoors from the classrooms, and so we created this single loaded corridor that opens up into your collaboration space and then is directly connected to the classrooms. And then that, again, has that direct visibility out through that outdoor learning courtyard. At the same time that we were looking through all the different classroom collaboration layouts and different things like that, we also are looking at our site and analyzing our site. Again, the current Thornton faces Park Road Drive, which is a busier street. There's more traffic, there's more noise. And so it makes sense that there's more visibility on that side. And it made sense to put that public bar along Park Road Drive. And then to the north with the neighborhood, it's just a little more quiet, a little more in tune for that focused learning activities. Also on the site, something that was brought up were these mature trees. There are actually a few that are very beautiful, and they're important to the campus, and asked if we could try and just try and save them or try and work around them if we can. We also start setting up our main entry access. Again, with Texas 360 on the east, we know that there's going to be a lot of visibility coming down Park Road to the west. And we felt that it was appropriate to sort of place that main entry access on that corner of Park Road and Carter. We also strategically did that because, again, if you remember, we have all those apartment complexes to the right and to the south. And so we have a lot of walkers that'll be coming from those apartment complexes, as well as the neighborhood to the north. And in that, we start thinking about where do we put these community use areas or these community spaces? It made sense to keep the play fields to the north. That's where they currently are now. Then that way, that the neighborhood that surrounds it, they can engage in that play space, play field, and they can use that space after hours if they'd like. And then the area in red, again, we have these mature trees, and we thought this would be a great place to really start setting up a public plaza, someplace that perhaps parents can wait under the canopy of these beautiful trees. So again, it made sense for us to put that public bar facing Park Row, and in the public bar, that's your cafeteria, your administration front entry, and then your gymnasium. And what we did is we actually split that bar up so that we start framing that entry plaza with those spaces. And then we started again going back and thinking about those pedestrian zones and paths and where those walkers would be coming onto the site, and where ways that we can sort of help guide them through to the front entry. Another big discussion that was kind of we've heard over and over again through our conversations was they really appealed to the idea of the media center being at the center or the heart of the campus. And so again, placing it right here in the center, it helps to frame that entry plaza as well. And then to the north of that is where we place that outdoor learning courtyard. It's easily accessible and highly visible for engagement. And then we've placed those core classrooms flanking each side of that outdoor learning courtyard. So there's direct access from the classrooms to that courtyard. Our final piece, of course, are the drives and parking. We do know, again, there are a lot of walkers here, and then next there are a lot of car riders. We don't have a whole lot of bus drop-off at this point. We don't know if the rezoning will affect that yet, but we are looking into that. So we wanted to make sure we provided a lot of flexibility in the drives going around the building and a lot of stacking and queuing onto the on the drives themselves. We've placed the visitor to the southeast, putting that near the front entry, and then having staff on the west and the north. So this is where we are now with our current design. Again, our site plan is going to look very familiar because our little vignette really set that up nicely. Again, our plan is very, very orthogonal. We've angled it again to sort of nod a little bit to the northeast angle of Catala Lane. And again, kind of nod to that corner of Park Row and Carter. You can see we created a large walkway from that corner that sort of guides a visitor into the entryway. The drives we felt could be not like as straight or as straight lines. So we've got those flowing around, and again, lots of flexibility in how the traffic can flow around the site. To the right side of the entry plaza is the main entry. It's directly next to the area in blue. That's the administration block. To the right of the administration is the gymnasium, which will also serve as the storm shelter. And then on the other side of the entry plaza is your cafeteria and kitchen area. The area in orange in the center, that is the library, the media center. And we've actually created this to where there's lots of glass. There's lots of natural light that goes through that library. And really, if you're standing in that entry plaza, you'll be able to see almost all the way through the library into the outdoor learning courtyard to the north. Our classroom blocks are very similar to where our prototype ended up. And again, it's 5 classrooms surrounding a collaboration space with the connection between the two pods. And the reason we also did that was because that provided a lot of flexibility for the campus itself. If they have more students in a certain grade, well, maybe they can, have that flexibility to have 6 fourth grade classrooms versus 5, or vice versa, or something like that, so that they can have that flexibility and again, be able to kind of connect with some of the other grades. The second floor classroom pods are pretty much the same as the first floor. To the left of the media center, we do have the SPED and the science classes with some additional second story administration. For our exterior development. So we know that these buildings, or this building, is going to be around for a long time. It's got to last a few years, and our materials have to be appropriate. We were inspired by these images of brick and how adding just a simple pattern can really enhance the exterior facade, and it could be a great way to embrace the heritage and the community in a subtle but still very exciting way. The little diagram on the bottom right kind of shows where we start setting up our exterior materials, where we're thinking the 4 corners could be more of those brick masses, and possibly the center where the library is could have more of the glass and accent masonry extending from the media center out into the corridors of the classroom blocks. We were also very inspired by a Mexican architect named Ricardo Legarreta. His images are the 2 projects on the bottom right, and he used very simple but bold forms to sort of create a frame and play with light and shadow. And what that did is it really created these inspiring spaces. Now, we didn't want to go as bold as bright orange. He's known for using very, very bright colors. And so we started looking at the color of terracotta, similar to the panels on the top right. We really liked that earthy but still bold color, and we felt like we could do something very, very interesting with that. And then again on the left, you see that color of the terracotta in a brick, but with the patterning that I was speaking of in the previous slide. And so from there, I'd like to introduce you to the new Thornton Elementary School. Again, our plan is very, very orthogonal, and what we did was we actually set up a feature wall, which is this terracotta brick color, terracotta color wall that starts at, it really signifies the front entry and goes all the way through the building and pokes out at the north at the outdoor learning courtyard. The view that you were at right now is the corner of Park Row and Carter, with that walkway that sort of guides them again into the front entry, or up to the front entry. Again, you can see the sort of lighter color brick on the sides, really signifying that dark brick in the center. And then you also see those 2 big trees that we're trying to salvage or to save, and really designing around those trees. So here's the close-up of that front entry, again, the wall. And again, you can see all the way through from the front entry plaza, through the building, through the library, all the way to the outdoor learning courtyard to the north. You can also start to see a little bit of that brick patterning. You see it in the dark brick on the left side of the screen. And again, in a little bit of the accents on the administration block to the right. This feature wall is also really framing, or helping to frame, our entry plaza, where again, parents that are waiting for their kids at the end of the day, they have a nice, quiet, and safe space to wait. A cafeteria is to the left, and the administration block is to the right. We also decided to use a little bit of these punched openings in the canopy to create a little bit more play in using light and shadow, and really signifying that front entry. And here's an aerial view again. This is if we're sort of hovering on top of Park Row and Carter. So you again see that wall, that feature wall, sort of going all the way through, and you can kind of see it poking up to the north outdoor learning courtyard. Again, we've continued that vertical terracotta color through to the classroom blocks to help kind of break apart the exterior facade and really give it a good punch of color. What's really exciting about this project or this site is that I think that we've really engaged every part of the site. Every part will be useful and serves its purpose. And then our final image for tonight is this is that outdoor learning courtyard to the north. So again, on the right and left would be your classroom blocks, lots of light, lots of visibility through the collaboration spaces and then out to the classrooms. You see in the center, that's that feature wall that again runs alongside the entire library and pops out on this side. And just providing a lot of very fun and unique spaces that teachers can bring students out here to learn. We also wanted to make sure we weren't sort of creating a very cold environment with a 2-story volume. So we're using a lot of different colors and also the texturing again of that brick pattern on the classroom blocks as well as that library face. So that is the presentation. I know I probably went pretty fast, but we thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. We've really enjoyed meeting the students and the faculty. And again, they gave great feedback. We are ready to take any questions, or we can go back and look anything as you guys wish.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fornoff and Corrigan, for this presentation. I just want to say it is really exciting to see this. This is a school I get to drive by quite often, weekly, and what an exciting use of that whole property that you've done. And that is an area of family and culture. And I think that just based off this schematic design, you really brought that out. So I'm really appreciative and I'm really excited about how that's going to look in that whole area. Colleagues, questions? Mr. Hogg.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mays, and thank you. And first off, thank you to the architects for us putting you up through this late at night. So yeah, we need to approve and go with it. But let me ask the one question. I see the overhang on there, and I think it's a really pretty school. I love how it looks, and I love the overhang design on that front. I'm a little worried. Is that, it looks like it's an open air, and so it doesn't provide any cover from rain in that area. Is there a way to, I always am cautious to not mess up y'all's pretty artwork and pretty design and creativity that you put in there. But as I look at it, it definitely looks like it doesn't provide any coverage from the, that's the perfect view. It doesn't provide coverage from the rain there would be my one concern.
So towards the building, there is a portion of it that is solid, and that's about 30 feet.
Okay.
We have talked about possibly moving another panel out so that there's a little more coverage, because we do understand when there's inclement weather, nobody wants to be sitting out in the rain. And we have also talked about maybe there are other opportunities where we can provide some coverage that works not at the front entry, but maybe in some of the other drop-off pickup lanes.
And that's fine. And you answer my question. As long as there's enough, especially if there's 30 feet there that's covered, that solves that question. Other than that, I like the building. I think it's good. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Reich.
I was just going to say that was my exact question. That was literally the only question that I had as well. But while talking through that, I did have one that I kind of thought of during the presentation. I just wanted to clarify with the storm shelter gym use being out on the outer edge, is that still in compliance? Is that the safest option? Obviously, to change that would change the entire design, but I just want to make sure that, you know, for God forbid a tornado, what is that structurally sound to withstand if we're going to put all our students there on an outer edge of the building?
So the storm shelters are designed to stand on their own. They are basically its own structure. And so there are a lot of codes and requirements that we have to go to. So having it on the end of the building is not an issue at all. As far as the way that the plan is laid out, there's a very direct route to the gym. And so I don't think you'll have any issues, with anyone having to get to the gym, because again, they're very kind of straight, direct pathways.
Okay, very good. I think it's a great design, and I'm sure somebody will make the motion, but if not, I'm ready to do that too. Thank you.
Any other questions by trustees? Ms. Walton?
Thank you, President Mays. I may have asked this question in our meeting as I was on this committee, but I did not write down the answer. As a former librarian, I'm concerned about the opening on the second level that looks into the media center. Is there glass or something there that keeps projectiles from going over into the library?
Yes, correct. The way that we're currently have it planned in the design is that it would be all glass, basically almost like a glass walkway between the two sides of the second floor.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, I'm ready to make the motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Walton. I don't see any other hands.
Well, thank you. I just want to preface this by saying I think we can all agree that the face of Arlington ISD in East Arlington will be positively changed by this beautiful new building. So I am excited to make the motion. I move approval of the schematic design for the Myrtle Thornton Elementary School.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a motion by Ms. Walton, a second by Mrs. Fowler. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote. Mrs. Fowler?
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton?
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg?
Bowie Hogg, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich?
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks?
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa? You're muted.
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative to approve the schematic design for the Myrtle Thornton Elementary School. Thank y'all once again for hanging out with us this late.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Okay, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break so that everyone can take a 5-minute break. So please be back and ready to go in 5 minutes. Thank you. Well, good morning and welcome back. The next item on our agenda are items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. Are there any items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, tonight we will be considering the items listed on your agenda under consent items. Mrs. Moss, please share bids with us.
President Mays, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cavazos. Consent item B consists of donations for $39,725, bringing the year-to-date total to $60,579. Consent item C contains 2 bids, and consent item D consists of 7 purchases greater than $50,000, which are exempt from bid. The purchasing department has vetted these transactions out and present them to you for your consideration tonight.
Is there a motion to accept this consent agenda?
I move we accept the consent agenda items as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Walton,
Second.
second by Mr. Wilbanks. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote. Mrs. Fowler?
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks?
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton?
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa?
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg?
Dewey Hogg, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich?
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative. Thank you, Mrs. Moss. So we would now move to our discussion items on the agenda. I will be tabling these discussion items. I'm sure my colleagues would agree that our first presentation for our racial and social equity update is very important. And I want to make sure that everybody has, as Ms. Walton would say, all their faculties about them as we receive this presentation. So we have A and B for our next meeting. Next on our agenda is open forum for non-agenda items. Mrs. Benjamin, do we have any requesters?
No, ma'am, we do not have any requesters for this section of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. So next on our agenda is our superintendent's report. Dr. Cavazos?
Just a brief moment here to sincerely thank the board. I know we make a lot of different presentations and you have a lot to deliberate and think about. And I just am proud of this team because every one of you is very thoughtful and you have the best interest of our students and our staff and our community always. And that never changes. And so I sincerely thank you for your efforts tonight and ultimately your votes. And I know our community appreciates it as well. So that's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Do I have any trustees that have reports? Mr. Wilbanks? Unmute yourself.
My keyboard stopped working, sorry. Just real quick, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to shout out to Matt Hall with Raise Your Hand Texas, who held a mini town hall for our representative, Matt Krause. And there were a number of districts who had principals and parents. And of course, we participated. And the purpose was to educate Matt Krause on what those key issues were that we're facing from COVID and ways he could help, and also prep him for the next legislative session. So our 3 participants did phenomenally. Shout out to Principal Stacy Humbles from Young Junior High, and Katauska Erador from Jones Academy. We even had a PTA president from Jones Academy, and they were very successful. They opened Matt's Representative Krause's eyes to a lot of important things. He did, I do want to point out, he was very proud that he carried the TRS active care bill for us, buoy still, and made it clear that even though the bill didn't pass, he was very clear to the other districts that he is dedicated to helping making healthcare more affordable for teachers across the state. And then we drove home the key issues that that he fully supports. We stressed how we wanted to eliminate STAR for the next 2 years, and he went even further and said he's dedicated to eliminating high stakes testing altogether. And he asked if there was anything we could do in the interim to help us with the COVID and put pressure on the commissioner. And Stacy Humble spoke up and really stressed the need for hybrid model at junior high, if not elementary. And he was very receptive to hearing about that and seeing what he could do to help in that area as well. So anyway, all in all, a great meeting, and thanks to our participants. It was very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Any other reports from trustees? No? Okay. I just want to say very quickly, thank you to all the trustees once again for your diligence on research. Thank you for your time spent reading emails, receiving phone calls. And once again, I just appreciate working with each and every one of you. And I also appreciate the discussions that we can have. Now we will move to school board reports. Ms. Secretary, do we have any items to consider?
Thank you, President Mays, and kudos to you for getting us through this meeting tonight. It's, took a lot of energy and leadership skills, which thankfully you have. The Secretary's report, I'm not sure. We have several items that kind of might be something we want brought back. First one was, do we have enough subs for the transition period and the full opening? We did hear from Mr. Kale. I'm not sure if there's any more information coming there. The second thing was talk about simulation day. That was said would be considered. So I guess maybe there'll be something coming back on that. The third one was mask wearing for 4-year-olds and kindergarten students. And that was going to be revisited also. Hopefully there'll be something coming back from there. Mr. Horn has said that he will be sending us some written information on the Santa Q cleanser that we're using. So we'll be looking for that. And then the fourth item was the number of transfers from, one school, one campus to another within the district. I believe that is what Mr. Chapa was asking for. If that's not correct, let me know. I think that's all.
Okay. Was there anything else that anyone requested that they didn't hear? Dr. Reich?
Yeah, what the actual numbers are for those in the specific zones, the specific schools, specifically the East and Southeast Arlington areas that desire virtual versus in person.
Oh, the survey. Okay, the survey results for those schools. I'm sorry. Yes, that's very important. Yeah.
I think Dr. Brown was going to get that information.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Secretary. It is 2:11 a.m. and this meeting is adjourned.